You're with Scott. I'm Ganji Kid. I'm Gravekipper. Changing the name to Gravekipper. Did it on YouTube today. It might be a big faff. It might take a few months to change everything and brand everything up. But Gravekipper, why not? You tell me. Ganji Kid or Gravekipper? Anyway, we're playing Genshin Impact. That's the main thing. We're playing Genshin Impact. What am I? Where am I? Oh, look. Oh, I'm so high up. Oh, I'm so high up. Why am I high up? I'm at the Jade Chamber. Oh yeah, at the Jade Chamber. What are you doing at the Jade Chamber? Just come have a little walk around. See me old mates. Leeway cheesing, you know, as you do. Pop in and out whenever I feel like it. Bit of a big cheese, you see. So when I want to look out over the Leeway Harbour, I don't have to look down there with all the paupers, look. All the riffraff and all the paupers. No, I don't have to go. I'm up here on the Jade Chamber, mate. Look at that. Whoa, it's nice, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it? That's what life's like sometimes, isn't it? Oh, can I go in the VIP room? No, I should be able to. Don't you know who I am? No. Well, it's not. It's not that you should know who I am. It's that don't you understand my worth more than the commoners? Aren't I worth more than the commoners? What are you doing up there? Oh, it's dangerous. It's all the way down there. Oh, there's no railings. I haven't put railings up, but no railings. Health and safety at the Jade Chamber. You could fall in the pond. You'd much rather fall in the pond than fall off there. Although we do have teleporters and resurrection devices and gliders and things. Anyway, I've done all my. Are you having that? It's not even working. Why isn't it working? Are you having this? Is it working or what? Because Twitch, for me, doesn't show any video of me streaming. And I've reloaded it and now it does. 1, 2, check, check. And I've reloaded it and now it does. 1, 2, check. Yeah, so I'm alright, I'm streaming. Chat. Let's hope chat works. Now I've reloaded the thing. You never know. You never know. But we're all good in the hood. We're working. That's Ganji Kid. It says Ganji Kid. No, it's Gravekipper now. What does it say Gravekipper for? It used to say Ganji Kid. I only just did that today. Right. What we're going to do? We're going to do Arcon. In the questionnaire they sent me today that I filled in and got my rewards, didn't I? Got my cheeky. Hang on. Why am I so over in the corner down here? Why am I in the? Let me big me up. Make me big. Ah, I'm the main one. So I did the questionnaire they gave me, and the questionnaire they sent out, it was like, what do you think of the new content? I said, I like it. It's good. They didn't give me an option to complain about the running the shop bit. They didn't give me an option to complain about that. But I did let them know. I wrote on Twitch, if you want to know what I think of the game, check me out on Twitch. Started streaming and my drink is already empty. That was a mistake. I'm going to have to go and get another drink in a minute. So yeah, I told them what I thought. And then they asked, what do you think of this? Going out in the desert and doing that stuff. And I said, I don't know, I haven't done it. It's like... away with you. To Caravan Rebat. I'm a bit big, aren't I? I'm a bit big. Move myself over. I don't like to be like leaning... I feel like I'm leaning forwards on the picture. I'm not where I'm sat normal. So is it something to do with the camera? I've got a camera on a wonk. Don't know. Who can say? There's Caravan Rebat. They're all out here in the desert.
Don't miss out.
Don't miss out, you say? What is it? I can resupply there before I venture into the desert. I didn't expect to run into someone from Leeway here. To be honest, I didn't expect to save for so long either. My plan was to try and take my luck in the desert. Try my luck in the desert? You're a fool. There's nothing in the desert. And basically set up a supply shop. How's business? Besides a mysterious product called Ultra Supreme Survivor Bundle against Ultimate Sandstorm that occasionally takes some of my business, I'm actually doing quite well. Luckily the merchant who sells it is difficult to find and is rarely seen, so it doesn't really affect my income. Advertising the competition now. I don't care anymore. You're a merchant, but I can't buy anything off you, so you're the worst merchant I've ever seen. Frankly. Go to Caravan Rebat. I'm here, mate. What do you want from me? I'm here. I'm already here. If I stand here like all the others, right, yeah, this will be mine, right. Come and get your pottery. Come and get your fine pottery. Look at this lovely vase I've got here. Lovely urn. Come and get your urn. Do you need a expensive decorative vase in the desert? Come and get your expensive decorative vases for your trek through the desert. It's not going to sell well, is it, that large expensive decorative vase for a trek through the desert? It's not going to sell well. Yeah, come and get your expensive decorative vases. This one's... hang on. This one's full of water, lovely exotic water. Fine water, I've wrung it out my jacket myself. Sweat problems. It's full of water anyway. Come and get your expensive for your desert. No? And if we did sell it though, if we did sell it, then that's good because, you know, it's not really mine, is it? I just take the money and run. Bag it, bag it. Walked into this now. I want to go get my drink before I start. I've walked into this now.
We finally made it to Caravan Rebat. It's pretty lively here.
It certainly is, Paimon. Just one second while I get a drink. Oosh! Caravan Rebat. I'll give you Caravan Rebat. I'll Caravan Rebat you in a minute.
So, just past this wall is the desert, huh?
If only I hadn't been there for the last couple of weeks messing about in it. If only I'd done the story quest first. I'll learn. Next time I'll do the story first.
Oh, wow.
No, I won't.
Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel.
Samiel.
It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's this tall, it's gotta be the divine work of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, right?
Oh, I see. It's made by a god to block sandstorms. Good story, bro. Cool story. Got 2 hooders on today. Double hooders. Forgot fucking heating, Bill. We're looking at the wall, apparently.
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
There's our Hatham.
Huh?
Surprised everyone.
Over here.
Over here, look, we're running now. We're going... because, of course, someone's just come back to the market stall and they're missing a great big, expensive, ornate vase. Shit, we're running back...
That way! Let's hurry up and follow him. Wonder what he's up to.
He's running back past the scene of the crime. Stop that, man. He stole a vase. Shout that. If you see someone running in anywhere like this, shout, stop that, man. He stole a vase. Someone's bound to get eggy, like, you know, think they're the hero and just run out in front of him. When all that happens, big commotion, you grab something and run the other way.
Where did she go?
Who? Me?
How did we lose them? They were just here a second ago.
Hey, we don't run away from no one, you eremite mercenary. I'll come and kick your armpits. I'll kick your backside.
More Eremite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time? Anyway, Traveler, it seems like we were being followed again.
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago.
Thanks, Al-Haytham. Nice boots.
There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors.
Rude.
All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a habit I developed at the Academia.
You really gave Paimon a scare, Al-Haytham. We never thought we'd run into you here.
See, I don't even know if the Academia are goodies or not.
Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the Academia?
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the Academia's hit list. I can't say that I didn't expect it. However, had I wished to turn you over to the Academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
No.
Oh, right.
Can't remember. No, I like your Dendro.
You have a point.
And if you are a playable character, I like your Dendro. Looking nice there, that Dendro.
I have no interest in running errands for that project.
All right, Eggy.
As a scholar, I've always belonged to the camp that promotes researcher autonomy. And these days,
sounds like the bloke from the
you're more
Mundiers.
fascinating than anything the sages can offer.
I just knew this summer was going to be different to any other.
Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunately, I've run into some difficulties.
Sounds like the bloke from the Wonder Years.
Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of this, I must understand how the capsule first came to be. Which brings me back to you, and why you're so interesting.
I kind of remember these capsules, I kind of remember.
The leader of Ain al-Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you. And upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time.
Can't remember that.
To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing what you've been hiding from me?
It's going to be tough getting information out of me because I can't remember what the fuck's going on, so... it must be because I was so shocked to hear those words again. World, forget me.
Oh, Hatham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail.
Cool.
What kind of person even notices or remembers stuff like that?
I quite like him, if only he had a proper sleeve on this part of the shirt. You know, I'm not so sure about this one-arm jacket thing. Missing sleeve here. It's quite a look. You pop that sleeve on, and the other side of your jacket, no problem at all with you. Suddenly, you've gone all 90s boy band on me. Just by taking that bit of sleeve off and losing the jacket. Just by doing that.
So that's your answer.
That's my answer.
Well, I do work for the Academia after all.
Don't you?
So considering that, it is indeed wise to keep your cards close to your chest.
Yeah, because they're the baddies, are they? Or are they the goodies? I haven't got it decided.
But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Am I right?
In this new area, Sumeru, I can't decide who's the baddies and goodies. I know
no
that...
matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own. Speaking of, you two are also headed to the desert?
Also? Yeah, you want to come along?
We have the same plan as you, but we don't really have any concrete goals at the moment.
Yeah, I'm really confused about what the fuck we're doing here, because I thought our whole purpose, remember, was to talk to the Archon. That's what we're into it, isn't it? We're chasing down the gods, because we're going to use their knowledge, or is something, to help find our twin, and that's going to help us get home, I think is our main goal. But we met the Archon, and we got wrapped up in all of their business and stuff, and then we found out there was some bad juju going on with the Fatui, but we forgot to ask the Archon if they can help us with our problems. And now we're just on some goose chasing in the desert, because the Fatui are taking over, and to be honest, you don't have to ask me twice with the Fatui, really. You know, I'm saying all this, but your problems are my problems. If you've got Fatui problems, we've got problems, and I'll be there side by side, fronting it up with you, because fuck those fucking Fatui and that hat chuffer. That hat chuffer's got that Yaimiko gave him a gnosis in exchange for my life, and I'd rather have had the big fight over the gnosis, to be fair, but she just handed it over. I mean, I was on the floor unconscious, so what was I going to do, but...
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and intel than anywhere else. Well, would you like to head there together?
Go on then.
It's always better to travel with someone you know. Let's go!
It would be nice if he actually would come with us, but I doubt he will. I bet that he'll just disappear and then we'll have to make our own way there. See? He's fucking gone. What did you just say to me about travelling alone and together, and then you've gone? I was just stood here for a minute, just thinking about going back here, see if there's a cheeky chest, and you've gone. I just went round there for a minute, and now, oh look, 2 of these. Got a lovely pair of... Do you work here, dear? Does he work here? What's he doing? Just tap on the shot. I think, because there's a few of these around the back, aren't there? Look. 1, 2, 3 of them around the back. Do you work here, mate? Do you work here? Yeah, I work here, yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering, because I've seen some of these goods on these crates, and I wanted to buy some of the ones from around the back. You know, there's 2 crates around the back. I wanted to buy some off the second crate from around the back. I wondered if you could help me. What do you mean there's only 2 crates around the back? What do you mean only 2? There's supposed to be 3 crates around the back. No, mate, there's only 2. There's only 2.
Body and mind.
As he goes round, he's getting eggy now, he's upset. Oh, there's only 2, there's supposed to be 3. He'll run round there, won't he? He's going to run round there. Grab that. I suppose you can't really carry that, can you, Chuffer? Grab the medium one, just the medium one. That's heavy. Oh, it's heavy. Alright, grab the little one and go. Run. Make a run. Run for it. All the way into the desert. Wrong way. You're going to have to run back past him now. Oh, no. There's another nice pair of those. Where did you pick up that pot from? I've brought it with me, mate. Brought it with me. Did you? Or is it from that store? No, it's not. It's, honestly, I brought it with me. Smashes the throat down there. I don't want it anymore. Ah!
Time to act.
So the game
Body
wants
and
me,
mind.
really,
Time
to
to
walk
act.
this. This is supposed to be, you do the Arcon Quest and you're like, oh, tell me go
Time
to
to
the
act.
desert. Oh, I will then, I will. And, you know, you've never been to the desert before, so, oh, there's that little foxen. But we did all this because we did discovery. What I like to do is I like to go in the desert
Time
and
to
discover
act.
things. You know, a new area, wait for the foxen to escape so I don't accidentally kill it.
Body and mind.
Can the
Body and
foxen
mind.
escape? Yeah, okay.
Don't blink.
And what we obviously
With sword
did
comes shadow.
is we did a load of exploration first. Unlocked all the points, unlocked all the statues.
Scatter.
Went for a good look round. And then I noticed as well that, because I'm a professional streamer, I noticed that other people who play Genshin Impact watch Genshin Impact. And that's where most of the people that watch this stream come from. Genshin Impact world. Tell ya. But they like to play Genshin Impact. So when there's a new area, they're like, ooh, I'm not going to watch Scotty's stream. Maybe they watch the big streamers. Maybe this isn't a general rule. But for me and for you, for us, you like to play Genshin Impact. So you don't come here and watch me on day one, do you? When I'm fresh on it.
Is this
'Cause you're on
an
it.
answer?
Propagate.
And you're trying to do everything and you don't want it to be like spoiled. So I waited a few days to play the main quest on Sumeru. And I've waited a few days more to play
Bring forth.
the final
Speed of light.
Arcon
my
Quest that
sword.
we're about to go on now. So people might look at this and go, oh, it's a bit late. Oh, so it's more fun for you if you've already done it, you Chuffing. It's more fun, if anything. Because you know what's coming up and you've got some ideas. It's better than if I spoil it all for you. It's more fun. But what I've spoiled for myself, and I said this the other day when we were doing something, can't remember what it was, but we were doing a thing. Walking up to the... whatever we did at the Botanical Gardens yesterday.
Incoming. Hey. Scatter.
Got the name of it. Paradisia. Pariah... Desert.
Rain outlines your
Outpost or whatever.
Nowhere to hide.
You know, the game wants you to take a certain path.
Speed of light.
You're going to go through the path of least resistance.
Propagate.
You know, 80% of
Orders
people.
given. Orders received.
You notice how these enemies are occurring on this path.
Scatter.
I went off the path myself to have a little look
No,
at
my
something, didn't I?
Incoming. Hey.
Like, if you're told to go from, which is what we're doing here, if you're told to go from Caravan Rebat to Aryu Village, you're going to follow this damn road, aren't you? That's what you're going to do. You're going to follow the road. Because if you haven't uncovered it and uncovered the map, you're just like, yeah, I'm not going to go wandering off up there, am I? Well, I might, so it might catch my eye, and I might go for a wander. Oh, what's this? Oh, you know, that's why they put things next to the road to catch your eye to go for a wander. I've already done the chests, look. And there's no flowers on the damn things. Oh, God. But, you know, they're going to design it with you in mind, aren't they? And what are you going to do? Like everyone else, like me, like us all. We're going to go down the road. So, your first experience following this quest is designed to feel like this, isn't it? They've put these... Like, they've probably spent a bit more time on this journey down this road than some of the other little bits and pieces out in the middle of nowhere. Even though they do spend a lot of time on everything, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying, don't you? This is supposed to be a bit of an experience. So I'm not just going to fast travel it, I'm going to walk it. I have done. But I've already had all the novel experience of walking this road and like discovering the places. But it is nice. Nice little jaunt. Just going to go and check around here. You never know with Genshin Impact. You've got to go and check all the nooks and crannies, you know. Oh, falling down a right crevice here. You never know. You never know. You might wind up getting yourself a cheeky chest or two. Or you might just get stuck in a crack in a rock. So, nothing for me there. Welcome to Aryu Village. Are you kidding me? This isn't where it wants me. I've gone back to Caravan Ribat. How have I done that? Did I get turned around and end up walking the wrong way? Am I tripping? You've been here the whole time. You know, have I just... What happened then? Looks like I just got turned around and went the wrong way, didn't I? That's me all over. You know, you go... I used to go taking the dogs for walks in the woods quite a lot. I mean, I still do. But I go to places where I know. And if I go somewhere I don't know, it could be a town or a, you know, new... anywhere, and I could go walking for 20 minutes, I'm lost, that's it. I get lost going home. Like, I lived in the same town for like all of my life and then got lost going home once. It just happens. These chuffers, what are these chuffers doing? Are these the chuffers who were eggy earlier?
That's close enough.
They're looking for me.
Propagate! Speed of light!
This one's come running over the brow here as well, the chuffers. Two of them with bows. Now the fucking eggy... I think eggy thing wants to get involved. Shouldn't attack me that. I wouldn't kill it. Law of the jungle. We're in the desert, you flipping idiots.
Witness the power of...
Incoming!
Flipping idiots. We're in the desert. Got yourselves smacked up now, didn't you?
Don't blink!
Flipping idiots. And that's something to beast. That's died now. But I don't want to kill them, and I'm vegan. I don't like picking up the meat. I don't like it. I'm doing it because, you know, Genshin Impact, for Christ's sake. No mercy. I don't cook all the vegan, non-vegan food. Like, I tend to cook the vegan food, but there's not that many options. And sometimes the people in the game request things of me. Like, I need 2 steaks or whatever.
Incoming.
I have to just give them 2 steaks, don't I? I can't not have the primos. Jesus, it's not reality.
No, my sword.
In reality, I wouldn't have the primos. But following the desert road. And look, there's no way you're not going to go up there. I already have done in the past. I've already killed these chuffers. They're back.
Speed of light.
They had a cheeky chest round this corner.
Fry. That
It's
tingle.
gone. We'll gather them up and we'll give them all
Scatter.
good killing again.
Incoming. Nowhere to hide.
I'm sure we'll always need the bits and pieces.
Propagate.
And this would have been part of the journey, you know, you would have walked this way. First time discovering the desert. Oh, isn't it fun? And note that these aren't like the biggest, baddest of these chuffers. Well, these are treasure hunters anyway, so at least you're introduced to the idea that they're in the desert. But at first we got introduced to the Eremites, didn't we? And they weren't the biggest, baddest of them. So it's sort of saying, I would assume, if I was designing this, I would put a few different things that will...
Ring cutter.
Don't blink.
Like, future, you're going to have future echoes of these things. So, we do in the game, you know, we run into more treasure hunters, don't we? They're a bit of a familiar echo from the past. But they do it quite well. Like, you'll see a little something, you'll encounter it, and later on you'll see a bigger version of it, or a group of them. So, you know, build you up to it, but just gently. Like here we've got these little scorpions, and you're not going to die to these 2 scorpions.
Incoming.
But later on there'll be more situations with more animals and more things, and it's just giving you a little space here to just say, look, here's something new in this little bowl here, a little safe space on the way. And then later on I'm sure there'll be more worrisome scorpion placement, but introduce you to the nuts. Look, all your little bits and pieces that you're excited to see, they're all going to be along the way, aren't they? Get you hyped. It's like a mini version, like a mini biome of the whole desert there. Or it should be, in my opinion. Show you a lot of interesting new features. Just briefly. Where are my flowers on my cactuses? I need them. And here we are, in the village. I didn't realise it was a village.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa. This landscape is really something else. What a cool place! Let's go check it out!
I'll tell you something, the landscape is really interesting. I've got a sort of episode lined up that I wanted to do about erosion. Simple thing, not a major, big thing. I'm not a geologist, but I wanted to do a bit about erosion and some of the funny conspiracy ideas. Tomorrow's supposed to be Thus, the podcast. If Steve's not up to it or not about or whatever, we might do a piece on erosion and talk about desert erosion. So look out for tomorrow's YouTube upload and broadcast. See? First time we're supposed to have seen it, isn't it? But I've been all around here. He's fighting her! Now he's fighting our Hatham. Oh, Hatham's got that little green sword. Oh, Hatham's going to have to be playable. He's got that sword that they've made. The sword's in the game.
Simon.
I don't like him. I don't want him to come out.
Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
I don't really want Sino to turn out to be a fucking awesome chuffer, because I've just given up the opportunity to roll on him, and I could have rolled on him. He hasn't got any shoes on, we will see, but in the desert it's appropriate. It's fine in the desert, although your little toes are going to get hot. But I don't like his footwear choices, but if he turns out to be a really cool chuffer, just missed the opportunity to roll on him. And this chuffer, who I think is cool because he's got the Dendro sword, and, you know, his sword character, and I like the turquoise and all that, just not happy with the choice of vest and sleeveless half jacket. Just not happy with it.
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my judgment, just because you managed to escape my attack.
Even 2 sleeves off, you know, still a bit of a look, but 2 sleeves off, you know, it's balanced. 1 sleeve off, half a jacket, I just don't... Are you in or you out, mate?
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more accurate description?
They're not having it. They don't like each other.
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me.
This traveller? Hello? I want to ask who I am at the Leeway Cheesing, mate.
Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra, as well you know.
Wives.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch.
They're now getting eggy about how they fight each other.
Who is that, Al-Hatham? Did you call him General Mahamatra?
General Mahamatra. Wasn't it Mahatma Gandhi? Weren't the Maharajas the princes of India?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino. Head of all the Matra at the Academia.
Right.
He's a formidable hunter. And the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic crimes.
Academic crimes. It's like academic Batman. So, like, Bookman. I've got a book boy.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Al-Hatham.
Al-Hatham.
To the point of blocking an attack for him.
Yeah, well, no, what it was, Sino, is you just come at us, so you nearly got your head cut off, frankly. You're lucky you still stood there.
If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him.
Well, you wouldn't, would you?
I wouldn't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth.
It's a stupid thing to say, isn't it? Because you're you. If you were you, then you wouldn't side with him, because you'd be you. And if you were me, then you would side with him, because you'd be me, and I am siding. It doesn't make any sense. So, no wonder you just came at us. Not very good with your words, are you?
I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time.
Alright, well, he's here now.
I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer.
Well, I don't really know him.
Otherwise, there will be consequences.
To be fair, Sino, he might have got off on the wrong foot here, because I don't really know this fucker. And he did something to my brain earlier with, like, a... Like, he did, didn't he? He did something to my brain with a... I can't even remember what it's called, like a... it's got something to do with... data, like, it was like a data crystal thing. And he messed me about, and then I wasn't remembering things properly. I don't remember. So if anything, Sino, we might have got off on the wrong foot here. Al-Haytham might be a dickhead. I'll go with you on that, son. But at the same time, right, he might also be helping me, and you might be coming across like a right dickhead now. So the only one of us who's not a dickhead for sure, because you're saying he is, he's saying you is. The only one who's not a dickhead for sure is me, isn't it? So if anything, mate, if anything, what I would do is I'd go along with me and just pipe down.
Has Al-Haytham done something wrong? Paimon doesn't think he's as bad as you've made him out to be.
Right, Paimon, casting judgment.
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Al-Haytham, I saw it during our fight.
Right.
Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule
That's
you're
the
hiding
thing.
on your person. Unless you want me to retrieve it for myself.
That's the thing he's talking. Have I grassed you up there, Al-Haytham? Because that's the thing I mean. Well, you did mess me around with one of them.
Very perceptive of you.
I'm just in the middle of all this
Nothing
shit.
escapes a Matra's senses.
There it is. That's it.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
I can't remember, Paimon. He lied to us, apparently. He lied to us.
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. What does this capsule mean to you?
See, I don't like the situation here now, because this Chuff is a liar, and he got, like, eggy and getting cross, and we know the Academia are doing bad things. I might just sidle over to the middle, where those cacti. I might just sidle over there and just stand in the middle and watch this happen. Just not on the same side as this dickhead.
And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert?
He's doing what he wants, running around the desert. He's a little desert dog boy. You can't ask him that.
As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious?
This guy and Kaya.
If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the walls of the Academia?
I don't know.
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
They're both in the Academia, aren't they?
You two? Ugh. What should we do, Traveler? Paimon feels like we can't trust either of them.
Exactly. Bang both their heads together.
Ahem. Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Hello. We've cheered up. Things have cheered up.
Wait, Dia?
Little bottle of hot sauce. Dia, the little bottle of hot sauce.
Great! Finally, someone that we can trust!
Exactly.
You gotta help us out here. Otherwise, these two are gonna start fighting again!
Well, now it's 2 against 2, isn't it, Paimon? We've got a team, me and Dia, us and Dia. So we'll be alright.
Yeah, sure looks that way. 2 giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every day, that's for sure. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other.
Tell him, Dia.
But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds.
What did I just say? Beat their heads together. Right, it's me and Dia against you and him. Let's go. Neither of them can afford to be distracted by Dare. They're still looking for an opportunity to attack each other.
Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
Whoosh. Whoosh.
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so strong. Is this a sandstorm? Paimon's gonna get blown away!
Grab hold of my thing that hangs off my neck thing, if you want, Paimon.
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly! We have to take cover!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this wind is too strong! Let's get over there!
We got the little bottle of hot sauce in the crew. We haven't got her in our actual crew, but this is the after
That sounded
caller.
like Candace.
Candace, the after caller. She's actually in our crew. We've got her right up to level 70 now. Let's go and meet Candace for the first time in game.
Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you Academia folks such hard work? Move it!
All right, stop yelling.
Shit, don't talk to her like that. It's just like Kaya, isn't he? Kaya and Amber all over again. Kai was rude to Amber and he stood really close to her. Now he's talking... Al-Haytham's been rude to... Don't know what happened then. I appeared and disappeared. We're having dinner now. Sino's not. He's still eggy. Al-Haytham's got his eyes closed. Daya's got her arms folded. No one's having... It's like there's an atmosphere. Bad atmosphere.
Well, this is pretty awkward.
Shut up. It doesn't matter, Paimon. Just eat your fruit.
Hey, wanna play sardines with 3 people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun.
Paimon, the more you bring it up out loud, the more it's getting awkward, to be honest, Paimon. Just eat your fruit.
The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
What did I just say about your fruit?
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down.
Here she is, old croissant, one I read.
Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru village.
Doing the thumbnail. It's this one, Candace. There she is.
Our savior has come at last. Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you so much for helping us.
You have my gratitude.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister. Unlike those guys over there.
Yeah, we chose the right one. We definitely chose the right one.
All right. Now that we're all better acquainted, we should return to the topic at hand.
I forgot what topic. She's just like, hello, welcome to my house. Right, now I'm in charge. We're doing what I say.
As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started.
All right, yeah.
And now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us.
Wow, she's taking charge. Get in there and neutralise. Go for it.
So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the creatures of the sandstorm.
Laying the rules down, look.
Oh, on second thought, Paimon may have misjudged Candace's character.
Daya likes it.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia.
Oh.
Do I make myself clear?
Right, dear.
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what I like to hear. So, which of you will begin?
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a mediator?
I thought she was doing quite well.
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Al-Haytham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious mission. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
All right.
Huh? Exile yourself?
Sounds serious.
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than Grand Sage Azar himself.
Right.
I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request. But I soon found that all leads and potential pieces of incriminating evidence were carefully concealed from me.
I get it. I get it. You're like the internal police and you're having a look round and they're closing down the doors and you're like, right, I'm getting even more suspicious now, so I'm going to start sniffing around. He's decided to exile himself. Don't want any part in that bad chuffery.
I began to realize that they were cautious of me from the very beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk. He even said to me, "The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us."
So he's a natural goodie.
So they really are up to no good.
And Al-Haytham's not in on the bad plot.
I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages to assert and maintain their control over knowledge. The vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless to the academia of today.
Yeah, so it's quite nice fruit you've got here.
I believed it would be wise to flee the academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, they can no longer see nor predict my actions.
I'm surprised Paimon doesn't want to get stuck into the fruit, because she's always on about food. So, I understand what you're saying now. Do you want to sit down and have some tea? Because we're all waiting for you.
I will never give up on this investigation. No. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority. Once I find the truth, I will administer judgment by my own name.
Okay, so do you fancy a bowl of fruit?
Sino seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the sages.
Maybe we should all team up, Paimon.
Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary.
What if the whole story was made up?
Well, Sino, if that's your story, then why did you see Al-Haytham as a target?
Well, duh, he's from the fucking baddies.
When I was investigating the matter in the academia, I overheard a conversation between Al-Haytham and a sage.
See?
The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Al-Haytham?
What?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule, and I think we deserve an explanation.
To be fair, we've got Sino here, right? We've got hot sauce. We've got cool, tall drink of water. We've got me, the traveller. Like, we don't need that Sino. Sorry, Al-Haytham. We don't need him anymore. Dendro or no Dendro. Like, slightly off colour for Dendro anyway, isn't it? Dendro's a bit more emerald green and you're a bit turquoise. Just slightly off, something slightly off with you, isn't there? Off the shoulder, off the... Get him out in the sandstorm. Bin him out. Bin him off. We don't need to hear his side. We just bin him out. We've got enough of a crew.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the traveller.
Right. Get him under the table. Tell us what you know. You want a piece of this fruit? You're not having any fruit. Slice him with the melon. Very sharp slice. It was a very sharp slice of mango.
Al-Haytham!
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed this assignment, I can give you a glimpse of divine knowledge.
I bet he did.
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all.
All right.
Their words contained one key piece of information. Namely, that divine knowledge indeed exists.
Well...
That gave me all I needed to know.
Over here, we've got him just stood here, and you can't see his feet, but I can on the screen, and I'm not... Might be alright for running around the desert, but you need some socks and shoes on in here, mate.
From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy.
Yeah, we get it.
Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward?
Well, we know that they're up to bad stuff because we've seen in the, like, consciousness that they're making a god out of little Hat Boy, so...
So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborating with the sages. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect anything. So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
That was handy.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
There she is, look. And hot sauce, and the traveller. Paimon. It's quite a lovely frame, this. Quite a nice shot. Like, because even if you're looking at these other characters, like, the rule of thirds isn't quite being obeyed. We're sort of drawn to this, sorry, to that side of the screen where they are, where my hand disappears. But these characters here are looking at them. So if you do look at the depth in the shot, you see these characters, like you're naturally going to look to the wider space in the shot first, I think. And you're going to see these characters looking across, and then you're going to be drawn this way. And then he's there as like a big block. And so you're sort of trapped in this side. You can't see where my hand is, but my mouse can do it. You're trapped on this side of the frame. Once you've decided to follow their gaze and look over here, and he's blocking off this part of the frame, you're sort of trapped in this space where she is. She's sort of trapped off to the side. Maybe they're not using it for this reason, but cinematically that could be a really interesting device.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the Academia. Also, you should remember, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
I don't remember anything after you got that fucking weird crystal thing in my head, mate.
That's true. Al-Haytham helped us out at Caravan Rebat as well. Maybe he's telling the truth.
I just remember, actually, now I'm starting to remember that that crystal thing had to go up my bum and not in my head, didn't it?
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you.
Isn't that what you said? You have to put them in up... I can't really... It might be coming back. Maybe I've blocked it out.
I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk.
Where have you been hiding it?
I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied.
Yeah, but where have you been hiding it?
After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous thing in this land.
Nice close-up.
You should be well aware, Scribe Al-Haytham, that curiosity can also lead you to danger and suspicion.
That's her croissant there. She's got a little croissant for emergencies.
Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
I did the sound then. That's my sound, but they did a bit of a sound, done, and so I did one. I got a button for it, you fuckers.
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the Academia. Do you really think they would tell me anything?
I don't know.
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an enemy, for now.
As you wish.
Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings. And now you, Dia. I believe it's your turn.
What?
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I spaced out.
Good one, dear.
My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler and is currently recovering from her illness at home.
Friends with the Traveler, so...
I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting time getting back together with everyone here. But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went downhill from there.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style. In that case, welcome back, Dia.
And me, I'm just up from sorting out the Vision Hunt decree in Inazuma. Just ended up coming this way, looking for the... I actually found the Archon, and I've had a chat to them. I'm really enjoying this fruit, actually. It's very nice fruit. Thanks. Have you got anything to drink?
That's more like it. I missed you all so much, Candace.
Hey, friends. What's that?
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home. I'll take a quick trip outside to clear out some of those creatures in the sandstorm.
You don't fuck about.
Creatures? In the sandstorm? Are you sure you don't want some backup?
I like the way Paimon always talks a good fight.
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is at a disadvantage. You needn't worry.
No, it'd be fine. I'll come out. Just, you know, I'll try not to stab you. If I accidentally stab you, like, obviously we'll say it's because I didn't have extensive training in these conditions and I was at a disadvantage. But if I wave my sword around in general and connect with anyone that's not you or Dea, then we'll be alright, won't we? In fact, why don't you two try not to stab me and stay out the way of me, and I'll just wave my sword like a nut. I'll do something. Why don't I put a bucket on my head to avoid the sand going in my mouth? Have you got a bucket? What about one of those vases there? Get that vase and put that on my head. That'll stop the sand going in my mouth. I don't need extensive training, I'll be fine.
Yeah, just leave him to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
I'm just going to send her out on her own. After a while, the winds begin to calm. She's been out there a while.
The winds died down. That means the sandstorm's over, right?
I think she's alright. Very awkward. It's gone from awkward to more awkward. We're left in her house hoping that she's not been murdered outside by the creatures, while there's 1, 2, 3, 4 quite capable chuffers in here.
Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go out and check on her.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Right, yeah, we can go out together as a team, though. I'm not having it one by one until there's just me left, and I'm like, oh, where's everyone gone? Don't like this. And then I go out, and they're all out there. Surprise! No, we'll all go out together. Oh, they've all gone. Oh, shit, what did I just say? What did I just say? I don't want everyone to go out without me. And then I'm here on my own. This is Candace's house. Shouldn't really mess with anything. I'm not really going to mess with anything. I'm just having a little look. She's got some bookshelves. Don't know what that is. It's like an area. There's an area there. This is obviously the sitting and eating area. And then there's another one of those shelf areas. And then over here is the fire. What you might call the kitchen. Probably. This will be the toilet then. No. Bookshelf area. Is that... Where does she go to sleep? Is there an upper... No stairs. This is outside. She goes to sleep. And where does she use the toilet? That's all the rooms, isn't it? They don't have a TV room, so they haven't got a TV, have they? So, eating, chilling out, reading the books, looking at the things on the shelf. Cooking and messing about. In the kitchen there. No real food storage either. Anyway, look. Don't even know where we are. Village chief's house, that was. It's not much for the village chief, is it? One room, kitchen, living room, no toilet. And that's the only door in and out, so you'd think if you need to go to the toilet, right, then you have to come out. I mean, is it that? Do I wee in there? No, there's a candle in there. They definitely don't want me to wee in there. You have to come out and you have to go out and, like, find the toilet. That's the town down there. Maybe it's just here. Maybe this is... I don't want to go on it in case it is the toilet. Well, there's steps down to it, so it must be... I suppose you just go in the sand, don't you, and then cover it with sand. I don't want to walk in it. I suppose they just go in the sand, do they? That's maybe what's helping that grass grow. Maybe it's this bush. Oh, I've walked in the big pile. Oh, it stinks in that pile. Oh, no. Oh, no. What they do is they go in the sand, and then they hoy it into that pile, don't they? That's what they do, and I've just walked in the pile. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, gross. I always do that. Well, not always, because like, I've never walked in a big pile of shit outside someone's house before, but like, I meant when I was in Leeway, I fell in the sewers. Does it smell like someone's had a wee up the teleporter? Shouldn't wee on the teleporter, it could all come out at the other end somewhere else. Look, the house is massive. What's going on here? Goes all the way back here. Oh, this is someone else's house back here. How come the house is so massive? It goes up there. It's got different floors. Or is that a tower? What's going on with the tower? You've got like towers on the top of your house, but we can't get to them. There's no entry point. Not from within. I don't know about that. I don't want to go down there. It's all covered in shit. Where am I going? Oh, there's flowers on those cactuses. I'm having them. Forget everything. It's cactus flower time. Just watch your hands, because they're sharp, these. Ow, what did I say? Ow, my hands. Ah! I've got to climb up there to get that. Got it. Ah, my hands. Ah! The flowers are for you anyway, Candace.
Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here dealing with these creatures the entire time?
What's she been doing?
Yes. They just keep coming in waves.
Ah! Here comes another wave!
All right, come on then.
Leave this round to us.
Yeah.
I got interrupted earlier.
She's so
but
cool.
now I have something to take my anger out on.
Although it turns out psychologically that people used to think that if you're angry and you vent, for example, I got really angry, so what I did was I went out in the garden and I got a hammer and an old fridge and I fucking smashed the fuck out of that fridge with that hammer. Like, people think that if you vent in that way, they used to, that it's probably good, venting your anger, but actually it's not. It's not. And then people think that, because psychologically it's actually better to not, doing that, turns out they did questionnaires, go out and smash the thing with the hammer, now do the questionnaire. It turns out it makes you more angry. Overall, it turns out, indulging in those feelings and letting them manifest in you and repeating the actions over and over, it turns out that you live in those feelings and become more angry, more quick to anger. But if you learn to allow the feelings to dissipate, control yourself, let them go, or even to fuel you to greater goods. But in order to fuel you, it's not like I'm going to go in the boxing ring and be a really good boxer because I'm such an angry chuffer. When they ring that bell, I'm going to murder my opponent because I'm so angry. That's not how it works. It's that when you're training and things are tough, you use your memories of the anger or the situations that made you angry to fuel you to put a bit more effort in, to work a bit harder, so that when you actually do get in the boxing ring, you've learned not only to control your anger. Oh, he just fucking punched me or messed me. He tried to punch me on the back of the head during the fight and I was going to get really wild. Or he said this thing before the fight and he was going to get me. Or she said this thing before the fight and the press conference, oh, they were being really mean to me. I'm going to be really angry. I'm going to run right over there and punch them. That's them controlling you. You learn to put your anger away. Well, not away, but you learn to control yourself and then act correctly and... maybe, like I said, fuel yourself, a little bit more of adrenaline, a bit more mental push. Right, I'm really going to fucking do this. I'm going to do a really good one now. You learn to put it in store it in your good box, not your bad box. And if you, sport is a good example that I'm using here because, and martial arts, kung fu, that is kind of sport, isn't it? The principle in most combat sports is that you're not to fight angry, and being angry, the whole point of the discipline of the martial arts is that you learn to control yourself and like I just explained, you're not going to be quick to anger and volatile in that way, and therefore the discipline means that you perform well when you're being fueled by anger but not angry. Does that make sense? You perform well. You learn to control. It's about self-control, isn't it? So there's a little something.
It's been quite a while since I've seen the Flame Mane in action. I'll leave these to you then.
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
Yeah, I hope we get to control her. No, we don't get to control her, it's just me.
With sword comes shadow.
It's a bit cheeky, isn't it? I wonder if they wrote that intending Dea to be a playable character at this point. But I often wonder this with Genshin Impact. I know they've put a lot of money into it, and I know that they've got a lot of people working on it. It's all under control. But when you have big visions for things, grand ideas, and then you get doing it, and it's a lot more hard work than you imagined. I know that they probably understood how much work it's going to be, but they've got this ever-moving train. Like Genshin Impact, I feel like the development cycle in some games, it might be a bit easier because you've got one deadline that you have to meet and you can push it back and then it's done, and maybe we do a bit more after the event and do some DLC and some patch notes and whatever. But with Genshin Impact being this ever ongoing train and there being so much you put back one thing, then the next thing has to be put back, doesn't it? Or it affects the next thing after that, and you've already got these plans, so there's no stopping the train rolling. So I sometimes wonder if with the size of all this, with the amount of content that goes on, with all the new characters that there are, and just discovering this now in the writing, because the writing probably comes earlier than the finished product, doesn't it? Quite a lot earlier. The writing may have intended for this character Dea to be playable at this moment because she said, I'll show you. Maybe that's an intended moment, but because Dea's not really finished yet, maybe we'll just say, or maybe they changed their minds a little bit or something. we're not playing Dare now. Or Deer, sorry. We're not playing Deer, but she just said she was going to show them, and she was going to do it. So I feel like we should be playing her. And that's a little a worry or a wonder about Genshin Impact, is that that steamrollering train that has the deadlines are coming and going, come what may. If you've got enough people working on it and everything's coming out right, great. But if for some reason, like let's say for example, a designed attack, or you know how sometimes you can get bugs and like a talent attack might bug something else. They're always releasing patch notes. Oh, we fixed this because this was doing that or whatever. Now imagine if you made Dea and then there was some sort of bug or something, you know, it didn't quite work or whatever. If the problem with this ever speeding train or this ever rumbling train is you haven't got time to sort of say, okay, that didn't work, we'll scrap that and start from the ground up again. Like, no, you've got to like, train is rumbling. There's no space for things to go wrong really, like in a bigger, like obviously they're little things, aren't they, if a character's attack works properly. Like, I just feel like maybe there's something that Dea's been held back with here in some reason, that she might have been supposed to be. Obviously the model's ready, she's in the game, we know all about her because we've talked to her and seen her running around, but she's not ready to play here, and yet the story seems to, yeah, not a great big thing, just a thing.
Time to act. Scatter! Speed of light. Opening box of Adepti tricks.
I'll just kill him with my normal crew.
Germinate! Don't blink! Hey! Incoming! Nowhere to hide.
And everyone's being impressed by me instead.
Here comes another wave! When are they ever gonna let
Paimon,
up?
don't worry. It's not like these chuffers are going to get me, is it?
Speed of light. Incoming. Hey!
Let me weave you a book.
Scatter! Speed of light. To the chase. Go.
Bit cheeky. Healing up on a frozen doggy. But you're done. You're done, son. You're done. 2 waves to 4 dogs. See,
was that the last of them?
feels like a Candice feels like it's a deer moment, but although she fucking looked cool here, doesn't she? She fucking looked cool.
What we fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sandstorm. So we should be safe for the time being.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Who the fuck's this?
Huh? Who are you?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full taking care of the village's elderly and children.
He's got a slightly more tan skin tone, which is more seemingly appropriate, hasn't he? Than these chuffers.
I am the chief of Aru village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle Anpu.
Because there was a bit of a conversation happening about it on social media, you know. But, yeah.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now. May I ask if such sandstorms are common?
I can't say they've always been common, but recently the storms have become increasingly severe and frequent. Besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an investigator who stayed in the village a while ago, these unusual natural phenomena are related to the withering of Irminsul.
Right, we'll sort that out.
Another effect of Irminsul's withering. So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest, and sandstorms and earthquakes here in the desert?
You know, we'll put that on our CV. Unwitherer of Irminsul.
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul.
Let's get on it then.
These regional symptoms can indeed be a reflection of Irminsul's present state.
Everyone in Aru Village needs to take good care of themselves. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village keeper since I got here?
Village keeper? Who are they?
Like gravekeeper.
Village guards like Candace?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars exiled here by the Academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Avidia Forest. The Academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert.
I'm laughing, but that's like...
Though if you ask me, it's all a boatload of nonsense.
It's like a very archaic way of treating mental health, isn't it? To exile people to the desert. But, yeah.
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by one, the village keepers have been mysteriously disappearing without a trace.
They've been getting eaten by the desert monsters.
But no one in the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around the village for the next few days, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for them.
Sure, to whatever. Like, to be honest, this is a bit more straightforward than the last one, where I was having a Groundhog Day, like, seizure, bloody stroke or something.
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
Arcon Quest, come on.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone for your past sins?
Who cares?
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty, I will eliminate you, regardless of my position or identity.
Alright, Eggy, no one's eliminating anyone today. Oh, can't I just... No. You eat your lunch, and maybe, if you eat all your pudding, you can go out and eliminate someone after dinner. Alright? Do your homework, and then we can talk about elimination. Until then, no one's eliminating anyone. Alright? I've told you. No eliminating your sister.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of investigations. Thank you for your help.
Stop trying to eliminate you. Stop trying to eliminate your sister.
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, now this! We need to help get them back home, safe and sound.
Good point, Paimon.
But, is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust him.
Apparently it's a good opportunity to watch him, and I'll be fine because Dea's here.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former subordinates.
Whatevs, mate. Let's get on with it now, eh?
Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
No, we've just done all the talking, you fucking dickhead. Let's start by finding a spot to go out and have a big fight in the desert. They've gone. They fucking do this to me, don't they? They've all gone. Again. Oh, was it me? Was it something I've said? You've all gone. Gone, I tell you. Go somewhere else, it says. It's only there, look. It's only there. Go there. Enjoy it. Is it up on top of the rock, though? It's up. And there's still a homunculus that I haven't got over here somewhere. And how am I getting up on top of the rock, you fucking dickhead? It's up loads. Like, really up. Up as much as you can go. I'm up here to get the coconuts. And then I'm up, having a look. I gotta be up on these other rocks and fly over, haven't I? I can see there's little tings up the top there. So I've got to be up on those rocks and get over. And those rocks go all the way down to there. Don't fall through the awning. Okay, good job. Good job, Kipper. Steady, steady, Kipper, steady. Kipper. Right. Don't bang your head. It's nice, isn't it? I can see a tinger there as well. Maybe if I just get close enough over here, I can get up there. Go on. And ting me up. ting me up. Forget it. There, yeah. And then we'll just ting all the way. Keep ringing that tinger. Till I get up top of there, eh? No flowers on there. Fuck, where's all the flowers, you bastards? Cheap bastards, no flowers. Where's all the tingers gone? Any flowers down there? There's a chuffer down there with his garden, and he's got stone roses. And it's funny because in England there's a band called the Stone Roses. But he's got stone roses, and they're growing, are they? They're not fucking old dead flowers. And he's like talking about his garden all the way down there. I've had a chat to him before. I just thought he's off his rocker, trying to grow stone roses in the desert. So I thought I'd leave him to it because some people are beyond helping, I think. Just a bit of climbing with Grave Kipwa. Up she goes. And then what? Am I up high enough on the rocks now? Or is it that rock? There's always another rock, isn't there? What's going on up here? Oi, mushrooms. Well, don't act surprised. Having a little mushroom party. I've been here recently. On my travels looking for flowers. I've been down that hole. It leads back to town, that hole. You'd be surprised. You think it looks like cool and it's going to go somewhere and it just leads back to town?
Spring forth! Hey! Propagate! No, my sword!
We should put Candace on, shouldn't we? Because
with sword comes shadow.
stop hitting me, you choppers.
Speed of light.
Can't see anything now.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Incoming.
We're going to get it now.
Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Hey! Scatter! Don't blink.
Right.
Speed of light. Hey!
What? You're hiding. You're gone hiding. This one with the hat. The little hat. That one's dead now. And I went down there the other day. Honestly, right? That hole, it leads down to the village, underneath the village. And you think, oh, I'll go down that hole because it looks interesting. And it's not. It's just down to the village. So I don't want to go down that hole. Look. It looks interesting. It's not. Trust me. It's just down to the village. Oh, all right then. All right. We'll go down the hole. All right, we'll go down the hole. You said you wanted to. It's fine. We'll go down the hole. See, it's just the village. I told you it was just the village. Now I need to go back up there, you chuffer. See? Just the village. I told you. Don't worry about those mushrooms. They'll do what they want. I'm disoriented now. I want to go over... I'm supposed to be going to talk to some chuffer. Is that... Oh, look at that. That's back in Sumeru, look. I'm up high now and I can see back to Sumeru. Oh, it's gone off. The water fountain thing was going up to the sky and now it's gone off. But that's cool. That's cool as fuck. I like this. Being able to see it all. That's the tree in Sumeru, the big main tree. So over there is a big hill. That's the north. So back that way is Mondstadt somewhere. I can see the Jade Chamber, look. Off in the distance, floating in the sky, I can see the Jade Chamber. So that's Leeway. That's fucking cool. All the stars are coming out. One or two of these will be the constellations, look. Of the things that the characters are, but I haven't got a fucking clue. I've never been able to do it with the stars in the sky. I don't know why they drew the lines they did. Like, oh, that doesn't look like... We've been through this before. What's that thing? It's just some stars. You could join them up anyway, really. Like, they've just joined them up like that. But you could join them up differently. There's no rules. That one, they've gone for like a circle with a stick on it. But you could have joined them up as crosses. And they could have been the windmill instead. Like... Do what you like. It's just some stars. Talking of that though, character stuff. Today is Sunday and it is Domains Day. You can do whatever you want out of Domains today. Whatever you like. Whatever your thing you're thinking of, trying to rank it up. You can have whatever you like. And I'll tell you what I really want. Is I'd like to see this weapon. And the other one, the other new one we got. This thing. I'd like to see... I mean, that's tidy, that is, isn't it? This thing. I'd like to see that. And this thing. Oh, God, that looks nice on her. Ooh, that looks nice on her, doesn't it? Fucking yeah. So maybe she has that. And then maybe Benny ends up with the... I don't know how Benny ends up with the best sword, man. It seems stupid to me. But maybe Benny ends up with this. Because it goes really nicely with his shorts. Anyway, we've got a few weapons that I want to level up. But one of the problems with that is it requires both Mora and... It requires... I've got... You know, we can go and grind domains for this sort of stuff. That's great. But it requires Mora and it requires... enhancement material to actually level the weapon up. But if we do the domains so that when we come to enhance it, we know what we need, we've got a lot of them, that would be good, wouldn't it? I mean, I can go and bang that domain a load of times and I know what I need. Even if I don't have the Mora or the weapon enhancement material, we can get that stuff. So we're going to bang some domains today. And then as soon as it's the next day, I'm going to think, oh, I should have done the other domain for my talent material or my XYZ, but talking talent material. Nope. Thought I got some new stuff. Nope. Alright, I did beat a boss recently, didn't I? Didn't I just do Dvalin recently? Off cam. Anyway. Oh yeah, these are 6s as well, aren't they? And I need to get that. Chuffing that. And I wanted to do my Traveller. That's today as well. I can finish off getting all my Traveller stats up to 6s today, because any domain you want. So there's another one. We'll do that as well. We've got some domains to bang. I like the fact that you can see the pyramid off there as well, because you're naturally going to be drawn to looking back across the places you recognise, and then you're going to turn and see, oh, all eyes lead to Rome, drawing the power in from the sky. Oh, check it out. Oh, what are these Scorpios doing? There's a few of them now, isn't there? Look, a few Scorpios having a go. I wanted to collect those rocks really, but leave them for a minute. I mean, the desert does kind of, like, you see that second pyramid behind it? It does kind of go on that far back, doesn't it? But not much farther, but it gives it this feeling of vastness by just sort of going on for a bit. And then it's definitely like an arena as well. It feels like, you know, this is all laid out here for you. Come up here and have a look at it, then get down in there and have a good bang about. You can sort of see the four corners of it from the monuments, and then the central point from this distance. That's the real arena, isn't it, for the new area. It's really nicely laid out, actually. And there's a lot that I'm missing, because in the questionnaire recently it said, do you know how to work those obelisks? And I was like, no, I don't. So there's still bits I'm missing out. That's the way it wanted to go, isn't it? So I've come all the way up here, and he's not up here. It's lower, 60 meters. You chuffers. There's nothing up here at all. I've got to go down. I came the long way around then. It was fun though. There's a cheeky chest here I wouldn't have spotted.
Stay safe. Don't get hurt.
Remarkable chest,
That's
5
everything.
primos.
On to the
And
next.
something for the teapot. Lower 30 meters. So. And that Homunculus has come up again, but I can't see the chuffer. Is it on top of that house? Nope. Where's the cheeky Homunculus? Very nice music. Haven't heard this a lot. Yes. Oh, she can't. Thought she was going to fall a lot further then. She ran out of puff. And now I can't get up there. Bad chuffers. Got it. Black, pink, pink venom. Get him, get him, get him. Sad piano version.
Stay safe. Don't get hurt.
Shut up, you. Oh, it's just here.
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation?
Why do they refer to the Mad Scholars as village keepers?
One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident. The Academia has long exiled Mad Scholars to Aru Village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When Mad Scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, they invariably begin to calm down. Initially, the people of Aru Village greatly resented having to take in the Mad Scholars. But a strange incident one night changed that. Aru Village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, the then chief of the village was preparing to take everyone to safety. Suddenly, he noticed a Mad Scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated from him, like a divine glow against the backdrop of night.
What's going on?
Despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night, all the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. In the end, not a single building collapsed, and no one was hurt. After that, the people of Aru Village treated the Mad Scholars with greater kindness, and began to refer to them as the Village Keepers.
Well, that's why they're called the village people, right, yeah.
The soft green light? A Mad Scholar protecting Aru Village?
I thought it was because of Greenwich Village.
What do you make of it, Traveler?
Must have been Nahedia's power.
Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the Mad Scholars continued to wear their Akasha terminals at Aru Village?
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the Academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction with them.
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they calmed down, it was probably Nahida who calmed them.
Is it?
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it appears you possess much more information than I do. So, what do you make of the story?
The Mad Scholar's power likely came from Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Really?
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely using the Akasha to give her power to the Mad Scholars.
No. It's not so much that I don't believe you. I'm just struck by your reasoning. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro Archon. Is she really active in Sumeru?
Yeah, well, she was, but she's not now because she's all locked up by the bad chuffers.
The Academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
Rukkhadevata.
They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Kusanali.
And I've never had any reason to doubt their views. In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds. To me, she might as well have been a god that never existed.
You know, she's gonna exist. She's coming around the next banner, you fucking dickhead.
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... How should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and wise. Even if she says weird stuff sometimes.
We saved Sumeru City together in the not-so-distant past, so now I am officially savior of Sumeru City.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals, so I can easily tell when someone is lying.
What are you saying?
Good! Then you should know that we're telling the truth.
That look in your eyes. I've never seen that from a liar. You two really must have met Lesser Lord Kusanali.
What did we just say? We don't mess about, Sino.
How can this be?
Because we're a super traveller, saviour of Sumeru?
To think. Our Archon has been amongst us this entire time.
Oh, you're not bothered about me. You're probably... It's the Archon you're worried about. Okay.
Now it's our turn to put our skills to good use for this investigation.
You betcha.
But easier said than done. Especially since we don't have any leads. Maybe we can start by knocking on some doors.
Excuse me, are you here to help me find my grandpa?
What?
Huh? Who are you?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isaac.
Isaac.
You'll help me find my grandpa, right?
I want to say yes, but then I also want to say, look, the grown-ups are doing some important business here, and if your grandpa lives in the village, maybe if we just team you up with someone nice from the village and they can help you find your grandpa and we can get on with the main Arcon Quest.
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to call him that? It's not like he's a bad person or anything.
So if the mad scholar got ejected out of the town, I could understand that, but why is his grandkids and the rest of his family been booted out with him? Maybe they went...
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are. Why do you call him Grandpa?
Oh right, it's not his real grandpa.
Grandpa is just Grandpa. He's my family.
Or is he actually his grandpa?
I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I want to find my grandpa. I swear I'll help. I won't be a nuisance.
Is Candace the chief?
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house.
Badass, she's the chief. Chief Candace, I like it.
I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was. But I had a vague feeling that they didn't harbor any ill intent.
Whoa. Paul Haven wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa. Let's find a way to help him.
Let's team him up with one of those Aranara from the forest and they can fucking help him because we've been running about doing all their shit for the last 2 weeks.
Sorry. I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Candace.
All right. But first, let's confirm the facts with Candace.
Look, Sino, right? Look, Sino, we only come out here because you said, but first, let's go and have a little chat out here and tidy up the facts. Remember, we were about to go and do some shit, and then you said, but first, let's go and have a chat. Well, now we've got into this bullshit with this kid, right? So, but first, let's go and confirm the facts with Candace. We'll never end, will it, Sino? I've got a better idea, but first, let's forget all this shit, get out in the desert and start kicking ass, doing what we're supposed to, and this kid will still... And that's... I'll get Sucrose out. Sucrose can take care of this kid and she can deal with that. She's trustworthy. We'll call Collie. Call Collie on the jungle drums. Shout her. She'll hear it from over here. Collie, right, I've shouted her. We can go. I think it'll be fine. We can go. She heard it. No, I know she heard it. Trust me. She'll be honest. They've all gone. They've all gone, so I don't have to worry about that child anymore. They've all gone. Talk to Candace. It's higher up. She's in her house. Right? There's a teleporter right there. She's in her house, so I'm not going in there. They can fuck. I'm not going on there either. It's dirty. I'm not going in there. They can fuck off for a bit. What I am going to do is we'll bang some of these domains, like I said. My Traveller. We'll start on this. 665. Oh. These. I will need these things and these things. But I'm going to need that, and that's alright, Chuffer. I haven't beat that yet. We had a look at it just the other day, and it was a fucking nightmare. But I want to get her up to 6s on everything. So, this just needs one more of these. We're not waiting for the correct day. We're just going in now. Just get whatever we want. It's fine. It's nice that it's Sunday. They should do it more often. Because some days it's different things. And today it's all the things, look. And you can choose which one you want. So, this is... Okay, I know what this is. I'm going to take Candice for a run. It'll be fun.
Stay close.
And we also want to go in our bag for some food. I didn't check, to be honest, I didn't check, do I need defense? I don't think I need defense. I don't think I do. This is new from a quest thing. Rockin' Riffin' Chicken. It's not vegan. That's vegan. And that's vegan, but it's not the best attack modifier. I cooked a pizza earlier if we needed it. Meat lovers pizza. It's not vegan, but attack. Let's just eat the attack chicken. Crit rate. Just crit rate. Or attack and crit rate pizza. I mean, it's not a big domain. I don't need it. I'll just eat the salad. Look, watch. I know what's going on. I'll kill everything. It's this chuffer and that flying chuffer at the same time. So what I'm trying to do is, I'd like them, first of all it shoots at me, so I haven't got much choice about it. I'd like them to gather together a little bit, so I can try and kill them together. So if I can maybe freeze this one up a bit, and the other one might come close. It's not coming close yet.
Speed of light.
And maybe I'll go over to the other one and this one follows me. Maybe I'll go over here and this other one will follow. Oh, it's coming over a bit. But this one's a bit harder to hit. Yeah, the other one's followed me. Okay.
Do your worst.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Orders given. Orders received. Incoming. Hey!
Really, we just want to do as much damage as possible, don't we? Just keep it rolling.
Guys.
Hear my prayer. Yield.
We're not going to die here.
Propagate. Hey! Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Life goes on. Scatter. Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
It's nice that we keep dropping that at the same time.
Incoming. Propagate. Spring forward.
So I can pop them both in now.
Don't blink.
That's one.
Flee.
This is a more difficult one because it goes up in the air, but
Wheel of
if I
life.
can just keep it where it is for a bit, we'll
Nowhere
get the
to hide.
damage in, we'll be fine.
Scatter. Speed of light. Hey!
Yield.
Incoming.
Do your worst.
See, no problem. And I'll bang that domain quite a few times. I don't even know how many of these things I need, but I might as well just use the conveyor resin. Get as many as possible. 4 and 4. see if it's enough. It's not the best 4 and 4. You look for those purples, really. Live for the purples. Gravekipper, isn't it? Where are you? Lamp. Gravekipper's lamp. I need some green luminescent pollen. I've got 7 of 9. I need some 8, 9, 2. What am I doing? Pollen 2. Kipper. Sweet. So now all of these talents for the Dendro side require one of the more difficult bosses, and I'm going to have a good look at it and decide how to approach it. I might even have to look on the internet at a guide, you know, the different attacks. Because my first attempt to just get in there and do as much damage as possible, she did some attacks that fucking annoyed. Like, one of them just killed. Like, most of the bosses have one attack that just kills you if you don't know how to avoid it. I don't know how to avoid it. So instead of running it over and over and learning it by doing different things and then, oh, I got killed that time, or I didn't get killed this time. You know, trial and error, as you used to have to do it. I could just check the internet, couldn't I? But we're going to have to start smashing that up because I need these mechanical hands. However, the Gravekipper is not complete, just Dendro. In reverse order, we've got Dendro, and we've also got, I mean, I don't know why I want to level up the ones that I don't use as much. Let's focus on the ones I do, or would like to. A bit of Electro, I like Electro. I like a bit of Electro. Electro Kipper. I'm looking forward to having a Wet Kipper and a Fiery Kipper. But we're using a lot of Dendro Kipper at the moment. 9 of them. The statue's going to be cross. There we go, and we are
Lightning Slash!
Electro Kipper. So let's have a look at our character and our talents. So these are up to 8s, which I think is 5, and I need Elegance. But it doesn't matter whether it's Tuesday or Friday. Today is all the days because it's Sunday, so we're down here for Elegance. We're going to make a good Kipper. Let me just check in my bag to see if I've still got condensed resin. I've got 3 of them, yeah, that's fine. And we're into the Violet Court, which is Samurais, isn't it? Electro Samurais, yeah. The bad Samurais. Just set the same squad, eh? We're having fun, Candice. You know, she's not my biggest DPS or anything, but we're having a bit of fun, aren't we? I mean, I could switch her out for Wet Boy and be more certain of the kills, but I think I'll get the kills anyway. Don't think I'm going to die. Electro. I've got an Electro character. Go on then. Sometimes I do this with Rosie because I like the freezing aspect, because trying to kill 2 at the same time. The freeze aspect of getting them together and then freezing them up. I have got Chi-Chi for that, but I go double freeze, double wet, and then just, you know, they're frozen. It's a good one. Or wet Electro, double freeze. Anyway, I've got an Electro Gravekipper, which is a mistake. I wanted to bring the Dendro one, but we'll just go with this because we'll just do it. Fuck it and see how it goes. Another test subject. We're getting it first. And then once one of them's over here, I dance out.
Do your worst.
Speed of light.
I want to keep dancing away from the samurai. Oh fuck! Her attack took me right
Life
into it.
goes on. Faster.
The samurai are the big
faster.
dudes, are the dangerous dudes, yeah? And I've got to kill everyone. But I'm having a problem because I'm a
Grant us your
Dendro.
blessing.
Don't flinch.
I'm not really having a problem. Fine.
Do your worst.
Have a little
Like I said, I'm focusing on these.
Sacred name, fortune.
I don't want them peppering me from the edges.
Faster. Okay.
I'd rather keep away from the two big chuffers. So I have to kill everyone. And the big chuffers move slowly, so if I can keep kiting them, they keep running after me. They never quite get me. What should happen as well is when I'm finished, what I'm hoping will happen, is that I've avoided all their big attacks. Like that. Not, I didn't avoid that one.
Lightning flash!
And I'm hoping that, because they're chasing me,
Speed of light! Hey!
just get these fuckers down.
Blade! Bellowing thunder! Ha, don't blink! With sword comes shadow.
Because they're chasing me, they should both be here. So when I kill the last one,
Take this!
they're both in the same place, and I should be able to keep them together. Right.
We shall prevail!
Wheel of life.
You've got to try and kill them both at the same time if you can. So I wanted to keep them together really.
Don't blink!
I don't
Nowhere
think
to
it's worked
hide.
very well. They're hardly... They're all jumping about anyway they fucking want.
Lightning flash!
We're not doing any... We're not doing any quickenings.
Speed of light! With sword comes shadow.
Oh, I haven't had any food. I haven't had any food. For attack. Attack food. Might as well use it just of defense as well. Shit, she's only dead.
Life goes on.
Good.
Take this!
Shit.
Hey! Change of plan.
No, I'm pressing.
Go quiet.
Bollocks. Let's do that.
Opening box of Adepti tricks.
Incoming! Thunderclap!
I'm ready.
Hey! Got lucky that right
Fuck.
idea. Wrong time.
Go.
Nice.
Do your worst!
Bollocks.
Fall before me. Cheap tricks.
Getting smashed. Oh, no. Heal him up, Chi-Chi. Heal him up.
Take this!
Guys,
Don't get hurt yourself, you chopper. Heal him up.
I must live on.
No. Okay, heal him up.
I'm ready.
Nope.
Hear my prayer!
I got the upper hand.
I'm not going to lose this.
Fall before me.
I'm not healing anything.
Life goes on.
Come on. I'm not going to get them both at the same time though, which is a bit of a shit.
Do your worst!
Taste my blade. You win. This. Fall before me.
6 seconds.
Lightning flash!
I've got 57
Sacred
seconds to
name.
kill this fucker as well. I better hurry up.
Go.
This is
Fast.
problematic now.
Take this!
You! We shall prevail!
Before me. I'm ready.
Wheel of life.
Do your worst.
I don't think we're gonna make it. First time I've not done this. Obviously, because I'm
Just a
on stream.
great guild.
First time I've never done it. It's the one I'm doing on stream. I know we've done it before on stream, I'm pretty. So, fuck. Not challenge again, leave and come back with the right people. Bit of a rough one, that one. This is going to annoy me now because I'm going to go back to this place. I won't be able to remember what it was I was fighting for. Was it this one? I think it's just be on the same one. Was it this? I think it was, wasn't it? Elegance. Yeah. Okay.
Chivalry will never die.
I mean, I used to go with her. I'm actually thinking she might be quite good for it.
I hear you've got a job for me.
I want to help.
There's no Klee in this lineup either. Maybe I'll take out Kipper and I'll put in Klee. And the whole point of the place is you take someone Electro.
Let's
and
go.
This lineup
Time is against us.
is about setting off the Dendro cores so the Electro can hyperbloom them. Works alright. Didn't feel I was getting it done at the end there last time, did I? Food buffs are still on. I'm just going to go in. Let's get it done.
Another test subject.
No, my sword!
Freeze!
Don't blink!
Freeze! This will end you!
Incoming!
Picked the wrong test subject. It's over! Freeze!
Time to act. Witness the power of Guhua.
Freeze twice!
Nowhere to hide!
Freeze!
Scatter!
This isn't over! I'm ready!
Propagate! Speed of light! Hey! Go.
Rain outlines your fate.
Missed that one.
Germinate! Cut to the chase! Don't blink! Scatter!
I got carried.
Let me weave you a verse.
Nowhere to hide!
Test subject.
Speed of light! Opening box of Adeptitrix. Wheel of life. Scatter! Incoming! chase! Incoming!
Fuck, I ran into that.
Rise.
Rain outlines your fate.
Cheap tricks.
Body and mount.
This is over.
Speed of light! Hey!
Fall before me.
Life goes on.
That won't work. I've got your plan.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Tell you what, fuck taking them together. I'm just going to try and take them any way I can.
Nowhere to hide.
Without sucrose and, like, you know, gathering them up. I've got one of them out. But this one's going to heal up. And we've got 2 minutes 50 to do it. We're doing a lot better this time and concentrating.
Speed of light.
And we've got the dendro combination, haven't we? These samurai don't know about dendro.
Scatter.
Time to act.
Don't blink. Propagate. Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Wheel of life. Don't blink. Speed of light.
No, my sword.
Propagate. Orders given. Orders received.
Still alive.
Scatter.
You win.
It's very much more tidy. And I run out of food buffs along the way, so just concentrating was good enough. 3 condensed resin I've got. Well, you bang. I can't even remember how many of these I need now, but I know I need a few. So. That probably won't be enough. We'll do all the condensed resin on this. 3 runs.
Body and mind.
See where it gets us. No defensive food, so I'm just going to eat the pizza. It's not vegan. And I haven't got any electro potion. I've got a fire potion. If we get in trouble, I might consider the potion, but no defense. Food's just good old-fashioned kicking everyone's heads in.
Propagate. Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Scatter.
Ring cutter.
This will do.
Incoming. With sword comes shadow.
I got careless.
Propagate. Life goes on. Speed of light.
I got careless. Freeze.
Incoming.
Freeze.
Scatter. Propagate.
No, my sword.
Spring forth. Scatter. Nowhere to hide.
Let me weave you a verse. Body and mouth.
Go. Opening box of Adeptitrix.
I'm ready.
Propagate. Speed of light. Cut to the chase.
This will do your fucking chopper. I've had enough of you two. I'll bang you out another time after this, so.
Rise. Propagate! Incoming! Hey! Germinate!
That chopper with his electro sword, sorry, with his fire sword, he popped my chopping effectively.
Rain cutter.
Cheap tricks.
Incoming.
I got them both. I got them both. That's how you're supposed to do it. Let's see it give me a legend. See it give me a gold. I took them both. Purple's at least. Don't work like that. Ooh. Purple's lovely. I think it only goes up to purple, doesn't it? These chuffers. I don't know. Anyway, purple's nice. 2 purples. Deserve that, frankly.
Another.
Wheel of life.
Picked.
Speed of light. Nowhere to hide.
Picked the wrong test subject. I got careful. Freeze.
Spring forth.
Rain out.
Oh shit.
Mine's your fate.
I got careful. Cheap tricks.
I don't like us all being together here.
Freeze.
Gotta get on the edges.
Incoming.
I got careful.
Scatter.
Fall before me.
Fuck.
I got careful.
Go. Orders given. Orders received.
Didn't want that to happen.
Witness power. Gua.
On these little choppers.
Maybe I wasn't
No.
meant for this world.
That was poor play by me.
Cut to the chase. Incoming.
I got careful.
Shit, don't push that.
Wheel of life.
Come on now.
Speed of light. Hey.
They're both dead. I'm not ending anything, you
Time to
chopper.
act.
I've got to do it without I'm missing somewhere in the cycle and I don't have the dendro reaction going, so
Rain
no
outlines
extra
your
damage through that.
Nowhere to hide. Don't blink.
No, we'll push it and we'll probably get close. I haven't got any food on. I don't really want to. I just want to carry on pushing it, I think. Stop pressing it, you dickhead.
Cheap
Wow.
No, my sword. Rain cutter.
Speed of light. Don't blink. Hey. With sword comes shadow.
The other one's just staying out of the way, the chuffer.
Incoming.
Rain outlines your fate.
One step back, 2 forward. Life goes on. Opening box of Adepti
We're not
tricks.
standing together this time.
Don't blink.
There a bit now.
Body
Stay
and
together, you chuffers. Yes! Pancakes. One's dead. Shit. I got killed again. No, I'm not going to be able to win this, am I? Am I? Yeah, I'll definitely win it. I'll definitely win it. He's healed up quick though, look. I just missed that. But I just got to kill him without Kipper.
Cut to the chase.
In 2 minutes. No problem. It's just going to take a bit longer.
Rain outlines your
Right, so I just got Kipper killed again. He doesn't like this freezing. This is why I used to take Rosie, because she's good for these two.
incoming.
The Electro's not.
Witness the power of Gubwa. Know my sword.
The Electro works fine. I want you to take Electro because of all these crystals that are popping. But we got Kipper killed that time. Let's have a good one. Last run. Show me the purples again. Come on. Nope. 4 over 5 though. That's not bad. It's not 5 over 4 over 5. So we were doing that to sort out the Electro Kipper, who's currently dead. Let's resonate up the Kipper. Tell you what, it's quiet tonight, Sunday session, maybe because I streamed earlier playing drum and bass, and maybe it doesn't do 2 notifications. Maybe people got an earlier notification and said, oh, that's an earlier notification for something that I'm not interested in. And then no notification for this stream, maybe. I don't know. You tell me. Do you get the notifications? Well, you won't tell me because you're not here, you fuckers. No problem. Ooh. What am I doing? Doing my talents. So this is the little grind that I would normally do off camera, but we're doing a bit of it because it's Sunday. It's Sunday, you can go in any domain, get anything you want, look. Level 6. So what's beyond 6 is this. I've got loads of purples, look, 10 of 4. And Dragon Lord's Crown from Asada Harder. Ah, Asada Harder. The boss just gets harder. Asada Harder. I've only beat that during the game. I haven't gone back and hammered it yet, but okay, I've got a reason to now. And that's that one. And now that one's on to the Asada Harder, so I still need another 9 of Elegance. So let's show me crafting. And let's see if I've got 9 in crafting. I don't think I've got 9 in crafting, but if not, we have to bang that place again. And I won't do it now on stream, but you see how the grind adds up. And then you run out of resin, of course, because today I've only got 80 resin left. So once I've condensed it, I can only do 2 more runs. Can't do everything. Not all everything. Elegance. I can make 10. Fuck, I don't need to do it. I can make 10. I only need 9. Only. And of course, now I can make another 2 if I want, because I can craft them up to the purples, which I'll need the purples for the next level of Talent Ascension, but the next level of Talent Ascension requires boss kills. So we sort of take everything up to a 6, I'm reliably told. 6. It's 698, but this because I've got a talent that makes it better, but underneath the 8 it's a 6. It is now. But yeah, there's still ways to go on that, requiring this. Seems like I've got a few of these. I'll need to go and bash up Asada harder. Can have a look at that maybe even now. That's that though. And I'm happy once, because most things, in general, you know, your main characters, you're going to take them up beyond 6, but in general, if you've leveled someone up and they're in the squad and like their talents are, this one's 5s and 6s, but their talents are 6s, you're sort of happy with it. That's okay. But you still want to go beyond that. Like Wet Boy with his 7s. Like, she's got all 7s, all cheeky 7s. And they keep requiring more and more of these, so I don't know how far they go. 10, I think, probably. Had a little momentary freeze there. Everything froze on my computer, but now it's fine. So didn't like all the 7s, did it? So anyway, Kipper's now talented as much as she can be without boss kills in 2 regions. Both Sumeru and Inazuma. What about Leeway and Mondstadt? And then we will start boss killing. You know, I want a really good Kipper. I want a really good Traveller. I think she's been neglected a little bit recently, so I'm starting to put her in the squad because of all the dendro action. I like the dendro action that she does. Wind blower. Leaf blower. Wind. Do you need your drive cleared? You know, I like the talent. It works really nicely with... You've seen. I don't have to go over it again. How's she looking in Mondstadt? 688. Oh, you frosty bastard. You frosty bastard. If it's a Monday, I might not do it because tomorrow's Monday. I can always do it tomorrow if it's a Monday. It's a Tuesday. I have to do it now, really. Oh, you chuffer. I said I was gonna. Right then, frosty bastard it is then. Why did I come back to Mondstadt before I did that? Can't remember, so we'll just go frosty bastard. Oh, to condense the resin, of course. No. So no has a harder today. No problem. We'll just do frosty bastard times 2. Put me on that one. What was that one? Resistance, Tuesday, yeah. Okay.
Ta-da! Clee's here. Just sharpen my spear.
We're going
to actually take Chi-Chi. Don't ask. Don't ask. I take Chi-Chi. I do. Frost shield potion and a bit of attack, but only a little bit. I haven't got much in the bag. Look, doesn't matter. It's just getting hit by the icicles that does your head in.
Jumpy dumpy toe.
Get back!
No, I'm not talking while I'm doing this. Oh, it's the minute I start talking.
Orders given. Orders received.
I was just going to heal them up before I start smashing their shields out.
Please. Oh.
Out.
Nice and spicy. Blazing delight. Jumpy dumpty go!
And the other one clean. Oh, forget it.
Boing, boing, boom! Bubba, get them!
Got it. I have to concentrate a little bit, because if you get hit by those falling icicles, it just locks you up. Let's have some good books. Five over 5. Not bad. Not bad. Could do with some purples in there. I mean, 5 over 5 is not good, is it? It's like double 2.5. So condensed resins are double, so 2.5 you would have got. It's really 6 over 6, no?
Eat this! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Sparks and blast! Yeah. Pew! What is that?
Life goes on. Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Nice and spicy! Boing, boing, boom!
Shit.
Help! My dinner is attacking me! Out of the frying pan! Blow them all up! La la la! Jumpy dumpty go!
I taste blood. I didn't feel that.
I'm in a lock now. I can't do anything. Every time I move, I get fucking knocked off my feet. I'm back, obviously. That's the shield back, though. I don't like when I get the shields back. I like to be able to take them in one roll.
Ouch!
Come on.
That really...
Okay, back. Razor needs a heal, doesn't he?
Rise. Orders given. Orders received.
Jumpy dumpty go! Boing, boing, boom! Get them! Sparks and blast!
Get me in there. Fucking hell.
Nice and... That really hurt!
Wow. Life goes on.
Fucking stupid. Now they've both got their shield back. I can't move. Like, there's no. I would actually have no problem if it wasn't for those icicles dropping from the sky that can lock me up all the time. I've complained about it every time I've been in here on stream. So. Give me something good. Let's have purples. Nope. And that's all my resin for the day, really. I could break some fragiles, but I'm not really prepared to do that now. I'm not going on a big grindy stream. Just gonna see how that improved the Traveller. We were just doing... Well, they must be resistance because they're the only thing I can craft. One and bonus. It's enough to craft one more. And let's see how they divvy up. So 6 is already topped out. Oh look, we've got a Divan in size, so we could go to 7 if we want. But we need... Oh, I've got 21 of 9. I've got quite a lot actually. Maybe I overdid the resistance. It's fine because you still need them, don't you, for this next level. You need 4 philosophies of ballad, not resistance, right? Yeah, they'll keep changing as you go up, I suppose. I don't know. Philosophies of ballad now. It changes with the Traveller, different ones, but maybe someone else might need some resistance. They all need freedom, don't they? Freedom, look. I've got a few. Got a few freedoms kicking around. What is Collie? She's not any of that. She's Guide to Practice. Praxis. She's up to the top line, and I don't know what that is. Obviously, I haven't done that yet. I think. Oh, it's a puppet joint. No, it's a puppet joint, yeah. So it's that chuffer of the puppet. But we're up there, we're going, you know, we're getting these characters to where they need to be. So she's now 666, pushing for 7s. Now, the only place that she's not, maybe, is in Leeway itself. Let's check it out. And if I can get her all up to... I mean, she probably won't be. I've got no more resin to do it now, but if I've got Traveller up...
There's still a long road ahead.
...to level 6 on all on all statues, I'll be happy, and then we can be pushing those with Traveller as well, can't we? It's interesting because I've now been playing for over like 300 hours on stream, and probably add on another no, maybe more than I stream off stream. Actually, maybe add on another 300 hours. I actually play more off stream than I play on stream. I think I do these long sit down 3-hour sessions on stream, but I do these like 2 days, 3 days a week. Whereas off stream, I'm on every single day doing all of my commissions and all of that business. I don't do as much story mode, but I do put in, like, maybe, you know. Anyway, let's say I've done about 500, 600 hours. And I'm getting to the point where all my characters are up to... All my mainline characters, as we've seen, are now all up to, like, top line. 80s and 90s. Talents all 6s. Pushing now for the next step, which is these boss kills. So I'm actually really happy with that. Like, I feel like I've come to the... like, almost the top of the mountain, but it's like a bit of a plateau, and then it gets a bit bigger, gets a bit steeper, gets a bit harder. But it's not like... When I first learned about it, these things... I thought they stopped at 6. I thought 6 was the end, and then I realised that they go up another level. I was like, oh my god, to get the purples I'm going to have to do loads of those... Like, I'm not happy about the grinding the domains, really. But I am happy about repeatedly killing the bosses, and for it to mean something. And for there to be something that, after you've played a game... Like, you've levelled up all the way to the top, essentially. I've levelled him all the way to 90. But You know, these things can still go a bit higher, and there's still something else to sort of push for. An almost elite. You know, it's like with the different state, like green is common, blue is rare, purple is epic, and gold is legendary, isn't it? And now that's what we're up to. We're up to looking for the legendaries. Like, it feels good. It feels good. It feels like a good progression system. It's kind of balanced. It means that when you get a new character, it is a bit hard to get them into the squad at the later stages, once you've been in the game for a bit. But along the way, most of your squad will have come with you, so your main favourites, your main squad, not your new characters, but your main squad, they'll all be up there, won't they? And then at this point, you can say, well, we've still got something to go for. Now I'm not just doing domains, I'm doing bosses as well, on the more regular. I didn't used to do the bosses regularly. Didn't have so much reason to do it. Could have been saving up those, you know, could have been doing them every week from week 1, or from week 1 when I killed Divanin or whatever. But I said, oh, I'll just, you know, cross that bridge when we get to it. So I could have been saving up those materials, could have been thinking up in advance. But to be honest, I don't mind. I like the fact that now we're here. Like, it's kind of on your routine now, isn't it? Like, kill the boss every week. You can only do it once a week. You can't just repeatedly grind that boss. So once a week, we'll go and kill Divanin, and we'll divvy up the spoils. Someone might get something good. Who is Divanin, actually? Who's a Divanin character? Because I just saw one then, didn't I? Was it Kipper? She needs some scrolls and some ballad. Oh, that's the frosty bastard. If only it wasn't the frosty bastard. What do you need? Oh, you've got all you need for that. And why am I holding back? Because I think there are other characters that I use more. So, like Clee, for example, she's a Boreas. I've done a Divanin recently. Well, I could go for you. Once you've had it, you've had it, and then someone else gets it when they get it. Not you. A Divanin Sai for Amber, and I just need 4 blue arrowheads, which I'm sure we can sort out. I'd like Amber to be on all 7s. The Fiery Rain still needs upgrading for Amber. Let's do Amber. She's one of our best, you know, favouriteest ones. For Christ's sake, 4 blue arrowheads. I forgot to resonate with Geo, didn't I? 4 blue arrowheads. And Amber is going to get lucky. Her talents. Fiery Rain needs to be leveled up. And we've got all the stuff. So we're going to level that up. Even though I might have been grinding that stuff for other people. We're going to level it up. And go Gadget Bunny. Oh, I haven't got the Mora. Look. I haven't got the Mora. Now we're just short of the Mora. You see how it works? See how it works? You grind up one thing and then you're short on the other. And you can't just indefinitely grind and keep leveling things up because you run out of some stuff. And that's where the game's saying, like, maybe just, like, take a chill pill. Do it more tomorrow. Don't keep banging at it. I've done 2.5 hours now. Like the game knows. Or you spend money in the shop, don't you, and you get it all with money or whatever, maybe. But there's only a limit to how many times you can kill that boss once a week. So it doesn't matter how much money you've got. You can only kill the boss once a week. I assume you can't buy these in the shop. Can you? No. You can buy purple stuff, look. Stuff for leveling up, but not the stuff that you get from the bosses. And it's actually quite tempting, though, that purple stuff, look, isn't it? I can see it being tempting, but you wouldn't want to buy mist grass wicks when you can just grind them up in game, because this currency can also be used to buy wishes. So, but the weapons are there as well. They look interesting to me. But every time I save up enough of this, I spend it on wishes. Stardust Exchange is just one step down with the same stuff. So no, you can't buy boss kills. Simply can't. You have to kill the boss. So I think that's quite cool. It's kind of like an equalizer. Even if it is pay to win, there are certain things you can't pay to accelerate. Doesn't matter if you've got infinite resin, they only let you kill the boss once a week. Or they should let you kill the boss twice a week, then 5 times a week. Let you kill the boss as many times as you want. But then you're just going to go grind hard at that boss.
What should I try this time?
Like, pacing it out is actually kind of nice in a way, isn't it? Like I just said a minute ago. Having an extensive list of characters and spending a bit of time every day, rather than loads of time on 2 days and no time ever again. Like, I wanted to pace it out. Let's have a look at her. I did resonate. Let's have a look at her talents. 6, 9, 8. So this one needs a level up. And it's diligence, which is something different altogether. Again, so we might go and pop that with some condensed, with some fragile resin. Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. I'm running a little short on Mora, wasn't I, for the other thing? 3 of 9. I could expect maybe a 4 from a condensed. So 3 and 4 is going to be less than 8, 7, 8, 9. I'll need 2 more if I'm lucky. No, let's say I get a 4 over 4. I haven't got enough to. Let's see if I can craft any. I don't think I can I? Diligence. Because it might be sensible just to leave that until I've got more resin, because I might need to do 2 runs at it. I can make prosperity, but no diligence. So it might be more sensible just to leave that. Certainly I'm running low on certain things as well, because I want to level up the weapons. We've had quite a few recently, the new good ones, and as I start to enhance them, I start to run low on these crystals. So, and then you start to pump these crystals in, and that costs more every time. I'm spending more under here. You can't see it, it's under my face, but each time I press this, you can see it up there, can't you? 8,000, 9,000. It's each time it goes up there, it goes up 1,000 more down at the bottom. So I could spend all my more really easily. I haven't seen these chuffers. Like it's just a never-ending pit. I'm doing it now. I'm literally doing it now. But I want to do this. This is what I want to do with. That's why I'm grinding up the Mora. And then I've just spent all those on Gravekipper, and I need. I've only got 7. I need 9, 8, 9. I need 2 green handguards. Handguards. Give me a handguard, and can I take it in green? Thanks. Oh, I can make 98 of these. I've got a lot of these. Right, I only need 2. I'll be back to make more though, won't I? And even the weapons, as I enhance them, they need. So I need to go down the domain mines, the mines, for another bash because of these now. And as you go, you know, there's always something that you need, isn't there? So just let it take its time. It'll be fine. Don't get angry and like, oh, I can't do it right now. It takes a while to get a sword. If it didn't take a while to get a sword to level 90, if it didn't take a bit of either heavy grinding, saving it up, you know, suddenly when you've got it, you've got all the materials ready because you did all the heavy grinding and saving it up, or if it didn't take week by week, domain by domain, a little bit of a project, then it wouldn't be so good, would it, to have a level 90 sword? So let it take its time. The best things take some time like that. It's not unobtainable. It's just the frustrating thing in the game though is that as that is a level 60 sword, 300 attack is actually serviceable now. That is actually serviceable. But look, 500 attack, 497. 500 attack. 500 attack. 300 attack. You're not going to use it, are you? You're just not going to use it. Brand new, level 1, 44 attack. It's unusable. And that remains unusable until you level it all the way up. Because most of my things I'm doing are at level 90, aren't they? Like my characters are, my stuff is. So, new stuff takes a long time to get into the top line. It's a bit of a shame. I actually think there should be places where you can say, oh, I've got a new thing. Oh, that's cool. Right. I've got a character that's like level 20. I've got a character that's level 20. Let's give him the new weapon that's like level 1. That looks cool. It actually looks quite nice for him. Let's give him that. And then let's get out there and do... Like, they maybe have it off on a little island like this. Maybe off over here somewhere. Let's go and do the level 1 routine, or the weak domain. That's like, maybe it's only got like lower level things, and maybe it doesn't cost as much resin, but it's something to do with your new characters and new sword and new things that's deliberately leveled for that. Even if your whole world level is up big, the beginner's area, and when new people come into the game, they're going to want to go and see a bit of Inazuma. They're going to want to go and see a bit of Leeway and now Sumeru, and they're going to be held back because of the main quests. So maybe you have like a little boat train thing. I think what it should be is it should be like a little tour, and you go, do you want to go on the tour? Like over here on the beach there's a dude or a woman, and they said, do you want to go on the boat tour? Like, it's a combat boat tour. You can't come if you're over level 20. Level up to level 20 only. And you get on the little boat with your little weak crew, your new characters, your new sword, whatever, and it takes you around a little whistle stop tour, so you can see a fight in, like, you know, you can have a fight against some of these enemies, lower level, not getting on the mainland and fucking up all the quests and all that. No, just like, oh, welcome to the Inazuma stop. You're going to get to go on like this island here for 10 minutes and fight some things, and then get back on the boat. And like, you know, you go around, and it's like a domain, isn't it? It's like a little tour, and you get to see some of these. You're going to get a taste of some of these places that you're so desperate to eventually get to. And like, maybe each time you do the tour, you face different enemies and see a different, slightly different part of the world. Maybe this time the boat goes up here or something. I don't know, you know. But you're limited in where you can go, and you're not unlocking the whole map. You're just being taken around for a taster, and that would be great for new players because they're not at level 20 or above. They're new, so they get to see what they, you know, little taster, get to see it all. And it'd be good for players like me who have been around for a while now and have got level 90 characters with 90 swords, and have just been graciously gifted a really sweet weapon. You know, just been recently got a really cool weapon, and yet that has to say my back burner money earner, stay in the back pocket for ages till I can grind up the materials as a free-to-play player. Bit of a shame, because like I just want to see that in action. I want to put it in the hands and roll with it. You know, new sword should go straight in the hands, shouldn't it? You should go straight out and have a chop with it. I can see she's going to be one of my favourite characters because all the swords look good on her. Even that looks right made for her, doesn't it? And recently, even though no one's here today, I am actually considering popping a wish or two on this, because recently people have been wishing on this banner, and we were tempted by the last one. We had a little bit of success, actually. I'd call it a success. Got a really cool sword out of it. And we've got loads of primos at the moment, and I'm willing to go to, you know, one thing. Let's see what we get at our... We're historied out. But I like that sword, and I like that sword, and I like everything on there, really. Even that we've already got isn't too bad, because we get to refine a weapon that we use a lot. Quite tempted. I might save them in the back burner money earner until the next stream, but let's do 2. Because they probably won't. Not 2. Feels like a bit of a waste, actually, doing this, but... That's enough. That's set, so if we do decide to do it on the next stream, we don't have to do the full 10. Because my numbers there are 21, 490 and 10, so I'd save those 10. We get more from logging in this week. We might pop a few more on the weapon banner just frivolously, but You know, because what do I need another weapon for, to be honest? Can't even ascend the ones I've got. Yeah, and now we're coming up on 2.5 hours. I think we're sort of done for the stream today, I reckon. Although I'm not really... Oh, I want to carry on with the main quest, you know. I want to see what happens and get it done. So I'm sort of 50-50 as to whether I want to do that now. I'll tell you what I don't want to do is I don't want to start off another hour-and-a-half thing. And I think that's what happens if we go there, is we start off another big thing. So I don't really want to do that now. Maybe I'll come back in the week and do a bit more. Definitely spent on my resin, haven't I? I've got a reputation reward to collect. That's nothing to be worried about. I could do some fragile resin grind if I wanted to. Tell you what, let's have a look at this though. Story quests, world quests. Still got fucking loads of these. So let's grab one of these and pop one of these off. I thought I'd finished that one. That's out in the sand. Follow the footprints. See, I don't want to get into a fucking hour-long thing with these either, really. Missing kids, that'll be a big one. Chasm, we haven't done the chasm. That's the furnace in Inazuma. We should do a proper big stream of these. Yeah. It's funny, I feel like in a bit of a netherworld between wanting to do some more and wanting to knock it on the head. But since it's quite a stream, I think I'll take the opportunity to knock it on the head. Because even though I'm probably going to play more of this on my own upstairs later, it's coming on 10 o'clock now. I can go and get some food, call it a night. This week coming up, we've got quite... I don't know, I'm talking to now. What's the point in doing an advert for things that are coming up that you will only see on YouTube later than the things that I will advertise? Make sure you check out my channels. I've changed the name to Ganji Kid Grave Kipper. Keeping all the... I've changed it to Grave Kipper, keeping all the other stuff the same. And then I'll change the other stuff as well, like the branding and the image. Once people got used to the name change, I think. And then I'll change Twitch. And then what will happen is all our URLs on all our videos will go to the wrong place. So that's bad. Because it will change the URLs, the URLs. And then we'll decide that we like Ganji Kid after all, and we'll go back to Ganji Kid. You've got to tell me in chat what you think. Ganji Kid or Grave Kipper. Or something else entirely. You got to tell me. Because also, we're marching on the way now to 500 subs on YouTube, and there is something else that's starting to bug me a little bit, which is I actually think this YouTube channel, if you remove the Genshin Impact, it makes more sense to the audience that are watching on YouTube. They're not there for the Genshin. I mean, that one's got 50 views actually. That's not bad. Is it? That one had 40 views. That one had 30 views, 26 views 4 days ago. It's not always, you know, we're not talking big numbers, but maybe if people are watching them on YouTube, I will upload them actually. Fuck it. It's just, it went for a bit, look, where we were really Genshin Impact a little bit because I had to catch up with the uploads. And I don't want people to be, like, if you don't want Genshin Impact and you're more interested in Madly I McCann and other things, then it's a bit weird to have a YouTube channel that's doing 3 things at once, isn't it? Most people would have 3 different YouTube channels. The Genshin Impact channel, the Criminology channel, and the B-side, other sort of men. And I always said, if something takes off on stream, like we use the mainstream channel as like a experimental base. We didn't always play Genshin Impact, you know? If I go back this far, we're not playing Genshin Impact at all, look. So, if anything takes off and we get into it and it takes off, I always said I'll give it its own channel. Well, that's kind of what's happened with Genshin Impact in a way. You know, streaming on Twitch now, Genshin Impact. You see Genshin Impact comes in here. 4 months ago, 5 months ago. And it has kind of taken off, you know, although it's a regular thing on the channel at the moment, isn't it, as well? So, I don't know. I don't have the answers. You tell me, would you rather see a separate channel? I feel like maybe if I remove it from the channel, then that channel's more clear what it is, but less good. I don't know. And one day the Genshin Impact channel just dies a quiet death, because I'm not going to be the YouTuber who's banging out loads of Genshin Impact, like, you know, did you know that in Sumeru this and that's happening, like shorts and all that. I'll do a bit here and there to try and draw attention, but I like playing Genshin Impact. I'm a Genshin Impact streamer. I'm on Twitch. I need somewhere to put the full-length VODs. So maybe its own channel would make sense. But then one day, we don't... You know, honestly, even though you might love it, one day Genshin Impact will finish. Like, or I will. Probably I will before Genshin Impact, who knows? Who can say? I don't know what to do for the best, really. I don't know what to do for the best, really. Because the other problem is, if I move Genshin Impact out and put it somewhere else, yeah, and it's got its own Genshin Impact channel, then what happens to this playlist of like over 70 videos, 300 hours long, 400 views on the playlist? Well, that's the whole recorded history of me and Genshin Impact there. What happens if I just move it to another channel? How do you move this over? Just start uploading it to another channel one by one? That's a lot of hard work. I've done all the tagging and all the, you know, all the... I suppose I could just copy and paste it all across, couldn't I? You know, maybe we just start uploading to its own channel and work hard getting them all up to date, and then say all of a sudden, did you know we've got a Genshin Impact channel with all of the videos on it and it's all up to date? Why don't you go and watch it there, you fuckers? You're not seeing it here anymore. And then that's that, maybe. And then I worry that people who come for Genshin Impact might be interested in this other stuff, and it helps to draw people in from lots of different places. Maybe it's not helpful to do that, because they say, oh, I like these other things, but I don't like this thing, I'm not coming back. Maybe they like it all separate. YouTube would probably say, have it separate. Someone likes Genshin Impact, they'll go there and watch it. They don't want to see you going on about Madly Armacan as well. In their inbox, they're going to get this Madly Armacan thing and think, why have I got that? I thought I was subscribed to a Genshin Impact channel, that's a Madly Armacan. I'll unsubscribe from them. They just do all sorts. I don't know. Hey, where did the name Gravekipper come from? Hello, Bob. So... there's a game that I've got called... Team Fight. Is it Manager? Yeah, isn't it? Not this, which is an advert. Not this, which is an advert. This. I used to play these games. I can't really play them on stream because 2 reasons. One, they're kind of boring. And 2, they break my brain and I have to play it for like hours and hours without going to bed. But, you know, it's a management sim and you've got your little chuffers there. You see your little chuffers? And then you take them off and you go, they play the computer game. They're your esports team. And they play the game and you tell them what to do. And they've got, you train them and this and that. It's a very simple management sim. It's quite a good game. It's quite fun. It's the sort of game that you can't put down and you can never stop playing. If you're me. So I don't play it anymore, but when you have a new character over here on the left, these characters that are your team, when you like draft or recruit a new character, they come already with a name and you can change the name if you want. They already got their own name though, but you can change it if you want. And one of them was called Gravekeeper, because that makes sense, doesn't it? Gravekeeper. and there's a game called Graveyard Keeper, but one of them was called just Grave Keeper. And I was going to change the name because I didn't like Gravekeeper on the character in the game, and so I changed it to, I was going to go for maybe Gravy Keeper. But instead I went for Grave Kipper. And that's it. I like that. I use it for characters now in games, and for me. I mean, I think for the stream, because I was Ganji Kid on the stream because I just had Twitch, and you open up a Twitch account and you use your sort of stupid Fortnite gamer tag for it, don't you? And like, you know, Ganji Kid was something like when I was probably, I want to say 16, but probably more likely in my 20s, but Ganji Son of the Red Eye was my Skyrim character. Ganji Son of the Red Eye. So like, you know, I've had silly gamer tag name Twitch, and I think actually as a brand it holds us back in a way, because a general sponsor, I mean, I'm unsponsorable at the moment, aren't I, because I'm smoking all the time on stream, but a general sponsor, maybe I'm not unsponsorable, maybe I am sponsorable. Anyway, a general sponsor would look at it and say, Ganja Kid, is that something to do with marijuana, which is either completely acceptable in some cultures or totally unacceptable in others. So I don't want to write off every sense of achievement that we could achieve. Like, I hope one day we could get a sponsor for the stream. So, you know, either for this or for the stuff we do on YouTube, or for, you know, from somewhere, for one part of our creative output, we could get a sponsor. That would be good, because then it would take the pressure off looking for tips, which I don't have on screen at the moment. But don't know why I don't have it on screen. Actually, I should do, shouldn't I? Where is it? Or maybe it's just that it's not on top. No, it is on top. I don't know why it's not on. Refresh it. It's weird, isn't it? My Tippy's thing is gone. Anyway, if we get a sponsor, then it takes the pressure off people. No, that'd be good. So anyway, I think changing the name would be good. And Gravekipper was from this game. I used it as it was from that silly game. It's just a game name. And I also thought of another one, which was about pies, wasn't it? Pyromancer. Pyromancer. So Gravekipper, Pyromancer. Like, because Pyromancer is a good name, isn't it? No, I think Pyromancer is a good name. I can't decide. It's like being in a band, this is. You can't quite decide on what your name should be, or what the name of your album should be. Do you know what I mean? So instead, you have like 10 bands and do 10 albums, and try and, for every name, you try and create a project for it. Or I do anyway, I don't know, in my brain. I've got loads of different YouTube channels as well. But this, I want it to be the main one. I want what we do here now. Either this, not necessarily Genshin Impact. I don't think Genshin Impact is, I don't think I'm going to be like a... Like, I see the Genshin Impact streamers that are at the top of the pile, and I don't want to emulate doing the same thing as them. I just don't want to be doing the same thing as them all the day. I'm not that into Genshin Impact that I want to make little videos about it on shorts that, hey you, did you know this? And fucking, I don't know this, do I? I'm just playing the game. But if I can translate my general media capabilities into stream content that people are interested in, then, you know, we get somewhere, don't we? And what happens on here is that with all different variety of content, all sorts of different stuff, and I don't want to be just a React streamer necessarily who's like, Asmongold said this, did you know that so-and-so said that? But to be creating content, you know. So the thing that we've done recently that's actually taken off a bit, again, we do these little things and they take off a little bit sometimes, is a bit of sort of rabbit hole criminology, body language, the McCann stuff, couple that with, I think it kind of goes hand in hand in a little way with some of the Tartaria stuff and the conspiracy stuff, in a way. Deeper dive rabbit hole stuff, maybe. That seems to be working. Like, if you look at the result of how many views I get on each thing, then the best thing I've done recently is McCann's body language. So theoretically, I should make more of that sort of content. And hopefully tomorrow we're doing another Thus podcast. If Steve's up to it. If not, we might just put it back till Tuesday or Wednesday or some shit or whenever. But I'd like to make more of that. You know, I think being tied to Genshin Impact and just playing Genshin Impact for my bread and butter is a worry to me. I think I'd rather just be making content in general. So yeah, I've got all these problems going on in my mind. And so yeah, Gravekeeper. Maybe that suits that more as well. I mean, it's a bit harsh to say, like, you know, Madeline Armacan's dead and Gravekeeper suits it more. But you know what I mean? If you're doing like a bit of criminology, a bit of unsolved crimes, a few murdered, you know, not just Madeline McCann, there's John Bennett Ramsey next. You know, I've got ideas on content for the future. Gravekeeper sits well with that as well. It's kind of a funny name, I hope. Gravekeeper. It's Graveyard Keeper, but with a funny pun involved. And it means that I'm asleep in the dead and asleep. Sleep when you're dead, live when you're alive, sleep when you're dead, isn't it? It means that, but it also means like fish. I'm vegan. It's not. And I've got to think of some way to brand myself. At the moment, I've just used this old Mario mushroom. For a while, I was just doodling my own mushrooms in clip art. Do you know what I mean? In pixel art. Doodling my own mushrooms. I've done lots of different ones. So maybe I change the mushroom to a Gravekeeper mushroom. And then I changed that to the Gravekeeper rebrand. So it's a progressive step that people can see and recognise and understand how it changes. I don't have the final Gravekeeper brand identity. Like having an identity, and I'm not talking in terms of like I'm Coca-Cola or I'm Tesco, but like, do you know what I mean? Having an identity, a clear "this is us" on YouTube brand is the terminology for it. I'd like to be able to move into a space where I clearly have that before I hit the 1,000 subscribers monetization step. Because, like, I mean, you'd never be able to sell a t-shirt with this mushroom on, would you? Because it's a Nintendo mushroom, so. But I've adapted it and made a funny grass head mushroom out of it. But it's, you know, maybe I need my own thing. Everyone's got one, haven't they? Picture of me made out of an anime picture of me making me look really fucking cool and young and interesting, and then when you look at the person, you're like, is that really you? Because your avatar picture looks like someone's drawn you like when you were young and interesting. I think of the cartoonish avatars I could draw for people, and then I look at their actual avatar and I think there's nothing like you. Like, maybe I should just get someone to do a really brutally honest one for me. Warts and all. That's what Oliver Cromwell said when he had his portrait painted. Paint me warts and all. Because usually they would, if you're painting the king, you don't paint his warts, because he's going to say, what are those warts on my face you painted? And you know, I didn't want to, I just did the painting, it's what you look like. Oh yeah, I'm the king. So you don't paint the warts, you make them look good. But Oliver Cromwell said, when you paint me warts and all. So yeah, anyway, you only asked me where did Gravekeeper come from. It's just a funny name, innit? Like, other things that I could call myself that have connection to me would be Sterling, was my DJ name. But I bet if you search for Sterling now, you know, back then, Raheem Sterling didn't exist. Now you get Raheem Sterling. There's even a music person called Sterling. So, but back then I called myself DJ Sterling, like back then, before Raheem Sterling started playing football. The thing with Ganji Kid is if you do that, you get, I mean, obviously I've searched for it on my own thing already, but you get me, because there aren't that many, you know, there's Gandhi Kids there, look, but there aren't that many things to compete with me, are there, called Ganji Kid. It's got a LinkedIn that's not me, but that's weird. But it's coming up with my videos, look, on YouTube. It's not much else. So if you hear my name, or on, you know, on stream, you hear it, or you're made aware of it, you type it in there, you get me. You don't get messed about. Whereas, I bet if you type in Gravekeeper, there's loads of shit you're going to get ahead of me. That's not even, it thinks it's a spelling error and it's bringing up Keeper. So maybe it's not such a good name. You know, I don't know how it works. Maybe it's not such a good name. George Harold Kipper, find a grave. This is George Harold Kipper. He died aged 66, poor bugger. I mean, it's nice that he lived a reasonably long life, isn't it? 1974, so in Kansas, USA. And this is his grave. He's got quite a nice one. It's quite nice, isn't it? Made all metal. Is it made of metal? It looks quite nice. George, he's there with his wife Sarah, I think. Kipper. Maybe I'll just rip that picture and use it. Like, how distasteful do you want me to be? How distasteful do you think it is to... Maybe I'll just take someone else's grave and use it for my logo and branding. How about that? Job done. Those roses on the edge, we can use them. Kipper. I mean, it's probably bad. Probably bad to use a picture of someone's gravestone as you... Maybe. Or is it... Maybe it's not bad. Oh, there's more. There's others. Sarah there. It's the same one. I could go to America, couldn't I, and have a photo taken? Hey, found you on the internet. Made an internet friend. Well, you're dead, but I like your gravestone, so. 1986. She lived a lot longer. She lived longer than 1986 as well. She lived, I don't know. Anyway, look. What am I doing here? This isn't Genshin Impact. My logo can be a dead fish with exercise. Yes, it's. I tell you what, I would quite happily. I'd quite happily go over this direction. What the fuck is wrong with the internet? I mean, I'm going to go ask Google. If Google doesn't do this for me, I'm going to be angry now. Hang on. I don't need to type anything except flip a t-shirt. And it should come up with, yeah, thanks, much more. I mean, in a way this is bad though, because in a way Kurt would be absolutely disgusted. But Kurt Cobain used to wear this flipper t-shirt. I think he made it himself, like drawing on it with a pen. I don't know, can't be sure. But the band was called Flipper. There was an actual band, not his band, another grunge band called Flipper. So that was the sort of t-shirt, that was the look, the t-shirt. Kurt wore it, he drew it in. Did he draw it himself? He wore this Daniel Johnston one as well. You know, he made these other people sort of semi-famous through wearing their t-shirts, became a bit iconic. And then later on, like, you can buy them on the internet now, made by companies that are just profiteering off the dead man's clout. But yeah, I could go with that. I could just rip that off because everyone else has now, but at least I've got some actual soulful connection to the fucking thing. You know? I mean, I'm not saying you're ripping it off. I'm saying it's a good idea and I like it because it ties in with something that's in my soul. So that's okay. I'll lose the flipper and I'll redraw the fish a bit maybe. But then the other thing is, I don't want it to be necessarily associated. If I do Kipper, yeah, that's a horrible thing. I'm a vegan, and that is a horrible thing. It's like a normal alive thing that you might see in the sea or the water and think, oh, that's pleasant. Look at the way it moves around as it swims. And there it's been cut in half and opened out and dried out and smoked. Like, smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast. There it is. Ugh. These days, not the most appetising thing to a vegan. So I would rather think of kipper as in, like... I know this sounds a bit stupid, but when you say kipper, like if you have a kip, it means having a nap, doesn't it? And I kind of think of this image. I kind of think of a tramp with a long beard asleep on a grave. Tramp, long beard, asleep on a grave. That's what I'm... In my head, I'm somewhere nearing this, but the fish does work. The only problem with the fish is it makes me think of that horrible fish. But it does work. Like, it's a much, I tell you what, in terms of a logo, it's a much more understandable and like in terms of brand identity and stuff, you know what I mean? It's got something cool about it. Where's my fucking... I've closed the window with it in. go back round. It's even understood by the youth of today anyway, isn't it? Like, in general terms. I do worry though that just even Googling Gravekipper is not going to get me up on the internet, is it? And if people are like, oh, I saw this, like mainly people see you because you maybe see a video of someone's on YouTube, like, you know, a little short or something, and they become exposed to me that way, or through the, unless they're drawn into the actual channel, it might be through a clip. And if it's through a clip, then they might Google and then go to the channel that way. And at the moment, if they Google Ganji Kid, they're getting Ganji Kid. But if they Google anything Gravekipper related, they're never going to get it. Gravekipper streamer, you know, it's, I don't know. So it might be that we settle on something completely different. You know, Mr. Beast changed his name like 20 times, but it was all like Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. E Beast, Mr. Beast Man, Beastie. Like, it was always Beast. It's just variations on a theme, but he changed it a lot, and he said there's no problem with changing it. You change it anytime you want. It's free. It doesn't, you know, as you've seen today, ours is now changed. It hasn't. I've got 3 new subscribers since we changed it. You know, it's not put anyone off. It's not a major thing that's going to break the internet. But if you experiment and find the one that you're happiest with, then do it now before you get bigger and it becomes an issue to sort of rebrand, if you know what I mean. Because at the moment, I don't really have a brand. My brand is, I'm a bit dishevelled, and I am who I am, and I like what I like. But I'm not trying to like appear as some sort of like corporate friendly brand. I'm just trying to, do you know what I mean? It should just make sense, shouldn't it? It should just make sense. My name, me, my little icon, sort of thing. It should all make a bit more sense. At the moment, it's just a silly name and a silly picture. And the word chuffers. So if we can start to tie it in. Sleeping at a grave is what you first... Or was it? Oh, that's good then. That's good. Because the fish element, the smelly fish element. Like if you're creating a corporate brand or, you know, any kind of... If you're doing this sort of work, anything negative, bin it off immediately. Like if someone says, I like that name, but it makes me think of a smelly cheese, then just accept that as like valid and say, right, bin it off immediately. Like if you're going to be naming your shop and someone says like, oh, it's a lovely name for it, or you're thinking it's an interesting name for a shop or a band or a product or whatever, but it slightly makes me think of this negative thing, bin it off immediately. You're able to choose anything you want. I mean, this is my advice. Why am I not following it? I don't know. But you're able to choose anything you want. And if in general it's a fun name, but if there's a but, why have the but? Why live in that world? You're able to choose. So, and if someone else comes out, you know, I think this is a really good name, but someone else comes along and says it makes me think of butchers, then, all right, it makes you think of butchers and you're the customers, so I might listen to you. This is why they call things like Nature's Harvest. Like this gets on my tits as well, right? Watch this. I don't know, Nature's Harvest. I'm sure there'll be products. Oh, it's dog food, is it? Oh, there it is. It's bread as well. It's bread and dog food. Nature's Harvest, look. Nature's Harvest. Mainly dog food. But there's a shop. Nature's Harvest. What is Nature's Harvest? Anything at all in nature, isn't it, really? Everything is Nature's Harvest. They're just words that make you think of, like, the outdoors and organic and lovely. Nature's Harvest. Isn't it good? Nature's Harvest. Like, take the bread, for example. It's a tiny picture, but Nature's Harvest. It's lovely, isn't it? It's outdoors, it's organic. It's not, I mean, it's made with whole wheat, that one, so maybe it's differentiating itself from other breads, but look, here's a Nature's Harvest picture. Like, everything that we get out of, I don't want to bookmark it, no. Anything we get out of shops is made from stuff that was grown in nature. It's all Nature's Harvest. And they give you these names, like Nature's Harvest, or like, I see a lot of bars because I'm vegan. I see a lot of vegan bars. If I just put bars, will it have it? Eat Natural, Nature Valley. These Eat Natural ones are actually quite nice, but Nature Valley annoy me. Nature Valley. Like, if it's a valley, then it's made naturally, isn't it? Like, they're just words that mean nothing. Like, it means outdoors, the mountains, Nature Valley. And the thing that annoys me the most about it, right, is you can guarantee these fucking biscuits are not made up a fucking mountain. The oats are not being passed through the natural process of shaking from the like they're making these things in factories. There's nothing natural when you get down to the nuts and bolts of how they're producing the Nature Valley bars. Like, let's have a little quick look on. I'm going on a random rant now, but Nature Bars Factory. How it's made, cereal bars. Discover the Nature Valley cereal bars, look. What? They're like people are making YouTube videos about them. Like Nature's Bakery, this is a good one. Nature's Bakery. Battery packaging machinery, packaging fig bars at Nature's Bakery. So this is Nature's Bakery, behind the scenes. Oh, it's not fucking Nature's Bakery, is it? It's like robot machines. But if you put made by robot machines and photographs of this on the packaging, it's not as appealing to people, is it? They like Nature Valley. Oh, it's that copyright-free music. They like Nature Valley anyway, don't they? They don't want this. So you don't call it robot hands bars, do you? You don't call it like robot mush. Robot mush bars. Packaged in robot factories. You don't say that. Call it Nature Valley bar. This is from Nature's Bakery. There they are. Naturally falling into their packaged containers. All naturally baked in the Nature Bake. All being processed on the natural conveyor belt and sent out in the natural trucks to the natural supermarket in the valley. In the sweet Nature Valley of the supermarket where you buy it with your natural money. Like, fucking hell. So, it annoys the piss out of me, yeah? But, bear in mind, if you're ever making a nice fruity bar, or a whatever the fuck it is, I'm naming the stream, if you call it Horrible Robot Hands, then no one's going to want it. Like, maybe it's different for streamers. Maybe like Marilyn Manson or Alice Cooper, you know, maybe it's different for artists. Maybe you could be a bit more edgy. Maybe you can be a grave kipper. The grave part's edgy enough. But do you know what I'm saying? If you call it like Stinky Fish Man, if I call my stream, I'm the Stinky Fish Man, then I'm probably, well, maybe I'll get more. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I can't guarantee this. But I've got a feeling that there'll be people who would possibly click on it, but would think, oh, I don't like the smell of fish. Now you've made me think of the smell of fish. You've made me think, oh, and I don't want to come to, I want people coming to the stream, and I'm doing it now, talking about stinky fish. We should be doing this. This is what we should be doing. Did you know, right? Did you know that, I'm going for the advert. Fuck it. Did you know that if you give someone a hot cup of coffee, they did an experiment where they went up in a lift. They said it's you're going to a job interview. You are going to a job interview, and this is just an experiment, right? You're going to sit this interview as if it's a job interview, and then at the end I want you to tell me what you think of the interviewer. Are they a nice person? Are they a chuffer? And when you go in, while they're explaining this to you, they say, here, can you just hold this for a minute while I just use the clipboard and pen? And they hand you a hot cup of coffee. And then you wait for a minute holding this hot coffee while they do the, and they, okay, now you can go in, thanks, bye, thanks for holding my coffee. And then they do the same experiment with people, and they say, sorry, could you just hold this cold drink for a minute while I do my thing on my clipboard? If they give you the cold drink, you report that the interviewer in the job interview was cold and difficult, didn't like them. Same person, same questions, actor. If you got given the hot drink, you say, oh, they are friendly and warm. Maybe it's something in you, I don't know. But there's a psychological tie to lovely hot drinks and feeling warm and happy about people. It's true. So I should call myself something like Marshmallow Coffee. You know, except if you type that into YouTube. I mean, I can't even spell the fucking thing, so... But if you type that in, you're going to get all this shit, aren't you? But, you know, if I could find something that was Ganji Kid that was this, then I'm really onto a winner. And that's the same for everything as well. Like, that's why they're calling it nature bars, isn't it? You know, it's not... It's a human fallacy to believe in... It's called a nature bar, therefore it's like you're walking past the shelf and there's nature bar and there's horrible robot hands bar. And really, you should be buying a horrible robot hands bar because it's the same fucking thing. That only the robot hands one is cheaper because they fucked up the packaging and it says robot hands bars. You go for the nature ones. People do. They choose. People make human choices. So, you know, maybe I should be called Marshmallow Coffee, but unfortunately, you've got the Google problem of you're going to get all this shit instead. But somewhere in the middle there, and it doesn't matter what it is. If you're running a hairdresser and you call it like the Chop Shop, right? That's a fun name for a hairdresser, isn't it? The Chop Shop. I just came to my head then, the Chop Shop. But some people are going to be put off by the idea that you're a bit cavalier with the scissors at the Chop Shop. Because you've advertised the name the Chop Shop and it's put them in a frame of mind. Chop, chop, whoa, whoa. Oh, hang on. Maybe you want to be called something like the hair... Maybe not the hair clinic, because that might sound a bit like cold, but maybe like the cozy hair cottage or something. You know, make people feel at their ease. But they don't want to go in the cozy hair cottage because they get a cut and blow dry like their nan had. So they know that, you know, cool names, designer hair, Tony and Guy. Like it, there are reasons for calling things anyway, and you've got to be careful about what you call them. And I'm going through these processes, and I'm just going on stupid names. But if I followed all my advice correctly, I would call me something that people hear and think, that's nice. I mean, at the moment, anyone who smokes weed hears that my name, and, you know, they probably think, oh, I smoke weed, that's good. I also do. You know, there's only that, and it's not even that. The reason I'm called Ganji Kid is because in Korea, the word Ganji... It's like a Korean word, look. Psy's done a song called Ganji. I didn't know that. But it's a Korean word. So I thought, right, and this is going to sound loopy, because I thought of the Ganji Kid name before I even did ASMR. I thought if I tag my gamer tag something that's cool in Korean, because I thought Korea was going to take over the world in terms of gaming. Because they've got like the future of, like, if you look at Korean World Championship gaming, like, can we not just see the actual, like, esports Korea? It's weird, isn't it? You'd have thought they just show... I typed that in, you just get what... Korean World Championships Gaming, but... it's huge. Like, it's huge. They've got stadium filling... Korean Stadium Gaming Finals. Let's brought up this again, so maybe this. This is Paris. Anyway, Korea, they play a lot of this shit, and they stadiums and full stadiums and people into it. And I thought if I named my gamer tag something that was understandable in Korea, then I might bring in a wider audience. And at some point, when Korea is the like dominant force in gaming in the world, that I wouldn't be like on the outside. It's a stupid thing to think. So I don't know. I should be called something like Marshmallow Coffee or Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper. I mean, Gravekeeper's brought me up, but then I am me, so I'm searching for myself. So it says, did you mean Gravekeeper? No, I didn't, you fucker. No, I didn't, you chuffer. It's also brought up some stuff about graves. But mainly me. But then I suppose no one else is called Gravekeeper. It's going to bring up loads of Gravekeeper stuff. Kipper's Pat Stokes' mother singing at her son Pat's grave. Should we listen to this, Dave Joyce? It's a year ago. It's in keeping with the theme, isn't it? Graves, and this will be nice. It's not very nice, is it? It's a bit sad. Some travellers sat around a grave. It looks like the grave is in the shape of a seat, and yet she's sat behind it, which is a bit strange because it's all wet and raining, isn't it? I suppose you don't, but it looks like it's graves in the shape. You'd think you'd sit on the seat, wouldn't you? Brought your own chair anyway. She's having a good singing song. It's just sad. If anything, she's sad, so we'll leave that. We'll not look at that anymore. I would like to see that Clarissa Shields fight in full. I missed that. Anyway, I should be called something more like Grave fucking Chocolates. I like Gravekipper though, it's quite fun, isn't it? What do you think? After everything I've said, do you agree with me or do you hate it or what? What do you think? Do you think Gravekipper? Do you think Pyromancer? With Pyromancer, you see, with Pyromancer, you get both the fact that it's like a fire wizard, right? But also, there's some people already out there pyromancing that it's already been done. So it's not new. I thought it up organically, but it's not new. But pyromancer, it makes sense, doesn't it? Someone's already done that. But pie is good. Everyone likes a nice pie, nice warm pie. Romance, that's also nice. So maybe I'll just go for pyromancer. I mean, people have already done it. It's not new, but no one's called themselves pyromancer. The other one that I could absolutely, you know, we're playing Genshin Impact here. The other one that I could really go for is Coco Goat. But it's all, you know, I won't be the only person uploading Coco Goat stuff, but like Ganyu is the Coco Goat, isn't she? Like Coco Goat, isn't it? So it's from Genshin Impact. It's a great name for a Genshin Impact streamer. I'm giving everyone ideas now. Is that Paimon? She wants cocoa milk from the Coco Goat anyway. So, if I type in Coco Goat, look, you get Ganyu, look, you get this.
Go to Mount Tianheng, find the Guizhong Ballista, and hunt a Coco Goat. Please and thank you.
But Coco Goat's a good name. You know, Japanese used to live there. Ganja Kid did make you think of weed, so there you go. It's not a negative, like in a huge way, because I actually, you know, smoking weed, but like, it's negative in terms of gaining a sponsor for sure, and like, it's not. I didn't design it that way. It just happened. So, I don't know what you've written in Japanese there, but I was just trying to copy them. Like, Coco Goat's already got its own thing on the internet though, so I'd be nicking it completely off the meme. I'd just be stealing the meme and using it for my name, but that's fine because, you know, everyone that plays Genshin Impact would understand. I could be called Coco Goat. That'd be fine. So they're in the running. It's Gravekipper, Coco Goat, and Pyromancer in the running at the moment. And I've briefed everyone on Gravekipper. I've used it as a name. I've used it as a name in the game. You know, everyone knows about Gravekipper. My Japanese copying is better than most people's copying. Just doing my best and replicate the sounds. Doesn't mean I understand. It's a bit like, you know, most conversations I have with a woman. Just doing my best to make the right noises. Doesn't mean I have to understand it. Japanese, advanced Japanese. Look, 1 hour of it. 1 hour of it. That'll be fun.
If you're a college student, like
1 hour reacts advanced Japanese. 1 hour. I'm just going to skip into a middle section. So.
それならよかった。
ならよかった。
明日の動作確認もしてくれた。
What? Hang on.
なんだよね。
あ、それは明日の朝パソコンを持って行ってやろうと。
あ、初日は I've lost it.
思っていました。
思っていました。
ダメだよ。
ダメだよ。
明日の朝問題があっても対応できないじゃないか。ちゃんとやっておいてくれよ。
ちゃんとやって。The problem is I don't even know what they're saying, so they might be saying really bad things. Maybe make spelling more distinct, like Grave-kipper, or like it was all one word, maybe, yeah. But it's still got the fish aspect, hasn't it? Like, kipper is still a fish, like, it's still the word kipper. I mean, how many people think of a kipper? I don't know. But it's still got the Nature's Harvest problem of being a kipper. They're a popular channel. Who's that? This one, the Japanese, or there's already a Grave-kipper? I need to copy and paste what you wrote. Grey. G-R-A-Y-V-E. Gravy. If this is already in existence, I'll be amazed. No. No, that's okay. See, we can have it, can't we? It's never gonna... Oh, Japanese 101. They're more popular than me, yeah.
Want to speak real Japanese?
More people want to speak Japanese than talk a load of shit with me.
なだけを電池を交換すれば大丈夫。
電池です。大丈夫。
じゃあ、電池の在庫を見て、足りなければそれも注文しましょう。
They go fast then. 足りなければ。Get it. We haven't come to any firm conclusions. Just that Pyromancer is probably good because it... Oh, there is a Pyromancer YouTube channel there already. So I'd be competing with this person who has no content, so it doesn't matter, that's fine. But Pyromancer has some other surrounding content. Coco Goat. I mean, maybe I should do a poll. Maybe I should make it up to Christmas. We'll make it a thing on the channel where, you know, I keep changing the name and asking people what they think until we get a sort of all-round acceptance. For marketing purposes, it needs to have certain boxes ticked. When you search Google, you want to find us. And when people think of the words, they want to feel good. And if it's not a word they've ever heard, like, you know, Coke or Pepsi, it needs to roll off the tongue in a positive way and feel nice instead of, like, have you heard of cellar door? Like, the most beautiful words in the English language are cellar door. Beautiful words in the English language are cellar door. Who said that originally? It's in Donnie Darko apparently, but I thought it was said by somebody. But like, it's supposed to just sound beautiful, cellar door. And certain things like, have you heard of the booba and the caca? I don't know if you know this one, but I don't need a door on the end of that, booba and a caca. If I just show you two images here. One's a booba and one's a caca, or a kiki, I should say. One's a booba and one's a kiki. And like 80% of people say the roundy one is the booba and the sharpy one is the kiki. If you just had to guess which one's a booba and which one's a kiki. So naming yourself something with sharp consonant vowels and stuff. Like for action sports, Nike. Like it's actually good in some ways. Action sport, Nike. Like you don't want to be all soft and flabby and booba for a Nike, do you? Different brands, different reasons, but you know, I don't want something that sounds aggressive and off-putting in the psyche of people, because it's subconscious. That is, I haven't told you which one is actually which. Like the other one could be the booba. I just said boobas are cacas, and you know, psychologically you think of one. Apparently, that's just psychological. I don't make the rules. I don't make the psychology rules. I don't make the psychology rules. I don't make the rules. Adidas sharp like Nike, yeah. Adidas, like things have, like if you are like, you know, the Running Shoe Sports Foundation, then you're not going to sell as many running shoes because you can't fit that on the side of a box. Like, interesting ideas, yeah. So if I do a good job, then I hit all those notes, and although it's not, you know, what is in a rose would still smell as sweet. Shakespeare, you know, name doesn't mean anything. It's what you do that counts. But really, it does help because we're talking about brand image in the world of social media, aren't we? So brand image is key, if anything. For someone to click on it, all they get at the start is the video thumbnail, your little photo, your little thing, and your name. And if your name puts them off, then that's it fucked. If your photo puts them off, then that's it fucked. If your content puts them off, then it's really fucked. But do you know what I mean? Like, I don't even mind dressing a bit smarter most. Like when I was used to wearing that suit because the Queen died, I could be gravekeeper and I could wear a suit. It makes sense, black suit, funeral director, like the Undertaker, but toned down a bit. You know, not like neck slamming people, just toned down a bit. I'd expect Pyromancer to be a big fat chap. But you know what I mean? I would expect a Pyromancer to be a big fat chap. And it would also fuck people up. I'd say, they'd say, what's your name? And I'd say Pyromancer. And they'd type in Pyromancer. And I'd be like, no, not a Pyromancer. Like a, like, you know, fire mage, not a fire mage. Put it, error. Two separate words. Put it, space, area. And they go, oh, what do you mean, like that song by The Haunted all those years ago? No.
I'm here in Kigali for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting.
I am infatuated with British food. We will not be caught with no clothes on.
Should good leaders own their mistakes, or should they blame others? I'm not blaming anybody else. I'm saying...
My mother took me on protests. I went on marches. I made banners. I stayed at peace camps.
People view studying maths a bit like going to the dentist. Together we can be a bulwark.
How is she the leader? Yeah. You never realised the Madeleine McCann case was so well known outside the UK. When I was a kid, it happened. Yeah. I didn't know it was big outside the UK either, really. But then they did promote it all over the world and went to meet the Pope, didn't they? So they did a good job of that.
As you can just see Kate McCann there on the Pontiff's right-hand side.
There they are in Rome meeting the Pope.
Essere proprio questi che vediamo. Il Papa legge sul loro volto l'angoscia. Osserviamo, stringe le mani.
It's not weird, is it? It's not weird.
Ecco la bambina.
Because the Pope, obviously, like, if you... if your daughter's missing, then obviously... The police, yeah. The police, Interpol, maybe. Of course, you could always ask the Pope. Do you think you could ask... I think he'd be busy doing his church work, wouldn't he? Yeah, but, you know... I mean, we are looking for our daughter, aren't we? Yeah, we are, aren't we? Yeah, so... I suppose you're right, isn't it? You know, if my car was broken, I'd call a mechanic. If my daughter's missing, I might go to the head of the Christian church. There's a photo of her. Have you seen her? No, I haven't. I'm the Pope. I'm really busy. I see lots of people, so I wouldn't recognise you if I did, really. So no, I haven't. You sure? Some people say that you're eating children in the Vatican. No, we're not. We're just busy trying to squirrel away all the money. I mean, some of the priests have been doing some shit with kids, but I'm the Pope, so I'm the main one. And I'm busy. I don't know what public engagements, being old and infirm, having my food made for me. Maybe I do a bit of dodgy stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the Pope, but apparently I am the Pope now. Anyway, I haven't seen your daughter. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll touch your hands for a bit, and then it's time to move on to the next one. So, glad that you went out there and did that.
As you can just see Kate McCann there on the Pontiff's right-hand side.
I think that's... Did they go to Italy to do that? I don't know. The visit to the Vatican is part of their campaign to keep their daughter's image in the public eye. So, using the fighting fund, they became millionaires and used the money to go and visit the Pope, because it helps keep Keep her image in the public eye. Next best thing to talking to God, I suppose. You know, if you want to find your daughter, I mean, you could ask. He's not going to know, though, is he? He's not going to know. He's not going to have any answers for you, is he? In fact, you kind of... It's almost like you're spending time doing something that's not going to benefit search for your daughter. Well, in other ways, it might benefit... I don't know who it benefits. Look, anyway, they did visit the Pope, and that was strange. Maybe that helped make them international superstars. Madney, McCann, and the Pope. They met the Pope, though.
As you can just see Kate McCann there.
Kate's met the Pope. He's not very nice close up, is he, Kate? It's not as nice as you think. Not very nice close up. This has gone into a funny one now at the end of Genshin Impact today. So if you have any other thoughts on my name, then I'll be happy to hear them. Or the brand identity. We'll spend the next few months messing about with it before finally we approach an artist with our concept for emoticons, hopefully some point soon, because I keep saying I want to do it, but I haven't even found the artist yet, you know. Obviously I'd type that into Google. I'm not going to be able to get Damien Hirst on board, am I? But, you know, I'd quite like to find an artist and say, these are some thoughts and ideas. This is the medium, emojis. Not an emoji, because like if you get an emoji, what are we getting? Like little things for stream emoji things. If you go to an emoji artist like custom Etsy, then really you're not going to get, like you're going to get the same picture that everyone else gets, aren't you? Like, I don't really want like just stickers like that. I'd rather say, like, honestly now, I might sound a bit pretentious, for our emojis, and it's taken us nearly 2 years to get these together, but I'd rather say to somebody, look, I've got some feelings that I'd like to express, and the Twitch emoji, what is it, parameters? Emotes, sorry. Alright, that's Russian, so I don't want that. The parameters are, thanks, 28 pixels. Look, it's not big, is it? So I'd like to be able to say to an artist, I want to express gratitude in 28 by 28 pixels for web. What do you think about that? And for them to say, well, I'm an artist, so I'll process that and come back to you. And I'm prepared to pay them some money, up to the tune of about £1,000 maybe, for some really good quality, well thought out, artistic emotes that someone's thought about. Not just like, oh yeah, you want some emotes, here's a list of all the ones I've done. There are a million of them that say okay, and they're big thumbs ups. Like, I'd rather have something a bit more soulful, custom made. Like when you see it custom made on Etsy like that doesn't feel custom made to me. That feels like factory churned out. But I'll tell you who I really would like to get doing it. Maybe Ganji. Yeah, but I don't like that as well. It makes me even think of... It goes a bit too vague. It's like even harder to say. It's even harder to define how like people will pronounce it in different ways, I'm sure. And then I'll be like, if I'm either moving away from it or I'm just keeping with it. I'm not like the other adaptation would be take off one of the D's, because what have I got 2 D's, but we just either move away from it or stay on it. But I don't need to just adapt it, I think. But thanks for the suggestion. Anyway, I don't want these fucking words just like that. I could buy them tomorrow for £4. I don't want them. What I want is this artist, the Chewing Gum Man. I mean, he works on pavements doing little chewing gum pictures like this. People leave their chewing gum and he turns them into artworks, enamel paint, all around London. Did a little trail up to the Tate Modern. I think he's a really good, interesting story artist. And he also does these tiles. And these tiles are exactly what I'm talking about, because they're very small, 4 by 4 centimetres. And what he does is he creates a tile, you know what tiles are, and then he goes and sticks them up in places like the, honestly, it's a bit like graffiti, like urban art. But he'll make a tiny little tile, 4 by 4 centimetres, just a little thing. And then he'll get it, and he'll grout it, and he'll go and stick it up in like the underground, or, you know, on a wall somewhere. And there's a little clever piece of art there from him. He works in small scale. And the thing that we're talking about is small scale, isn't it? And he works with emotions and feelings. And he's interested in outward facing, responsive, colourful, seen by people. So doing it on the chewing gum in these small, look, it's little, isn't it? And then I could say, like, I imagine that commissioning this chap would probably be outside of the realm of what I've got in the budget. But what happens is he meets people on the street. You see there's a picture of some people, and then there's the picture of the art, because he meets people and they say, what are you doing? While he's on the floor painting a piece of chewing gum. And then if they're nice and he has a chat with them, they'll ask, you know, can you do one for me? And he'll put their names or their things and, you know, do them one. And then he's got a picture of the people and a picture of the gum. And obviously, look, you see her jacket? He's gone with those colours, hasn't he? So he's got an eye for things. And then instead of seeing a horrible piece of chewing gum on the pavement when they walk past, they see a lovely thing. So I wanted our emojis, yeah. I wanted our emojis to reflect positive, happy vibe. Like, I don't want one to be like, oh, that's bad, and then everyone slam the emoji. And, like, you know, if we could, one of the beautiful things about emojis is they could transcend and, you know, move out from our stream into other streams and places. And, like, if there was a really good one that said something wonderful and looked nice as well, like created by a proper artist, and it did transcend, that'd be great. Like, I think that's excellent. You know, so, and then also if I commissioned him to do it, you know, they're not NFTs or anything, but our emojis would be an actual commissioned piece by one of these wonderful artists that I really think are brilliant, and then I could give them money and they'd be happy because they've got some money. Maybe not, I don't know how much money they expect per day to get whatever, because I don't know how it works, but I don't know how you commission an artist of this caliber. But because like, they've made documentaries about the Chuffer, and he's but there is a contact. So, you know, maybe I can just tell him all these things that I've just said. Maybe I'll cut what I've just said into a video and explain I'm a streamer and I'm making content on the internet. And I need some little emotional characters, emojis. He knows what an emoji is. I need some emojis from the stream chat. You have the most success on YouTube with the ASMR. How come you stopped it? ASMR, I changed, ASMR changed. Is the best way to explain it. I changed and ASMR changed. I changed for the better in that I didn't need to stay up all night feeling anxious. Like my anxieties were quelled, and my insomnia was also quelled. So between the two things, my lifestyle slightly changed. Also, I was lucky to go on that project with the media. We made a project called Eddie Strongman. My friend Matt was doing this film. And ended up making a documentary about Eddie Hall. So, where's the thing where you cast and crew? I don't have a photograph on here, I don't think, but I'm down here for sound department there. And camera operator. There's me on IMDb. Don't have anything on there, but I was part of this documentary, so I then went on and made my own documentary after that. That was on Netflix, so that was good. And then I went on and made one myself, which on this channel, Ganji Kid, which is now called Graykipper, on the old videos. If you subscribe, it comes up as the suggested video, but you can also write indie into here. I made this documentary about...
This is the draft.
Game development paradise. I made my own documentary after that. So at this point, I was spending my time editing a documentary that I'd made myself, and like I'm really lucky, happy. You know, I've got a good draft of it. It's there. Didn't manage to sell it to Netflix or anything, but at that point, you know, we'd done a good, like maybe a year and a bit, hadn't made an ASMR video, but had other things that I was working on. So yeah, I changed, my life changed, my goals changed, the kind of content I was making changed, and I made this instead. So ASMR is good, there's a channel, it exists. I'll probably make a new video every 6 months or so. I probably haven't for 6 months now, but got a couple of ideas in the pipeline, but not big things, just whisper videos, talking about the photographs we take in Genshin Impact for one of them. But I'd like it if this documentary could find a finished home and maybe even make some more. But then we had COVID, so I wasn't able to do finishing things. I mean, I'd already had to say about this project, I haven't finished it, couldn't get it on Netflix, edited up to a certain point, and if I work really hard, I can polish up this to the final grade. But I'd really rather take the big hard drive, this draft, and say, here, Mr. Editor, you're a professional editor, why don't you just do this for a weekend and I'll pay you. And then I take that final thing with all the names and the tags and the color grading and whatever, you know, not anything. I've done the major scene selection and I've done all the, you know, balance the sound for me, put the little tags on, do the little finishing polish, and then I take that somewhere else and then give it to someone, say, sell that to Netflix or Amazon or anywhere. I had the BBC on the fucking internet email, and then the person that was working there got the sack or left, don't work there anymore. I can't seem to make a connection into the world of media sales, but they can have their 20%. Someone else can do that and have 20%. I'd like to sell this film. And then I got to that point where I was having trouble with that. I decided to draw a line under it and move on and do something different. And we had COVID, so I couldn't do anything for a year. So maybe I should have gone back to ASMR, but instead I've done streaming. Yeah, whispering quietly into a microphone at night has its limits as well. And what I want to do in the world, what I want to achieve with my life over a longer period of time, I don't know if ASMR will sustain or be a path to achieve it. And certainly what's happened with the mainstream ASMR now is a like total fuck up, isn't it? I mean, maybe I'll get a different series of videos because I'm searching from my... Yeah, look, I'm getting things that I watch there, relaxing sounds. So maybe it won't show me all the... And YouTube has recently had a purge of all the sexual ASMR, isn't it? But, you know, it went a bit... I don't know. I'm getting different things because it's my YouTube, isn't it? Maybe if I make a new account and search for it. It just went a bit... Everyone knows how it went, and it went a bit... So I didn't follow it in that direction. And Heather Feather's like... Heather Feather ain't even still going, is it? So this is what still amazed me, is the people that were... Oh, 2 years ago she was uploading, but it didn't get the response she was hoping for, maybe, because 1 million views 4 years ago. They've been around for longer, I suppose, but... No, I obviously always, like most people, always thought Heather Feather was the biggest one, the main one. And for some reason, like, the mainstream went in a different direction as well as that. I'm surprised she's not still, you know, top bins, but, you know, even people like that don't do it. So there are a lot of good content creators out there as well. It's not like the world is, like the ASMR world is missing me, and that I would be needed in some way to do anything necessarily. I don't think. And also, you can always watch the old videos, can't you? Right. No. There's quite a lot on here. Yeah, there's quite a lot on there. Tell you what it's a little bit like as well for me. A little bit like it's not, it's something different, you know, it was something different. But what it's a little bit like, it's a little bit like how I make music. Is it going to do my search for me? It's not even bringing that up. Maybe I have to do Google, not Ecosia. It's a bit like with music. I'm able to do like an album, and that's like a thing. And like with ASMR, you're not really able, because it's a YouTube channel, it's like ongoing, isn't it, and all this stuff. But I think I'd have rather been able to approach ASMR by making albums and saying, this is a collection of these videos. Like you get the immediate upload feedback, whatever you'd call it. You know, you upload and then you get the views come in, and like it's a one-off piece each time. You connect them in some ways, but it's an ongoing thing. It's a channel. I think I'd have rather been able to say ASMR is a bit like a music thing, isn't it? A bit like a creative thing that you do, and they're videos, but they're sound based. And you know, I'd have rather have done sort of like 7 or 8 videos, put them on an album. There's that one. And if someone said, "When's your next album?" Well, you know, maybe the band's, you know, you do different albums, don't you? You go through different phases. You go through different sounds. You might come back after 30 years. You know, I don't know. Like, it doesn't feel like with ASMR on the internet. I'd see my channel more like a big, long album. Like, I could see it. I could segment it out into 2 or 3 different albums, maybe. But I, you know, see it more like that. I was going to play one of these if there was a soft one, but there's not really a soft one. There's not a soft one on any of these. Stroke's probably the softest one, isn't it? But that's on YouTube anyway, on Battery Exhausted. Is it on Battery Exhausted? I think it is. Holic. Videos, playlists, channels, Battery Exhausted. See, how do I not even find my own content? Well, Search and Destroy is a much lighter song, isn't it? But I wanted to play something old to, you know, explain what I was talking about anyway. I'll just play this. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, no. Just simple lifetime, long-term goals, like make something creative that makes a mark on society so that it changes for the better. Just simple lifetime goals, like have a statue made for me in my honour when I'm dead, because of all the charitable deeds and what a general good egg I was, and how I made people's lives better in general. You know, famous son of the town. Nothing major. Like when I was a kid, I looked at the bands like Nirvana and people like that, and I got myself a guitar, and like, I wanted to be in bands, and you know, I thought if we made it big. Do you know what I mean? Like, my ambition was to play Reading Festival, for example. When I was a sword fighter at fencing club, my ambition was to make the Olympics. You know, I'm not Coldplay, thank God, but I'm not, you know, I didn't make the music pathway. Maybe you have to be in the right time in the right place. Maybe you have to have a bit more talent than I do. Whatever. I'm happy to say I am who I am and I'm moving forward. I'm not like, oh, I should have been a contender. You know, it's not that. But when I was a hairdresser, I had my own shop eventually, my own salon with my name on the thing. You know, I want to go someplace. And it ended up not being enough for me to just say I cut people's hair. I'm engaged in their lives. I talk to people on a day-to-day basis. As a hairdresser, this was. But I didn't, you know, no one's going to build a statue for the old hairdresser. And there was an old hairdresser a few doors down who had a different shop to me, his shop. And he got old and died. And I just thought, fucking hell, you know, I could be him in 50 years. When we started picking up the cameras and we started doing the documentary stuff, at the same time, you know, you watch some pieces of media. Me and Matt did documentary work together because I met Matt in college, so I'd known him since I was 16. And we both did media work. We did an HNC or HND media course. So, but that was back when you literally edited on cassette tapes, videotapes that were going in the machine, and you rewound and press stop record, and you press stop at the right time, and then record from here. Like, you literally had cassette tapes, like VHS tapes. Anyway, he carried on in the media and is now working in media still. So when he made this documentary and I was giving up my hairdressing salon, he was like, come and have a go. At the same time, I watched this and it absolutely changed my life. So this is an advert, but this is probably just like an advert for the documentary, but I'll just... Oh no, it's them talking. No, I want an advert. This is the trailer. I'll play the trailer. I'm just going to grab a drink as well.
For 9, eh? Just keep looking here and don't move.
Tim, he didn't see a division between being a photographer or a journalist or a humanitarian. He was just Tim.
Walking around with him was almost like walking around with a set of 10 eyes. He was always so inspired.
Belief in photography is that it's about engaging with people. And he had a way of being able to do that that was remarkable.
The reality of war isn't that you might get killed out there. The core truth about war is that you're guaranteed to lose your brothers.
I can't think of any other famous son of Stratford. Exactly, they've made statues out of all the different Shakespeare characters, and they are all around the town. And Shakespeare has a couple for himself. They've even got St. George in our fucking town. They've got loads of statues. I grew up looking at them. That's where I got the idea. But these days, it's not a statue. You make your own statues. So the thing about Tim Hetherington is, I don't know if they explained it then.
Belief in photography is that it's about engaging with people. And he had a way of being able to do that that was remarkable.
What he did was, he was a wonderful person and producer of media. And he went around the world following like war zones and stuff like that. The documentary says it all. You know, the documentary is fucking awe-inspiring. It's making me feel emotional now. You know how I get. You know how I get. But he's dead. And the documentary is about him and the things he did in his life. And he went right to the edge, you know, in these war zones. Now, I'm not proposing that I get a camera and go to the fucking, get myself beheaded in the desert. Like, that's not what I wanted. He didn't get beheaded in the desert, by the way. He got blown up by shrapnel as byproduct of being a war correspondent. Eventually, statistically, you're going to, you know, you're in a bad place, aren't you? But what he said in the documentary, he said, was that he wanted to reach people with ideas. He wanted to reach people with views of the world and build bridges to people with ideas. I think something like that. So I'm not going to go to a war zone, and I'm not going to, like, when the Ukraine thing kicked off, do you remember I was talking on stream about maybe I should just be down there? You know, maybe I should just jaff it in and grab one of those cameras and get myself down to the Ukraine. I think that's not really me in my walk of life for a number of reasons, but I'd still want to reach people with ideas. And the fact that we went and made a documentary about Eddie Strongman, like, that was great fun. It wasn't my choice. Like, Matt was making a documentary about the strongmen. Matt had been working as a presenter for the Strongman TV show. So he ended up, like, because with all the media that we, like, he'd been working in the media, trying to be a on-screen person as well as a behind-the-camera person for a while. So when opportunities came up, he was like, should we follow you around with the camera, Eddie? We might make a film, might, you know. And it turned into this bigger project as things went on, and Eddie won competitions and whatever. He became world's strongest man at one point, but we weren't following him at that point. The point is that I wouldn't have, like, if you asked me what do you want to make a film about, I'm not going to say strongman. I'm not interested at all. But the process of making a film, the process of getting into someone's head, the process of documenting this extraordinary journey, oh, I was into that all 100%. And Eddie's a human. Like, I'm not interested in lifting up the balls. I'm interested in Eddie and why he's going to the gym, all this, and pumping himself up, and, you know, what his life's like and who he is as a human. You know what I mean? And what it means to him to do these things. So it was a really great journey. We went all over the world and we met some interesting people. Like Matt met Arnold Schwarzenegger. In fact, why am I talking about this instead of showing you that if you go to... That's the Big Valley stuff on Battery Exhausted. But on Battery Exhausted, one of the most recent uploads is Ohio Gold here. So I'll just put this video on. Not this advert, but... you know, meeting all these strong men and doing all this shit was really interesting for me. And I learned to be a filmmaker on the job, basically. I already knew a load of stuff because I went to the media college. I already knew about films because I watched them. I already knew about making videos because I was doing ASMR work with my photography camera at home. But then I was out doing this as well, all of a sudden. And listening carefully and, you know, being told, not just hold the camera like this, but this is the rule of thirds. Remind me, please. You know, not just make sure you get a shot of him, but I'm shooting it from a slightly low angle to create this hero aspect, and also the magnitude of his girth and size. You know, you want him to feel big in the shot, don't you? And the way he's swaying in and out of, like, you know, it's quite a nice shot, that, isn't it? I'm not doing bad work here. The camera's having struggle behind the scenes, low light. Not everything I shot got used. Low light behind the scenes, YouTube compression, all that sort of stuff. But some of these shots actually made the final edit of the final film. A couple of these shots that I took from behind the stage at this thing. I was always on my job with my camera, you know. A couple of really nice cinematic ones. I think after Thor's competed, he's lying down and he's tired. And there's one where Eddie's looking at the people on the stage and sort of wishing it was him when they received their rewards at the end. So there were a couple of nice shots that I took that anyway. The point is, I then have a camera and a vision of my own, and I'm able to do it. So I'm not going to be Tim Hetherington. I'm not going to go out there and get myself killed for the sake of exposure of a story. The world's different now anyway. The Ukraine required Elon Musk and his internet instead of a Tim Hetherington, didn't they? They tell their own stories from war zones these days. It's less and less important to try and get yourself killed in a war zone for the photography reasons. But I still respect everything he did and who he was. So when I made my first film, I went somewhere different with it, didn't I? What I tried to do... indie. And this all happened like before COVID, of course. But what I tried to do was tell a more... Like, I'm not in a war zone for a fucking start, but I hope that the world can be a better place, don't I? So one thing I discovered through indie game development was a cohesive community of people who help each other along. And I discovered this project out in the woodlands of Sweden with this benefactor. It's almost like a fairy story. You've got the fairy godmother or godfather, or in this case, there's two people. There's Jana and Tommy running the camp. You know, Jana's there as the head representative, so to speak, and Tommy's more the game developer who made it big and funded this game development camp. So people from all over the world all getting on, having a good time, creating these artworks that talk about human feelings and emotions, going from nothing to something, having their lives, having their dreams made, because you work hard as a game developer and then the bloke that made Candy Crush invites you out to work on your game, and they're going to pay the bills and they're going to pay for your food, and you know, you're out in Sweden and you're able to just concentrate and then these guys, you know, their game ends up on the Nintendo Switch and their lives are forever changed, and now they're game developers who have made games for the proper systems and are signed, and it's like being in a band. You're signed now, your life is changed, and like here I am capturing their lives changing.
This used to be like crap. Back when I was a kid, I was playing Street Fighter. It was like, man, I want to make Street Fighter and launch games on Super Nintendo. Yeah. That's what I'm here for, and it's finally happening. I mean,
it feels amazing to be on the Nintendo Switch and to reach out to everybody.
So I thought it was a really beautiful thing that was happening, and I hope to cover it in an artistic and sympathetic way, and to make the stories about the people, not necessarily the games that they're making, because everyone's making a game here, but at no point do we really go into any depth about their game. We talk about games in general and about what games mean as a medium, and we sort of stake a claim, a flag in a map. And remember, I made this before COVID, so I wanted to sort of make a flag in the map to say, look, games are artworks and they should be treated as such. I wasn't the first person to say it, but in order to make that point, I think if we meet the artists and you get to see them as like human artists, then these games, like even somebody that is in the film says it, you know, these things that come into existence and you play the game, but behind it there's a human being. And I'm telling a story of a utopic vision for the future of humanity, really, that we can work together and create good art, and it's great fun. And like, isn't this a good thing? Like, instead of a war documentary about what's terrible in the world, I'm trying to, you know, highlight something that I think is beautiful. And it's more than just the games as well, isn't it? It's Sweden, it's the countryside, it's a setting, it's a feeling. It's cooperation. Sweden is that. Sweden represents that to a certain extent, that the Swedish culture is a more cooperative culture in general. They talk about it in the film. This sequence here that I wanted to absolutely leave in, of the kids painting the fences, is a great exemplar of this sort of thing. Because, okay, it's a film about game development, but we're in this Swedish woodland, like I've explained, so I can't just talk about games. And at no point do I want to have a full screen picture of loads of games, because I'm there making this and I know how it feels, and it feels more like this. Like, it feels more chill and more Sweden, and Sweden's a big part of it, so it needs to appear at moments as the main character in the piece. So here it does.
My name is Per. I'm working in the resort, so heading the resort up. People come here because we have a beautiful and clean environment, and then it's our task also to really try to use what we have as much as possible. So then we thought, rather than demolishing this old shed, we'll give it another 5 years perhaps. And then probably we've done something good not to use new when not needing to. This color is actually from the region. It's called Falu Red, and we're 20 kilometers from Falun, which I think is Europe's largest copper mine. So they used the sort of waste sediment, and this has sort of developed into becoming the typical Swedish red color. I would say that in 75% of Sweden, this is the dominating both paint and color.
Needs a bit of sound mix.
As a child, I also stood like this, painting, as the kids do now, more or less every summer. The older you grew, the more you got to be responsible for actually painting it. Well, I got to do more and more, and I got to paint higher and higher. So it became just a natural way to help out, actually. Our 3 children started playing games on our initiative, really young, to learn both to read and count and things like that. I think it's an important part of every family's life now, actually. I never, when growing up, thought I would pick on my children to start watching TV. But just an hour ago, put the iPad away and watch the morning show.
Well, my name is Mario Carvalho.
And I'm not going to go on now with the rest of the documentary, of course, but that was an example of the Swedish thing. And then look, we cut to this, or we wipe to this shot of Mario, who is sat against these red boards interior now. Like, now you know a bit about Sweden, don't you? And you know about the colour, the red paint, which features in all the buildings because it's from the copper mine, and the copper mine was the resource that made the area affluent. And of course, copper is used in computer chips and bits of technology, isn't it? Copper. We use copper in all the wiring. So there's a bit of an echo there, isn't there? A bit of a haunting echo that all the industry that went before you was to literally, you know, Minecraft is made in Sweden. You know, the game Minecraft is made in Sweden. So there are some funny echoes there for me, little beautiful echoes, that the copper mines develop the area, and then the area becomes the location for people that make computer games. And one of the people that funds the project actually is one of the people that made Minecraft. So like, there's a lovely, like, you know, reflection of history back on itself in that. There are some lovely things in this film, I hope. We even visit the copper mine later, and because we talked about it there, it's like a reason to do later on. you know, it doesn't belong in a film about computer games. But it certainly belongs in a film about Farland. So I don't know. Like when I talk about when Tim Hetherington talked about building bridges to people with ideas and reaching people with ideas, you know, building bridges, changing lives in that way. I think like if I can do something with media, because I learned through ASMR was a great learning process, wasn't it? It was like ASMR was a great place for me to learn how to do things, and then it helped a lot of people with anxieties and things. You know, then I decided I had to make the actual helping videos, do the actual. I can't just whisper to people. I need to give them actual, you know, actual support and help. Like, so we did Mental Health Monday for a year. I'm happy with that. We had COVID at the end of making this, up to now. In between that, we had a COVID, and it changed everyone's life. So I found live streaming to be an interesting thing that I was watching during COVID while I was caring for my nan. And then I thought I'll give it a go at the end of COVID when Nan died and we had a bit more freedom. I didn't think I want to go out into the world and start having everyone cough in my face. Instead, I decided to stay in a bit more and stream. So I don't think I'm going to get a statue through doing streams. It's not a statue these days. You make your own statues. I've made a film. So if I can make more films, at the moment, we're in a lull. We're in an in-between phase. And if I build up what we're doing now to a regular podcast, I can always go and make not an hour and 40, maybe a half-hour piece on this or a piece on that. Or maybe I'd, you know, drive up and meet Steve in person and, you know, we film a couple of things. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the world is a wealth of opportunities. And I just have to go out and fight for mine and grab them with both hands. And at the moment, I'm really grateful and lucky that through streaming, I've got regular, established media production on the go. And it's evolving into something more substantial. And the money that I'm saving from the Tip Me Coffee Ganji mainly, and the Patreon and stuff like that, the money, like, I'm actually saving it. It's totting up in the bank. I'm going to have to give my mum a big wedge for the fuel bill because her fuel bill's gone up by £100 a fucking bill or whatever it is. You know what it is. It's all gone up, hasn't it? But and I want to just make sure that she's not worried about it for the next few months or as much as I can afford to give her a wedge. Anyway, that's by the by. The point is, I've got money in the bank now. If I want to go out and make a film, this film cost me about $6,000. It cost me a couple of thousand to get out there and eat food and drive cars and whatever, you know, stay in a hotel in Stockholm. It cost me a little bit more buying some computer stuff, buying a big hard drive, kilobytes, terabytes. You know, it cost me a bit more here and there. In total, if I add up all the money I actually paid for and spent, about $6,000 I could probably add up. If you want to add up every little expense. And then the time I spent invested doing it, 6 months of editing on my own. Don't pay for that. But if I could make 10 grand back off this, it's not a lot to ask for a broadcaster. I'd put 2 grand into polishing it up and then I'd hand it over. And if I could make 10 grand, I'd be happy with that. I'm probably not going to. You know, I probably have to look differently at media. Certainly in the modern age, it's silly for me maybe to say I'm going to spend 10 grand doing something quietly away on my own, and then at the end, here it is, and I'd better get a return on it. When you've got YouTube, you know, instant. There are people making documentaries about game development on YouTube, you know, already. It's not a new concept. No, I don't know what I'm trying to explain. What I'm trying to explain is that whatever I'm poised to do, I mean, COVID was difficult, wasn't it, for everyone? Life's about to get more difficult in our country for another year and a good few fucking years. But I'm poised. I'm ready to pounce. You know, you give me an opportunity, you show me an idea, or I have one, or I walk into something, I stumble upon, you know, I decide that should be filmed. Someone should be following this. You know, I don't know where it's going to come from. I'm not fighting for it right now, but when it happens, I'm ready to go. With the podcast, if we want to get a guest on, if I need to pay for a guest, I can pay for a guest. I've got that fighting fund, a bit like Madeleine McCann and her parents. I'm building up a strong position to make a good choice, and who knows where it'll go. I don't think I will get a statue in my town, but if I can make one piece of media that reaches out, I mean, this piece will reach some people, and hopefully change a few lives. And I don't sound arrogant. I mean, like, there might be some young people who watch a film about indie development and say, oh, I might get into that. Actually, you can make a game and it can end up on the Nintendo Switch. Like, it's achievable. These are the people that are doing it. Maybe we do a few more interviews with these people, push this film a bit more on the stream. I don't know. But, you know, there's certainly avenues to reach people, aren't there? So if I could do one thing that's, like, solid enough, I don't know how quite to explain it, but, you know, maybe after I'm gone, maybe I don't get a statue, but maybe, you know, people still watch it. Maybe it still exists. Maybe it makes some difference. I'd certainly like to think that I left the world in a better state than I... Because I take a lot. I'm a human and I'm sucking up resources. I'm a vegan and I worry about things. I mean, I take a lot. So I'd like to give back. And I'd like for it to last. Yeah. Long-term life goals. Oh, and also I'd like to get married and have children. That would be nice as well. I mean, marriage is inconsequential. Having the children is quite... Either you do it or you don't, do you? So, you know, I'd quite like to do it. I'd quite like to be there and be a massive part of their upbringing. So there's that as well. And throughout all of this, I'd like to gain some sort of financial stability and enough foothold. At the moment, I've got stability insofar as, like I said, I've got this savings backup. Like, I'm not, you know, if I worry about, like I do with the Prima Gems in the game, saving up the Prima Gems, you know, if the worst came to the worst and shit hit the fan, I'm not going to go under tomorrow. But I'm also prepared to risk it all on one turn of pitch and toss to, you know, lose, start again at my beginnings and never breathe a word about my loss. But who knows? You know, let's give this a few years. Streaming, building up to podcast, building up to, I don't know where it goes, you know, but building up to regular media piece that's on either YouTube or Twitch that is a bit bigger than just me talking into a microphone as I feel, that has like a purpose and a, you know, I think the podcast is maybe the best thing that we're doing at the moment on that front, and it could turn into a criminology podcast or a psychology thing, you know, regular thing. It gets a sponsor, and then I can say, look, this is all working. I can now pay an editor, and I can pay a guest booker, and some of the pressure is taken off me, and the sponsor is taking the pressure off the viewers to subscribe and pay money, and we get more viewers because we're doing a proper media piece. So at that point, I can say, right, what do I want to do with this fighting fund, and, you know, what seems like the right story to tell in a slightly longer form. Maybe. Just have a good old crack at it again. You never know. We could develop a game. We could end up, you know, interviewing a game developer and they're looking for a project and I'm looking for a developer, and, you know, we could end up doing something like that. Just keep stepping towards something. Lurching, shuffling towards something. That's the plan. But life goals, yeah. Leave something behind that's good. Have a couple of kids. Make sure they're not going to starve. And do my utmost to give them everything they possibly need, emotionally and psychologically. I'd like to visit Thailand and Australia maybe, and, you know, go around the world and see some of the things that I only see in pictures. You know, nothing major, just a massive statue of me in my hometown. I'm sure these are very similar goals to everyone in the world, though, aren't they? You know, you hope to do something in the world that, like, leaves it in a better place than you started. And it can be something as simple as planting a garden, or even the little acts that, you know, you helped someone with that bit of shopping, or you lent them, like, your shovel, or, you know, whatever. The little acts that keep other people's lives moving along and, you know, keep us all together. They mean a lot to people, and they change lives. You know, like I always go on about my fencing coach. Like, he signed up to teach people how to fence, but he changed my life immeasurably. So, you know, being around there, being available to people. Like, we don't all have to have a statue, and we don't all have to be a fucking fireman that kicked the door in and saved the family. And, do you know what I mean? We're not all Luke Skywalker, but we can all change the world in these little ways with the people around us in big, immeasurable ways. And like, you know, there are people like that in your life as well. So if you can be there for people, that's a big thing. So yeah, I guess one of the benefits of being a streamer is I'm available at least. Like, differently to the ASMR, I'm actually here. And if someone's got a problem and they're upset or they're like anxiety, or, you know, we can talk. So maybe better than the ASMR in some ways, being present. Yeah, lots of interesting thoughts there. It's like I'm doing a therapy session now, though. So I've been playing Genshin Impact, and the last hour has been me talking about myself. But, you know, get me talking about myself. I fucking love it. I'd also, you know what? If give it 20 years, I haven't achieved any of that, yeah? If you're making media, like if I'm making, for me, if I'm doing this, then you've got all the streams, you've got all the ASMR videos, you've got all the things I edited, you've got this film. I didn't hide this, I didn't save it for a rainy day. I mean, I tried to get it out there as hard as I could, and upon not being able to quite finish the edit and not being able to quite sell the film to a, you know, that last jump stage, I decided to draw a line under it, play it on the computer and live stream it. So it's a little bit jerky in places, not 1080p like it is on the render, but it's not fully rendered. So like, instead of spending 2 days fully rendering an hour and 40 minutes off the hard drive, I just did this, got it out there. It's out there now. Even if I get hit by a truck tomorrow, that exists. You know? So even if I don't make it, you know, no one's giving me an Oscar, no one's handing me a BAFTA for best documentary or moving screenplay or whatever. So fucking what? As long as I've put my heart and soul into it and I've made something that exists there. Like, their statues there. You know, they're out there, they're in the world, and then I've done my half of the bargain. You know, if it doesn't change the world, then it doesn't. I'm not looking for big. What I'm trying to say is, I don't need big changes. I don't need the whole of the town to laud me and applaud me and make me a statue like Shakespeare. Like, I'm happy if it reached somebody. And we did this recently this week. There's another reason I'm actually confident about what I'm doing now. Is and the other thing I drew, literally the other day, we did the longest walk, mental health day, and I'm not going to pick on the comment because I don't think it's like fair to, but someone left a comment that they were struggling with their own feelings and mental health, and like in some way we benefited their journey. And I hope that by replying to their comment with all the, you know, appropriate positive feedback, that it has helped them. And they can, you know, they won't feel it today, but maybe in, you know, 2 years they might look back and say, look, that video, that moment changed my life. You know, and I might not be the one that, like, we were just looking at Tim Hetherington again, you know, I might not be the one going in the war zone or doing the outrageously heroic thing, but maybe it inspires someone else to do that. So in some way I can claim some of the positivity that was mine, but you know what I mean, like it's ripple effect, isn't it? So I'm working at it. That's what I'm doing. I'm working at it. I tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not just staying in bed all day and like I'm not going to go and no offense to anyone who does a job that they hate, but you know, I'm not going to go and do a job that I hate just because I have to, because like, even if I have to be poor, and I'm not walking around money bags at the moment, like I say, I save things because I need there to be that fighting fund. But you know, if you want to go out now and, you know, some of my mates, they can go and splash the cash. I can't. Don't matter. Like, that's not what I'm in it for. But I am, like, it's better to be working at something than to be, like, it's part of the human condition. It's better to be working at something, even if it's not something you love. You know, even if it's something you're just working at, but it's better to be working at something. And for me, it used to be music. I'll go back to that now and just finish with that, because I mean, you can listen to this in your own time, can't you? But you know, for me, it was music for a long time. Before ASMR, it was music. So ASMR is like a little side road that happened for a bit. Music, documentary making, media production. It's being an artist. It's being, you know, a creative person who creates objects that exist. Things people can interact with and engage with. That hopefully reaches them with ideas and builds bridges to people. Yeah.
being this sort of individual creator. 12:28. It's past midnight, but I feel really awake. Yeah, I like to work in the night. Like I've lost a few people within the few years, and that's a thing that keeps making me sad. Losing family, and it's something that doesn't really leave. I think it's not. I'm not trapped, and it's not necessarily a problem. It's not a disturbance, but it's like it's sad to lose a parent. It's sad to lose a grandparent, and yeah, it definitely sucks you a little bit. What I do right now has to align with what I want for the future. So if I'm sitting around all day, I'll get really mad at myself actually, and I think it makes me. Sometimes it's a little too much actually, that I can't. If I wake up 2 hours too late in the morning, I hate myself because I'm like, you wasted 2 hours. You could have worked. You could have been more ready. You could have been more prepared for the day. So there's this. I think as being this sort of individual creator, that most of his time he actually chooses when he wants to wake up in the morning. Being this kind of person that can just wake up whenever you want, it's like you easily start to hate yourself, because you define your routine, you define your day, and if the day has become sloppy, or if you haven't done any proper work, you'll feel like you're the idiot. It's not your boss. It's not your job. That's the fault. It's you. So it's interesting, but it's also tough. No, I've had very few jobs, very few real jobs. I would never imagine starting to work, in McDonald's after doing this. I don't think that would ever make sense.
That was Mads, and his game, after the same amount of time as me making this documentary, is poised to be released on Steam. It's called The Forest Quartet, and is the story of, well, let's just be real, right? I should get him on stream to talk about it, really. His mother died, and she was a musician, and in The Forest Quartet, a dead musician mends her bandmate's souls in a beautiful puzzle adventure. So it's actually on Steam 8 months ago, so maybe it's been out already. Oh, the demo's been out already. So it's not finished yet, but the demo's been out. So we'll have a little look at that. And that was Mads talking about, at the start there, like how the death of his mother troubled him, and after being an artist, after making something for himself, he couldn't go back to just working for. He used McDonald's as an example, but it's, he'd rather see this through, and if it doesn't succeed, he'd rather see this through and not succeed than not do this, if that makes sense.
Som efter sigende bor dybt inde i det mørkeste af en uberørt skov. De har tidligere fortalt mig, at en vigtig inspirationskilde ligger gemt derinde, hvor træerne står allertættest. Bandet har valgt at afholde en afskedskoncert for Nina, og dermed give hendes fans en mulighed for at sige farvel. Koncerten finder sted om 3 dage på bandets egen, helt unikke skovscene. Personligt gør det mig meget ondt, at Nina ikke længere er her til at fylde vores hjerter med hendes smukke stemme. Mine bønner går ud til de resterende bandmedlemmer. Jeg håber, I ser en vej ud af mørket og stadig kan finde jeres egen fantastiske musik.
I mean, it's just like, that to me is incredible, and I'm so lucky to have been part of his journey in that. While he was making the game, I met him and we had a big old chat about things, and I recorded it. So what I'd like to do as well as my film that's already out there, featuring Mads, I'd probably like to, and what I really should do actually is, I should just like make a few, it's hard for me to go back to the editing suite on that hard drive and look at this thing that I had to look at for 6 months. But what I really should do is I should just edit all of the Mads bits into like a Mads thing, get him on the stream as an interview, show the old thing, You know, this is the video. This is do you remember the interview we cut all those years ago? This is the unedited version. This is the raw, you know, 60 minutes of Mads, and then this is him now, like about to release his game. You know, I should go and cover this. I should resurrect this, but it's hard for me as well because I'm literally like, these are really good people that I really admire, and then I couldn't maintain a relationship with them because I'm not. Like, I was in a dark room trying to edit, falling out with my best mate who I thought would help me finish the film, and so at the end of it I was in a difficult place, like emotionally, physically, mentally, and the long, like, we grind on these games, but here they're talking about crunch.
So Idearum is a game about a soul that's lost,
and about lost souls and their game and stuff, but I use them in this film to talk about crunch and mental health struggle when you're making a game. Like, I went through a process of crunch to make this film, and I worked really hard, and then at the end of it I felt wrung out and like finished off. So it's hard for me to sort of say, oh, I'll go back and I'll edit some of this, because it's like a pain, it's like a heartbreak, because it didn't end up where I wanted it to be. So like there is a bit of difficulty there for me, but really, and the same with the relationships with the people is what I was saying, is that I didn't maintain. I met like 18 different remarkable people all at once in a 2-week stint, and then have maintained 0 relationships with any of them, and so that's like a shame for me. I mean, it's the same with many people in my life, like a great friend of mine at university called Gilly, who I like basically don't ever talk to. Like there are people in my life who I would rather have spent more time talking to and maintaining a relationship with, that I consider, like in my mind it's like only yesterday I saw them, but really it's been 4 years now or longer. So it would feel funny to me to say, oh, hi, remember me? Like, you were happy enough to give me all your time all that time ago in the interviews because you thought this was going to end up on Netflix. But when it didn't, and I didn't ever talk to you again, that was bad. I'm here again now because I want to use you for my stream. Like that feels really wrong to me. But I would like to make a reconnection with these people and, you know, follow their stories. Like, at least the documentary's out and it exists. So there is that. I did the ASMR road trip documentary as well. That was like my first foray into putting a bit of stuff together. So I've got 3 films under my belt officially: ASMR road trip, Eddie Strongman, and this. But I still think my best is yet to come. So yeah, I've talked about me enough now. Definitely talked about me enough. So I actually think Genshin Impact streaming, as wonderful as I enjoy Genshin Impact, this is big talk, this one. As wonderful as I enjoy this and get so much out of it, you know, this is like a pastime for me. It's like an enjoyment. It's hardly like work. I'm glad that we're along for the ride. It's part of the stream. You know, being a streamer these days, having a game that's like your game. Do you know what I mean? Like being a World of Warcraft streamer, being a Genshin Impact streamer, that's the thing, isn't it? So I'm glad we're doing it, but like, I see this segment of the pie as like a little frivolity that's starting to take over the whole main thing. But really, like, if I ended up, let's say I got lucky and tomorrow my stream's really busy. Well, it won't be because I'm not doing Genshin Impact tomorrow, but you know what I mean? Like, let's say this stream suddenly gets raided and everyone loves it and they're like, oh, I want to watch you play Genshin Impact forever. And then I'm like, big Genshin Impact streamer. I'm still going to feel like this is a side frivolity and the main thing I want to do is something else and something more substantial. Like, here I'm a bit like a limpet on the ship of Genshin. Like, Genshin Impact is the big thing. Genshin Impact is the big piece of media that we're watching, and I'm commenting on it and creating ideas and stories and thoughts, you know, resonating with it. But yeah, I'm happy to roll with the punches. I tell you what I learned through COVID as well. Hello, Snips. It's difficult to keep up with everyone. Yeah, it's difficult to keep up with everyone, but people I admire, and like Gilly was a great example of someone who I could trust with my life, and if he ever trusted me with his, I would stand by his side until the dying death. So it seems remarkable that I wouldn't have spoken to him for 10 years, 20 years probably now. Like, he lived in some other part of the world. It doesn't have to be that far away, but far away enough that it's fucking far away to me. We lose contact, you know, just end up not speaking to each other for a bit. It goes on. And the Gravekeeper, we talked about all the Gravekeeper stuff earlier in this script. You have to skip back and I've been having a good chat about whether the name, and I'll do it again in a different stream. But we've been talking about the name, and it's led on to questions about my ambitions, which has led on to this whole chat. So I think I know in my heart that Genshin Impact is a great moment in the journey, and it's going to continue for a good few months, maybe even years. But it's not going to be the core part of my content, and I should sort of, I'm going to keep doing it, obviously, but I should sort of lean off it a little bit and focus more on the other stuff, maybe. After all this chat that we've done today, makes a bit of sense. The other option is I make more Genshin Impact shorts, I make more Genshin Impact clips, and I've seen the people, there's 2 other streamers that since I've been watching Genshin Impact have risen and grown, that are doing the thing properly. The shorts, oh, you said something interesting in chat, let's go there and Genshin Impact, like, oh, you know this thing, I'll go there and I'll do it, and then we'll make it into a little YouTube video. We'll play co-op with my chat, and then we'll make it into a YouTube video. I should be working hard on those things, and that doesn't excite me. That's what I used to do with SMR. It excited me. I haven't been excited to make an edit for a while. I love playing Genshin Impact, don't get me wrong. I love Genshin Impact, but you know, I love loads of things, but I don't make YouTube videos about them all the time. I'm not trying to do a cooking channel. I like cooking. It's just interesting thoughts. I'm not saying like negative Genshin, I'm saying positive Genshin, but in terms of my content, I'm making quite a lot of Genshin Impact streams because I love streaming it and playing it, and there's a lot of it, but I need to, in terms of, I'm pretty sure about this actually, because I can see the results. I know we get a lot of Genshin Impact views on Twitch, and they're not added up here, because if I've had 40 views on Twitch, add them onto that's nearly 100. That's quite good for a video of mine. But Madeleine McCann's Body Language, 400 views in 2 days. The podcast, that's going to actually be banging and stonking when we get regular rolling on that. The Words on Stream probably gets as many views as Genshin Impact, but I give money to charity, so I feel good about that. Like the rabbit hole content, the variety content of me being an online streamer on YouTube is different from playing Genshin Impact, isn't it? But I put it all there together, and I can see the result is Genshin Impact not as popular, other stuff more popular. So, you know, if you were to ask me to make a life choice now, and I had to not play Genshin Impact on the mainstream anymore, I'd be, and how I want to play Genshin Impact all the time, I really like it, but look at it. Like, do the work properly, Scott. This is all my choices. These are all my things I love. It's not just that I love Genshin Impact. So maybe Genshin Impact has to become, like, less frequent. But it can't, because it goes on forever and there's always stuff to do. Or I put it on its own channel, sideline it away. And at some point it dies. When Genshin Impact slows down and dies, so does that channel. I don't know the answers to this. You watch it from the beginning. Yeah, you can watch that other stuff that I said earlier about the name. It's just because I went on such a long one, I don't want to repeat it all again now, but the long and the short of it was 3 different names as options. Gravekipper, Pyromancer, which is Pyromancer, Ganji Kid, Gravekipper, Pyromancer. I think they were the 3. And we're talking about how it needed to make people feel good when they heard it. Like, not like horrible robot arms, but lovely Nature Valley, you know, like marketing stuff. So yeah, that was the gist of it. And then it got onto all this other stuff about future aims and goals. And I've said all that. I want to play Genshin Impact and enjoy the fucking game. And if everyone else on the internet wants to come along for the ride, I will talk till the cows come home about love, life, art, and everything else that is thrown up by Genshin Impact, as you've seen in our streams. But I'm also really happy to make more organised media content about, you know, psychology, criminology, human aspects of life. I'd like the whole thing to grow, and I'd like it to establish. I've explained it all. I don't have to, you know, beat this dead horse too much, but I'd like it to grow and establish. So something like this, as it gets going and takes more shape, gets its own channel, a sponsor, and like it's a real thing. You know, I have got aims, I've got goals, drives for it. And if it doesn't, and if in 10 years' time we've made 10 years worth of solid content that is underrated, you know, even if I've just learned to make content better or whatever, it's going to be fun to take the ride, isn't it? So I'm happy with it. I don't have to be Justin Bieber, but I do have to get out of bed and work at it and see it move forward and evolve into something. Maybe I should start wearing the suit. Because I'm saying this, I'm wearing a Clee jumper. You know, evolve into something more serious. Evolve into something more professional. I don't know what I'm talking about, do I? Just roll with the punches, go with the flow. And enjoy yourself along the way. That's the main thing, isn't it? Don't need to be on my high horse. Don't need to be shouting at people and telling them what to do. Can't be some political monster. No one wants to hear it. The name reminds me of Jim's Pie scene from American Pie. See, that's all right. That's acceptable because it's direct sex. So that sells. And like, honestly, sex sells. I mean, for me, I'm a boy and I don't really want to think about... I suppose I would think about the process of putting my... Anyway. Like, the name Cherry Pie is a good name for anything that you want it to sell, because people think positive thoughts subconsciously. Do you know what I mean? That's probably why American Pie was such a popular... That scene was the iconic scene from the whole thing, wasn't it? So I am right in what I'm saying. Like, these things are remembered a resonant warm pie. You know, maybe I should just call myself Warm Pie. But like subconsciously, it's better than calling myself like Saber Dagger. Unless I want to be a real, like, unless I'm in the fighting game community or I'm an edgy fucker, like Saber Dagger. I used to fight with a saber in sword fighting, but Saber Dagger, it's like spiky and nasty, and like, you know, I'm more chilled out than that, aren't I? In the main. Pot pie. See, this is the other problem. I don't want to be necessarily brand associated with marijuana, because whilst in some countries it's totally fine, in general I think I'll fight. Like, my ideal sponsor, for me, the ideal sponsor is either a video game developer, because, you know, I like arts, any artistic product like that, where I can, like, you know, I don't feel bad about promoting a good art form. Or, like, let's say soya milk, chocolate soya milk. You know, like a vegan product. And then I'm like, yeah, hi, I'm the ganja man. Like, they're going to be like, what? Oh, well, I don't really want to... We're trying to sell chocolate soya milk. We don't want your sort. Do you know what I mean? I should stop smoking on stream, really. But we're not up to that stage of having to worry too much at the moment. We're still a bit rough and ready, aren't we? But, yeah. See how I've done the podcast? It's called Thus. That's nice. Nice solid word. Nice solid identity. You can start to build the identity around the word and the style. I wanted something, because we're British, both me and Steve, and we both like a bit of heavy metal and music and stuff like that. I wanted to sort of build like a sort of black metal British throne aesthetic. Thus, like a sort of medieval British throne aesthetic, like red leather and wood, fireside. Thus, the podcast. I think I can picture my mood board. Obviously, I'm vegan, so not leather, but and it's easy to remember, isn't it? And you type it in, and if you write Thus podcast, you get us, and like, all those things. Yeah. So I need to do that with our name for the stream, with my name, and people will call it me, and they'll think that's my name. So, True Binaural ASMR. I call True Binaural ASMR the channel, True Binaural, because what's on the channel is True Binaural ASMR. So I called it True Binaural and ASMR because I was naming a channel, like, you know, naming an album, naming a channel, and people kept calling me True, like in chat. True, do you think this and that? I heard True said that. I'm like, my name's not True. So they call you your name. It's like your handle, isn't it? It's your tag. And YouTube's about to do this thing where you all get at tags, at me up, at me. So what should I, you know, it's got to cover all these fucking things. Hi, I'm the Gravekeeper. I don't mind saying hi, I'm the Marshmallow Coffee, you know, using all the nice words. Sex Pie, yeah, exactly. I'm not going to call myself Sex Pie. PewDiePie. Probably PewDiePie works because it's pie. And Pewdie, everyone's cute and nice. Like, you can't have bad thoughts about that as a name, can you? PewDiePie. It's a bit silly. It's a bit childish. Well, so is he. So, PewDiePie. Like, it works. So maybe if I use pie subconsciously, they're gonna get it and they're gonna think pie. It's like Apple. Obviously, Apple are making slightly better products and have done slightly better on the old business than me. But you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking Pyromancer. But the other thing is, I think of Pyromancer as like a big fat chuffer. Like, if I drew a Pyromancer, right? What's his name? What's his name? He's a chuffer. He's a big fat chuffer. Tom Brown. Is he from Tom Brown's School Days? I don't know. Anyway, like, I'm not going to type in a thing and find a picture of a big chuffer. You understand what big chuffers are. But I think of a Pyromancer as somebody who's so into food. You know, I think it's a Scotty Pop Pyromancer. Also, I want them to be able to... The other problem with Pyromancer is that people think I'm saying Pyromancer, like... And they'll type into Google and they'll get something else. The good thing about Ganji Kid is when you Google it, it's just me. This is all... I'm doing the same thing again. I'm repeating myself. But this is all on the table. This is what I said earlier. So it's open to... What we'll do is we're going to leave it open to suggestion all the way up to probably Christmas and beyond. And we're going to trial a few different names on this channel. And what I'll do is, if I feel like moving... I can use the mushroom logo. And I can do a couple of different pixel arts mushrooms. And at least they'll stay... You know, if you see the mushroom change and the name change, there'll still be a consistent thing. It's a mushroom and a name. So, and eventually we'll settle on a sort of colour scheme of the mushroom and a good name that go together. And then we'll branch that out into the banner and the sort of identity, if you know what I mean, like the brand identity. Obviously, I'm the brand identity, but it will be reflected in this image. And then at that point, we'd get onto the artist and say, look, I want positive emotions expressed in pixels 24 by 24. Thank you. And this is my brand identity to express it with. That's fine. I hate all that stuff as well. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to think of myself like a brand, because I'm not really, am I? I'm just me. But this is the sort of shit you have to do. Cakromancer. It doesn't... It's the only reason Pyromancer works, right? Is look. Wait, I can do it. I've got control of the whole thing. Look. Pyromancer, like the word pyromancer. There is actually a channel, but that's a real thing, isn't it? It means a fire wizard, a fire mage. Pyromancer, they cast fire. But if I'm Pyromancer, that's funny because it's a pun, but it means... So, it's funny. And I'd be alright with this other stuff coming up on Google, that's fine. But, see how Pyromancer has also come up with Pyromancer there? Thinks I spelled it wrong. Necromancer Kipper. Yeah, but then it's not a pun. And that's the bad one. See, Pyromancers are hot and saucy, and pies are nice to eat. Necromancers are dead, cold. You've gone for all the bad words together there. The Kipper's the worst one because of the fish. The Grave's bad because of death. And the Kipper's bad because of the fish. And then Necromancer bad. Like, we want all the warm ones. We want, like, Scotty Hot Coffee. Or, see, I could call myself Scotty Hot Coffee, couldn't I? I could just do that. Because that's my name. And I could just start drinking coffee instead of cans of Coke. Scotty Hot Coffee. I don't outwardly display as a goth, but I am inwardly a bit of a goth. So I'm a punk goth inside, but I don't dress like one, do I? So I Hot goth pie kind of works. It makes me think of hair in a pie though, because goths and hairstyles. But we're getting close. See, if I was Scotty Hot Coffee or Scotty Mold Ribena, at least I've got, you know, that all makes sense. So we've got until Christmas or beyond. We don't have to do it now. But these are all the thoughts that go on in my head, and we're going to have to get it sorted before we hit... When we hit 500 on the old subs target, because we're getting there now. It is moving forward, especially as we do more of these McCann's and Thus podcasts and things like that, the rabbit hole content. I think that's the way we're pushing at the moment. Anything involving psychology, criminology, human behaviour. I think if we do John Bennett Ramsey after we've done the McCanns, then that's probably Christmassy as well, isn't it? Because she was Christmas one, wasn't she? And, you know, I've already been, someone suggested it to me and I want to do it, so I'd have a look at the John Bennett Ramsey, see where that goes, keep it rolling with different stuff. But I'm not saying I'm going to become Jim Can't Swim or anything, but you know, if we're in that realm with the conversations we're having and it gets the views, I'm not unhappy with that. That's alright, that's cool. That's cool. And then obviously not every day, because I still want to do words on stream and I still want to play some games. So not every day, but you know, that's cool. We could even look into, like, it's funny the way things come as themes, isn't it? Some streamers are just streamers. So what do I think about the Amaranth drama? I got no idea about the Amaranth drama, what it entails. Let's have a look. Let's do it. I need to take my tablet. Amor and husband response, is that it? Because that's coming up like really top bins here, and then it's coming up with Amaranth licking. If I just put Amaranth, it will come up with the most recent problems. I'm not putting this, I'm not clicking these, and I'm glad that you can see that I haven't ever, although this isn't my main account, is it? Battery Exhausted is the one I use for YouTube, but Amaranth and her husband. Amaranth's cry for help. I didn't know she was married. Years of mistreatment. Asmongold. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll watch it if Asmongold's watched it. But I'll tell you what I feel instinctively is that it's absolutely, you know, important for her to be able to speak her piece and be supported through something like this. I'm not going to question whether if he or what has he. Just this level of me knowing and assuming that she's telling the truth, because I think in these cases it's right and fair to sort of assume that somebody's telling the truth, but at the same time I'm not going to go after her husband and sort of like attack him because I don't know the truth. I'm just going to assume for her benefit at this stage that she is telling the truth. I haven't looked at any videos of her saying anything or anything, and I'm not going to look too deep into it because I don't know what's going on, but I think that this is like at some point like not my business, if that makes sense. Like, if she wants to bring it to the public attention and talk about things, absolutely, that's everyone's business. But she might feel compelled to talk about her private business on stream because people follow her on stream. Maybe it's even good for content for her. I don't know what she's said or what's happened, but he controlled her and abused her. I mean, it's strange, isn't it? Because she's doing all that sexy stuff on the camera, and I would think someone controlling and abusive wouldn't want to display their... I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'll have to look into it. But I would think they'd feel angry, and you know, maybe they were taking her money. I don't know, but hopefully she can get away from that person and have her own choices in her own life. Absolutely, but like for everyone else to chime in and have their opinion seems a bit fucking messed up, because everyone's going to be like glomming onto it for content. Everyone's going to have an opinion, and like there's a lot of these people that fit. Like, if you want to be a streamer, I'm on Twitch, aren't I? You know, if you want to be a streamer, you sort of talk about these people, and whatever happens to them you talk about, and it becomes a sort of you know, they all feed off each other, talking about each other and drama and all that. Like, that's one thing, but someone's actual serious like abusive situation isn't a content catalyst for me. It's not like I want to try and make some clicks and views off it. You know, I think she should be treated with care at this time, and that care means the people around her should be like literally, you know, around her and caring for her, and maybe she doesn't need to be on the internet talking about all of her life problems, crying about it on the internet, everyone judging her and saying what they think and what they don't think, and supporting her maybe, but you know, maybe she wants that support, I don't know. But for me, I think giving her some time off and giving her a bit of a break and allowing her to, you know, collect her thoughts is, if she wants to be on stream and doing it, that's up to her, I suppose. But like, look, this one says the amaranth situation is insane. Like, I don't want that word bandied around with videos of me while I'm going through a load of stuff, do I? I feel uncomfortable clicking on any of these, to be honest. More uncomfortable than I would with her being sexual on the camera. And this all takes a very weird context now, because if she is being controlled and all that by somebody, they've controlled and made her do they've prostituted her on the internet. Like, they've pimped her out doing the sexy internet videos, haven't they? So that's fucking weird. All puts a bit of a horrible spin on all of her content, doesn't it? We'll watch the Asmongold clip, maybe, because if Asmongold's watched it, I'll watch this much of it. But I think it's wrong if he really did it, but also not okay to put his text messages public. I would be like, I'm trying to put myself in the situation of someone's showing my text messages on the, you know, to feel angry about it. If I don't want it showed in public, I probably wouldn't send it in a text, I think, for me. Like, I wouldn't want people, like, after I'd broken up with a girl, I wouldn't want her showing things on the internet that I sent her on a text. No. But if I don't want it to be on the internet, I wouldn't send it to her in the first place. You know, I wouldn't, if you go through any of my exes, there are probably things that you could dig up and I've probably sent on a text or a Facebook or whatever that I probably wouldn't want shown on the internet, for Christ's sake. Positive and negative, mainly negative. I'll tell you one of my bad stories. Once I broke up with a girl, I mean, she had stayed at her boyfriend's house, her ex-boyfriend's house the night before, and I was in a bad chuffing mood. But her friend rang up and said, oh, she's left her bag around your house and all her makeup, and can I come and get it? I was like, absolutely you can. And I got all her stuff in this bag, and I took it out on the drive, and I poured all petrol on it, and then when she turned up to collect it, I lit a match and dropped it on it, and it all went on fire, and I burned all her stuff on my drive. I'm actually laughing. It's not a nice thing to do. She was upset. All she wanted to do is come and get her stuff. I decided I wanted to break up with her because she stayed at the ex-boyfriend's house. I had enough. You want to come and get your stuff? I was angry. I set it all on fire. Dropped her keys down the drain as well. Dropped her house keys down the drain. Oh, they're gone. They're down the drain now. Sorry. Yeah, bad chuffer. You know, that's a bad story of things I've done. I probably wouldn't say my worst story. I don't know which one it would be, but bad stories exist. And I haven't done anything like, you know, nasty and horrible that deserves police involvement or anything bad like that, you know what I mean? But I've been an angry chuffer sometimes. And I haven't... In my first girlfriend that I had, I was a bit more controlling and... I don't want to say controlling and possessive. What I'd rather say is jealous and insecure, but, you know, both are true. But I wasn't able to possess or control. I was just a teenage boy, and we had arguments and rows, and I felt bad, and she did this and I did that, and, you know, eventually we both actually cheated on each other, I would say. It's probably a way to say it. Like, it was a bad relationship, a toxic relationship. And I learned through it not to be toxic, I guess. But, like, yeah, you've done naughty things too. We live in. I think, you know, I've seen these sides of my own personality as a human being, and I've managed to work through them. And I know for a fact that, you know, I've not got any indiscretions that I'd have to. Like, it would be really hard to be on the internet and to be thinking there's someone out there who could say this and say that and ruin me. Like, the worst they could say is that I was, like, you know, a bit of a saucy chuffer or a bit of a naughty chuffer in some ways, but not like a police chuffer. Do you know what I mean? So it's all right. I tell some of my bizarre stories on stream anyway. But this sort of thing, like I was saying, if you showed my tweets or whatever, or my DMs, I don't DM anyone, but, you know, if you show my whatever texts, if I said it, I'll stand behind it. It might make me look like an idiot, but I'll stand behind it. If you don't, I wouldn't text it to you if I was worried you were going to show someone. like, I'll just stand behind it. That'll be fine. I feel a bit annoyed. Like, that's between us and you've shown the world, but you are a fucking, you know, world presence internet person. So if I'm dating a world presence internet person, I'd be surprised if there's any part of my life that she's involved with that doesn't end up spoken about on stream at some point. Or, you know, I'd have to accept and understand, and maybe at some point say, oh, you know what, this thing, I don't want you to talk about it on your stream ever. Can we keep this between us? Because I know you're a public facing person. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't think I'd be worried about my tweets, but what I am worried about is if she's been through a really difficult situation for years and this is an unbottling moment, that we all treat it as a feeding frenzy for content. In fact, it's probably the least helpful thing that could happen to her, and it might be, I don't know, because all I've seen from this, like we've just seen, is just the titles of these videos, but it might be that this sort of stuff is not stuff that she in the next few years feels proud of or wants to continue with. It might be that's the thing she wanted to do even more, and he was not letting her do that, and he was not letting her do an OnlyFans, and he was not letting her do real porn, and now she wants to do real porn. Whatever, maybe I'm wrong, but if she wants to remove this sort of content and move on from that and start again, you know, and be whoever she wants to be, I think we should give her the time and space to just sort of quietly take a break and get herself together. And hopefully the real people in her real life, because I'm not a person that can help her, none of us know her, you know, we can't put our arms around her. Hopefully she's got some actual friends and family who can help her deal with these, you know, real things that are happening in her real life, and we can all side with her and agree with her and, you know, talk about these things. I mean, it's a good point to talk about these things because they might be happening to other people. You know, maybe in a little bit of time when it's calmed down a bit, we should have those conversations on stream and with people, because it raises an issue that's important. You know, no one should suffer with domestic violence or domestic abuse or manipulation like this. But while it's fresh and raw and nobody knows anything and she's actually crying on stream, I really find it difficult to use it for content. But here we go. I'm doing it right now. Asmongold's covered it. There's a clip of Asmongold. It's only 2 minutes long. That's as much as I'll be prepared to do on stream about this for those reasons. Let's have a look. This is an advert, so an advert, isn't it?
Shit, Amaranath's husband is basically her pimp, telling her what to do and blaming her to do better and threatening to kill her animals if she doesn't stream. What?
Like, let's just stream together. Just tell them that we're fucking married. Because it's like, our relationship would be better if we just stream them. And it's fighting all the time. But no, mister, don't say that because it's going to ruin the business model. It's not time yet. You want me to tell them I'm single? It's about to be true. Piece of shit.
Right, it sounds like she's having some sort of emotional problem. And what they said in chat there, I'm not able to verify from what she's saying here, but definitely she's having an actual, a breakdown in rage. Maybe this guy is a total chuffer. You know, maybe he has done all these things. Maybe he's not as total a chuffer as she's suggesting, because maybe they've had a big row and he's said these things, and it seems like, I don't know. But if he is a big bad chuffer, like she's saying, exactly problem, I'm going to believe her and she can get out there and do what she wants. But it does cast an awful, horrible light on all of that. The whole hot tub media market. Do you know what I mean? The whole thing, she's a big, the main one, isn't she? It casts a whole sort of it's always been a bit seedy, hasn't it? And it's no surprise in some ways that you do these horrible seedy things and then you attract these horrible seedy people, and then you end up in a horrible seedy situation. Maybe she was forced into that situation by that man at the start. I don't know. I don't know anything. See, now I'm making comment. I don't even know. This is the thing, yeah. I would assume, my problem with jealousy with my girlfriend, like I said, was that I didn't want other people to be looking at her and trying to shag her, because she might go off with them and shag them, and I didn't want that. And my insecurity was what was driving that, because deep down I was I was a teenager as well, bear in mind. So deep down I was thinking, that boy's taller and they've got a nicer car, and if I was her, I'd probably go and shag him. Do you know what I mean? It's insecurity that drives that, isn't it? So I would feel less inclined to make her go on the internet and show everyone her boobies. Definitely. I don't know what it's like. Again, this was back before there was even the internet. We had MySpace, for Christ's sake. So
if we split, you want this to be an amicable split. Always saying that, and I'm gonna take I'm gonna leave you with 1 million, and I'm gonna take the rest.
And now you've got this other problem, which is if they're married and you're having a divorce, like my parents had endless rows about the divorce and the money and all this. There's another problem, isn't there, which is, let's be fair, let's be really fair. I'm watching somebody who manipulated people for money on the internet, as far as I could see, with her body for years, and is going through a divorce and is going to want to take all the money and is not going to want to give half of it to the other party. Thank God there's no kids involved, but when you're having divorces in America, it's about lawyers and money, isn't it? There's a lot of that involved. So I'm pretty sure that if one of you is a domestic violence abuser, then the other one does better in the divorce settlement. So I've got to be careful to take what she's saying with a pinch of salt, because she's an online performer and she appears to be about to go through some sort of divorce, and she's talking about the money. I mean, it's edited. Remember, I said I was just going to go for this clip, so whatever this is what I'm watching, but it's edited, so I don't know what she said, in what order. But if she's going on about the money already, that's obviously on her mind, and that worries me, because if it's your emotional, moment, there might be other ulterior motives, and we've already said, let's assume she's telling the truth. Let's assume that, for the sake of all people that are in difficult situations, we should always assume that they're telling us the truth, and then, work things out after that, once we've got them in a safe place. So it does surprise me as well that she doesn't seem to have left the place. Like, if she's saying this and she's worried about her animals, she has quite a lot of power. I mean, I don't know how people feel in these relationships. Obviously, people worry about just running out on people and having them chase them and all sorts, don't they? You can be kept trapped by psychology, of course, but it does worry me that she's doing it from the same place. Like, you'd think the most important thing would be to be in a different place. Like, physically, do you know what I mean? California is a no-fault state. If everyone gets 50%, no matter the reason for the divorce, there you go. I mean, I don't know what the rules are. My parents had to fight over those sort of things in court. She's mentioning the money here, so, and it's millions. Bearing in mind it's millions. So I don't know, when it gets to millions, and when we're talking about people who have spent their lives with their clothes off, manipulating people's tendencies for money, I do start to get a bit wary. And I'm being human, I'm being honest. I'm not judging her because she took her clothes off. She doesn't deserve to be listened to. It's not that. It's just the way I see it.
I worked harder than you. It's like...
Now she's talking about work behind the scenes, and they're talking about who does what, and I'm listening to her side of it, and she's had an argument with this guy. So at the moment she hasn't told me that he's domestic violence against her, but I'm hearing, certainly, I'm being painted a picture here of a certain person in a certain situation, so I'm careful with what I believe that I understand that what they're telling me is fueled by this really raw, angry, all this thing. You worry it's for publicity. I mean, it might be. She said at the start of this that, he was going to say, I was going to say that we're single, and he said it's not the time yet, and like, now's the time. And obviously they're planning when they make their content about this split. She told us that. I'm actually going to go back and just repeat it.
It's fighting all the time. But no, Mister, don't say that, because it's going to ruin the business model. It's not time yet.
It's not time yet.
You want me to tell them
It's not time yet. So at some point it will be time. There's a business model. So maybe this is part of it. And like, she's all made up and done all the makeup and everything. It's hard to know what's the truth, isn't it? And when it's like the boy who cried wolf. Like, it's really sad if she's been made to sexualize herself the whole time. That would be really sad. But it's hard to tell, isn't it? Because a lot of the time you believed that she was doing it for her own benefit, and that she was doing it. So if that's been a problem and she's been oversexed by this man put her on the internet, like, it's like am I trusting her in that? And am I trusting this then? Sad face, all the makeup, lots of mascara, so when I'm crying it's going to start going down my face. Like, are these choices? I don't know what to believe when I'm watching entertainment like this. You're right, it's hard to know. And that's a real sad place for her, because if she is really in a situation, that's just the truth of it, as it appears to the audience. Some people are going to be right on her side straight away and sucked in by anything and not even consider the things I've just said, and are maybe angry at some of the things I've just said. Other people are going to be more reserved about their judgments. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. Sometimes I feel like a bit of a dick for saying it, but I'm just saying what I'm actually seeing. Like, you're right, it could be just a media ploy. It could be all these things. And the problem is, it's sad for her when you live in this world of you know, fakes and projections and money for tips and drama. Like, who does know? Who does know? Only she does, I suppose, and him. And that's why, again, I think quietly away from the cameras, these are things that you sort out in your real life with your real friends and, you know, real support and real relationships. And maybe it's not content. Maybe it shouldn't be. And maybe when it is, it causes problems for other reasons. And so maybe I don't trust it because it is content. Does that make sense?
Single, it's about to be true. Piece of shit. Being like, oh, if we split, you want this to be an amicable split. Always saying that. And I'm gonna leave you with 1 million and I'm gonna take the rest because I worked harder than you. It's like,
I've got the same mouth.
Always threats, always threats. What are you saying? You just told me you were gonna kill dogs if I didn't do a 24-hour stream.
The fuck?
Did not say that. Now you're just fucking being a liar.
I'm not
I said I'm going to tell you what I said in terms of the earlier. Because you're still saying that I...
Now this seems really fucked up to me because I'm looking at a fake cry when she's getting him wound up on the phone, and she knows she's saying something that makes him angry. You said you were going to kill my dog, and he said, I didn't say you were going to kill your dog. Like, it's like they've been over this a few times. So I don't know if he said he's going to kill her dog, but he's not admitted to that. In fact, he said the opposite, and she got it on the phone, on the stream, where she can cry about it. She's heard this before, because he said, I said... Like, you know, it's like repeat. If you rang me up to have the same argument that I've already had with you after I've told you I want to break up with you, then, because she's saying about this split, you know, maybe he wanted a split as well. Like, maybe they discussed a split. If you ring me up to have the same fucking argument, I'm going to be pissed off and I'm going to shout at you. I've already fucking said this to you. I can understand where he's coming from, not as an abusive person, but as a fucking wound up, fed up person with all this drama. Like, she knows how to wind him up and push his buttons, and she's rung him up on this phone to say the things that will make him shout, because she knows it will, because he said it. I fucking said it. He's already been through this once. I don't like him shouting at her, but I don't know. You know, how do I know what they've said and how she is using these moments and conjuring them?
It's like, just always threats, always threats. What are you saying? You just told me you were gonna kill dogs if I didn't do a 24-hour stream.
The fuck?
Did not say that. Now you're just fucking being a liar.
Now you're being a liar, he said.
I'm not just...
I said I'm going to tell you what I said.
I said I'm going to tell you what I said.
In terms of the earlier.
In terms of the earlier. So it's obviously they've been through this all before.
Because you're still saying that I...
But you're still saying that lie, and then she pulls this face.
What are you even...
And then it cuts, and she's crying, but I don't know if she... Like, you need to see the tears well up and roll down to know if they're crying or if they're just pulling the face. But also, people can make themselves cry, and it might be a very distressing situation for her to, you know, be having this breakup. It's obviously they're going to have a breakup. It's not going to continue that relationship, is it? Like, maybe she wants him back, maybe she wants the attention.
Talking about... You brought up the...
I don't know if he's called her or if she's called him.
dogs out of nowhere.
Exactly.
So what point is there even about? You brought up the dogs out of nowhere.
You brought up the dogs out of nowhere.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So what point is there improving?
What point is it? I don't know what she said there.
See? You're proving my point right now.
What? I'm asking you to... I don't even understand what you're saying to me.
I know. That's my point.
I don't understand what you're saying to me. I know that's my point.
My point is, are you listening or not? If you're not, then get the fuck out.
I'm literally
He's really angry.
listening, but you're not making any sense.
Well, no, you're not listening. This makes perfect sense. I'm gonna say it one more time. If you don't get it, I need you to get the fuck out.
If I'm going to say it one more time, if you don't get it, I need you to get the fuck out. So she's obviously upset at having to get the fuck out, isn't she? She doesn't want to get the fuck out.
Jesus.
And then it went... So I don't know... See, I don't know whether to side with her or not. Like, someone being angry and you making them angry isn't evidence of them being a cunt. Like, he might just be so fed up of you, he's told you to get out. I've had it before with a girl where I've said, like, you know, that's enough, it's time for you to leave. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've had enough. I don't want... There's no more for us. We're over, oh, but what about this and what about that? I don't want to, you can talk about that with your friends. Go. You know, I don't, oh yeah, you're fucking, you're this and you're that. Fair enough, am I? Like, you didn't think that 10 minutes ago before I told you to leave. Now I'm a fucking dickhead. Just get out. Like, you know, I've had clients like that. I've had customers at the hairdressing. I don't know if her being upset and crying because he said that he was gonna kill all the dogs. He's not gonna kill the dogs. No one said that. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't say it. You wouldn't say it. Nobody would say it. He's not being abusive to her. He's just really fucking angry at her.
Tell you what I said in terms of the earlier, because you're still saying that I. Oh my God.
What are you even talking about? You brought up the dogs out of nowhere.
Exactly.
So what point is there improving?
See? You're proving my point right now.
What? I'm asking you to... I don't even understand what you're saying.
You see, you're proving my point right now. So, whatever he said is, you know, she's doing it right now. So, maybe it's this whole thing that she's doing. Maybe she's done it before. Now she's doing it on camera. People in the chat are saying they think it's fake. I think they're saying it's fake because it's not, like, really genuine. Like, even if she knew, like, she knows either he's rung her or she's rung him, right? I think she's rung him. I'm just guessing. But she knows if they have a conversation on camera with her phone out, with the loudspeaker, he's going to get angry at her and she's going to get upset, or can get upset. She knows that, doesn't she? Like, that's not a surprise to her. This hasn't come out of nowhere. That's why she's got the phone out and he's having the conversation.
You told me you were gonna kill dogs if I didn't do a 24-hour stream.
The fuck?
Did not say that. Now you're just fucking being a liar.
I'm not
I said I'm going to tell you what I said in terms of the earlier, because you're still saying that I. Oh my God.
What are you even talking about? You brought up the dogs out of nowhere.
Exactly.
So what point is there improving?
See? You're proving my point right now.
What? I'm asking you to... I don't even understand what you're saying to me.
I know. That's my point. My point is, are you listening or not? If you're not, then get the fuck out.
I'm literally listening, but you're not making any sense.
Well, no, you're not listening, because it makes perfect sense. I'm gonna say it one more time. If you don't get it, I need you to get the fuck out.
Jesus Christ. I mean, for real, like, that's nuts. Honestly, I hope that she gets away from that dude.
But, like, yeah, they shouldn't be together. She gets away from him. But I'm not saying she's, like, completely innocent, not to blame, doesn't know anything wrong. And all I've heard is him shouting at her over the phone about how angry it is that she doesn't listen to him or understand him. And I don't know if that's his house that she's in or whatever. He's telling her she can get out. So she can get away from him. Like, the difference in here, in an abusive, like, they might suggest it's gaslighting. Because, like, she's like, I don't know what you mean. And, like, you're being mean to me because you won't tell me what you mean. And, like, you know, you might be gaslighting her. Like, you might be. But really what it is she's pretending not to understand because she doesn't want to get out. And, like, if you're being kept against your will and made to do bad things, then someone telling you to get out is an opportunity for you to get the fuck out. So usually your captors don't encourage you to get out, do they? Usually your captors say you can't leave, don't you dare leave. You know, either you do what I say or some bad things will happen, but not leaving, not get out, not leave. Go now, walk out the door. Don't turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. I will survive. I'm a survivor. Should we do a song like I Will Survive, but we'll do it for the modern audience? Yeah, I'm a survivor, I'm a winner. Oh, that was popular. Well done. Was it a good idea? Yeah, just using an old idea and reinventing it for the modern audience. Good idea. Asmongold and Amaranth's cry for help. Is it a cry for help? I mean, I've only seen that. So
okay, Paramount Plus.
You have to forgive me for only going on that. But maybe I do want to make content about it now because I feel aggrieved that it should all be put upon this poor bastard who has to put up with this fucking Amaranth all his life. Like, if I was going out with her and she was doing all this shit all the time, I'd be so fed up of it. I'd be like, can you just fucking... Like, I wouldn't enjoy her company, you know? And I'm not talking about the getting your tits out on the internet. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all this like histrionics and drama and, you know, self-absorption.
Nope,
did not say that. Now you're just fucking being a liar.
I'm not just...
I said I'm going to tell you what I said. In terms
Self-absorption, he says, after spending over an hour talking about himself and his own goals earlier.
of the earlier. Are you saying you did not say that?
I was talking about myself then, not what he said.
Said. In terms of the earlier. Are you saying you did not say that?
I tried to tell you what I heard from you. And then you called me a liar.
Then you tell me, what did you say?
Then you tell me, what did you say? So she's saying, I'm just telling you what I heard from you. And you're calling me a liar. So she's saying, I'm just telling you that you said you were going to kill the dogs. And he's saying, I didn't say I was going to kill the dogs. What did you say? And she's saying, you said you were going to kill the dogs. And he said, no. What did you say?
What are you even talking about?
So she doesn't want to say, they're having this argument out now again, live on the phone. He probably assumes, since he can hear that he's on speakerphone, that this is being recorded or whatever. And he wants her to say what she said in the argument. She's saying, you said you were going to kill the dogs. All right, what did you say? What are you talking about? Well, it's obvious what he's talking about. If you're going to say, you said you were going to kill the dogs, what did you say in response to that? Don't play stupid with me, because it's starting to wind me up.
You brought up the dogs out of nowhere.
Exactly.
So what point is it improving?
See? You're proving my point right now.
What? I'm asking you to... I don't even understand what you're saying to me.
I do. He's asking you, if you said that I said I'd kill the dogs, what did you say in response?
I know. That's my point. My point is, are you listening or not? If you're not, then get the fuck out.
I'm literally listening, but you're not making any sense.
Well, no, you're not listening because it makes perfect sense. I'm gonna say it one more time. If you don't get it, I need you to get the fuck out.
Alright, that's pretty...
And that's it, again. Why is there no more of this? Why is it not endless? You know, why is it just a short clip? I'm assuming that's what we're all reacting to, is it?
That it's a form of, like, psychological abuse. And
Oh, there we go. It's gaslighting. If anything, it's gaslighting the other way around, isn't it? Pretending not to know the answer. Pretending you don't know what he said. Pretending you thought he said you were going to kill the dogs. He's not said he's going to kill the dogs, has he? He's told you bollocks. He's told you repeatedly, and now you've rung him up and told him he said it again, and he said, no, I fucking didn't say that, and I'm not saying it now. Like, if he was going to kill the dogs and stand by that, you ring him and go, yeah, I'm going to fucking kill the dogs unless you get on that stream, you filthy hooker. He's not said that. He said, no, I didn't say that, and if you want to leave, just fucking leave.
I'm basically living in a fancy prison, and then he was changed for a bit, and then the hot tub meta arose, and he was like, oh, this is an opportunity, and then he turned into an asshole again when I agreed to commit to the grind because it was a good financial opportunity for
When I agreed to commit to the grind because it was a good financial opportunity for me or us?
us.
Us, okay. It's a bit of a weird one because, like, she's now blaming her saucy behaviour on camera. The fella wants money. So I think one of the problems you've got here is that your boyfriend shouldn't be your manager, and your manager shouldn't be your boyfriend. And I don't know which one was what first, but it seems like a really fucking stupid thing to get into a business deal where your life partner and sexual partner and, you know, husband is also the man whose priority in his financial priority is utilizing you as a, like, exploiting you for money. Like, that seems bad, doesn't it? I don't know who was around first. How can I judge? I'd only say he's bad if she wasn't doing this and then he turned up and made her do this. But she said then there was the hot tub meta. So obviously she was doing this before. I can only say she was bad if she was, like you say, forced or not forced. Like, she's obviously doing this like as a business decision, and he's right, it's a business decision and a good one. So, like, I think one of her problems here, psychologically, is that if you love your husband and he loves you, and you say to him, should I do hot tub streams? You want him to say, no, please don't. I don't like the idea of you being on the internet and all the men looking at you. That's what you really want. Even if, God forbid, you know, it'd be like telling a woman what to do. But honestly, if you ask me my opinion, that's what I'll tell you. No, girlfriend, wife. Like, if you were my wife, I'd say I don't want you on the internet doing that. It makes me feel bad that all the men are looking at you and you're taking your clothes off on the internet. I feel it demeans you as a woman. Like, you can say it empowers you. That's my feelings. And do you know what? I'm not going to tell them to you. I'm not going to force them on you. If you want to dance on the internet for money, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and let you do what you want, because I'm also supportive of you in your choices and drives and goals. So you're asking me, I'll tell you my opinion, but don't take it as any big thing. You don't have to have an argument with me. If you want to dance on the internet, I'll suck up my feelings and deal with it, because I love you and want to be with you. So either I can deal with it or I can't. And if I can't, I'll say, you know what? Turns out I tried to suck up my feelings, couldn't live with it, doesn't fit for me. You carry on the dance pole on the internet, I'm going to leave. Or this is going well, we'll just do this. Like, my opinion, though, is that I don't want you to prostitute yourself for money. That's my opinion. I see this as a form of, like, exploitation and prostitution, really. People are wanking over you for money. That's what's happening. People are wanking over you for money. So, I don't really want my life partner to be doing that, because I want them not to be mine and closed and in the house, and because I don't want their kids to see their mum on the internet, like, being wanked over for money. I want them to feel more valued for who they are rather than what they look like on the internet for money. So I would be, like, against it if you ask me. And then the issue is that you shouldn't be married to your pimp. You shouldn't be married to your manager, even in any sense. Like, if you're a rock musician, like, and your manager is your husband, maybe some couples go really well like that. Maybe it goes really well, but also at some point work and home life are going to come into conflict. You know, it's just easier, isn't it, if you separate those things? Because this is an obvious reason why. Here it is falling apart. So again, I don't know which was first, manager or boyfriend. I don't know who's made what decision, but she's made a lot of decisions that have got her here, and they've got her here. The only reason we're listening to her is because she's fucking talking about millions of pounds in a divorce. Like, she's almost showing off her status, millions of pounds in a divorce through this. She's not doing it quietly behind closed doors. She's utilising it as leverage for loads more millions of pounds for a big money drama show. And that's her and her life and her choices as well. So I think it's a bit rich to just blame it all on this man.
I agreed to commit to the grind because it was a good financial opportunity for us. I've been wanting to tell people that, like, let's just stream together. Just tell them that we're fucking married, because it's like, our relationship would be better if we just stream them, and it's fighting all the time. But no, Mr. Don't say that, because it's gonna ruin the business model. It's not time yet.
Oh,
fuck
don't tell people that we're married.
yourself. I'm done with it. I'm not gonna fuck you anymore. You want me to tell them I'm single? It's about to be true, piece of shit.
See, the problem here is, again, it's about her feelings. Her problem here is not that he's making her dance on the internet for money. Her problem here is that her feelings are hurt because he doesn't want her to say that she's married on the internet. Her feelings are hurt because in some way she feels like this is a weird one, isn't it? Like, she just said it out loud. Her problem is,
Time yet?
It's not time yet, bro.
Fuck yourself. I'm done with it. I'm not gonna fuck you anymore. You want me to tell them I'm single? It's about to be true.
You don't want them to tell me I'm single? Well, it's about to be true. Or so you want them to tell me I'm single? It's about. That's a problem to her. So it's about her feelings of worth, isn't it? It's about whether this man wants her so much that he wants to tell the world he's with her. No, he wants to keep it a secret because it's better financially for them if they. In actual fact, that is a good choice for her and her stream. For her brand. We were just talking earlier about my name and my brand. It's a good choice for her and her stream, isn't it? Financially, for them to think that she's single. So he's making a legitimate, but business mind, she's not interested in that. She's upset by it. She wants a partner who loves her and does the things that shows that they love her, not that they're exploiting her. So what she's upset by is the fact that he's exploiting her. He should be her manager and not her lover then. He should be a manager and not a boyfriend. She should split up with him because he's exploiting her and she doesn't like it. She should also dump the management, not be exploited, but that's a different story. A problem that she's brought to the internet is he doesn't want to tell people that I'm his wife. Now, bear in mind, I need to get a drink. I'm running out of... This is also huge, right? This is huge. Is that she's got a man who doesn't want to tell the world that he's with her. But isn't she the most wonderful... Like, aren't all the simps in chat desperate for her? Aren't they all desperate for her? Doesn't everyone fucking love Amaranth? Doesn't everyone want to fucking get their head up her bum? So this man's saying, don't even tell people you're with me. And that's offended her sense of worth. Both in the relationship, but also in a wider sense. In a wider sense. This man doesn't want to admit that he is with me. She must have conflict and confusions going on in her mind. As much as she'll say, you know, I'm proud of what I'm doing, or I'm making my choices, or maybe this man's making them for me, or whatever. I think that there must be some sort of conflict in her mind as to whether she values her own art and commitment and work and whatever she's doing and who she's become. You know, there must be some questions in her mind. Like, this man doesn't... Maybe it's not just that this man doesn't want to admit that he's with me because it's bad for the brand. Maybe this man doesn't want to admit he's with me because everyone sees me as a whore. Do you know what I mean? Like, not everyone. Not everyone, obviously. Maybe just his parents. Maybe just her parents. Maybe just like a generational thing, or some certain groups, some certain people with opinions. I described her as being prostituted on the internet. Obviously, she's not doing that. She hasn't got an OnlyFans with her legs open and her fingers in her fanny, has she? But... and even those people these days, you can't really say, oh, that's bad. So it's a choice. It's not for me to judge, is it? But the words that go along with it, the social connotations. You know, her husband does not want to admit that he's her husband readily on the internet. And that's really upset her. That's the thing that's upset her. It's not about killing dogs, is it?
Piece of shit.
So this is kind of something that...
Like, these are just the clips I've got, so I'm just trying to work with the clips I've got. And they seem to be the same ones as Asmongold was looking at, so...
So...
I'm gonna leave you with 1 million, and I'm gonna take the rest, because I worked harder than...
Here's the ads. You know, maybe I should do her the justice of finding the full thing.
And if you don't agree, then I'm gonna burn it all in court. I'm gonna put it all in fucking crypto. Blah. Just always threats, always threats. All the fucking accounts are...
All these threats. But they weren't necessarily threats. Like, he's telling her what he's going to do with the money. Or he's telling her what he thinks he should have out of the money. It's not necessarily... The first ones weren't threats. I'm leaving with this amount of money. It's not like a threat. It's like a, this is my plan. Statements of fact. Like, threats are... like... maybe dark. I don't know. Maybe threat. Maybe that is a threat. Maybe it is a threat. I think it would have to be like, you know, a bit more threatening than I'm going to leave you. Threatening to leave me, you could say, couldn't you? So maybe it is a threat. But it feels like something that he might actually follow through with as well. So maybe it's just a statement of intent. If he rejects her, then she should walk away. Yeah, like, already she's... like, what she's describing here, from both of them, is already far too untenable to continue a relationship. Isn't it? Like, he's just been yelling at her on the phone because she won't listen to what he's saying and understand him. And he feels she's twisting his words. That's what he told her on the phone. You're twisting my... I'm paraphrasing now, but you won't... You pretend to not understand me. You won't tell everyone what you said to me yesterday. You're twisting my words. I've had enough. You can either get out or you can start, you know, talking some sense, yeah? Like, they could go to therapy and work on it, but it doesn't seem to me like once she's gone on the internet and broadcast that on the internet that he's going to want to. Like, why should they? Maybe they should just, like he said, I want to walk away. Here's a situation where I can take this amount of money and walk. You can just get out. Like, these words are very clear. You have to listen. The thing is, right, you have to listen to what people say. Like, you have to give, as much as we want to be on her side because she's a victim, because she's a woman and domestic abuse, and like, she's not saying he hit me. You know, she's saying he's gaslighting me and he's being mean. But, like, you have to listen to what people... I believe you have to respect people and what they say. So if someone said to me, I want to take half of the money and walk away, I might not like want them to walk away. I might not want them to take half the money. Like, we might argue about the money, but them wanting to walk away, I have to hear it. They've told me they want to leave. I should just say, okay. Again, like, I love you and support you. I listen to what you say. I don't like it. It doesn't feel good in my heart. But the best thing I can do is to support you in what you want to do. And if that's leave, I'll help you pack the fucking bag, because you're going to want to do what you want to do. Like, people are going to want to do what they want to do. If you're voicing it, then you obviously feel it that much that you want to tell me what it is. Like, me telling you can't leave is not going to help. It's going to make you want to leave more. Like, it's obvious when people, even if it's something simple like, you know, I want to go and get ice cream. Well, then I'm going to take you to get ice cream then, aren't I? I'm not going to take you to fucking eat fish. Like, you just told me you want ice cream. Listen to what people say and accept it, and, you know, in most instances support it. Sometimes you can't feel you can be supportive of it and you have to walk away. But, like, I think 80% of problems in relationships would be easier solved if people would accept what they're hearing and listen to it. And, you know, say what they feel as well. But, like, I feel like she's playing some sort of back and forth game. Like, he's told her, obviously, leave. Leave, or I'll leave and I'll take half the money. Or more of the money, or whatever, you know. You can't tell me you're being domestically, you know, held captive if the guy wants to walk away with the money. Like, just fucking give him the money and let him walk away then. Like Asmongold said, I hope she gets far away from, I hope they get far away from each other. Because there's a million other people out there. They don't have to go out with each other. And at the moment, no one's done anything, or she hasn't provided us with any evidence or shown us or said anything that's particularly bad, like criminal, you know. No domestic violence, no, like, hitting each other or anything. Like, it's not got to Johnny and Amber states. So just fucking walk away. You'll make more money, you know. Don't get petty over it, because it will drag it out and you'll have to deal with each other for longer. But if you're both grown-ups, then just fucking walk away. But it feels like to me that she doesn't want him to walk away. She wants to, like, do anything in her power to keep this, like, big drama going about her. And like you say, they burn the bridges by... She's done that now on the internet. Like, he's not going to want to hang out with her, is he? Like, you wouldn't trust her now. Every time you ring her up, you'd say, is this on speakerphone, or are we talking just you and me? You know, just forget it. Forget it. Sometimes, like, Gordon Ramsay, yeah, I'll tell you, like, I'll do a quick example. Just Gordon Ramsay throwing away food. You know, it's just, this will get us binned off the internet for copyright, won't it, Gordon Ramsay? If we get it without an advert. It's popular, it's got loads of adverts. So, Gordon Ramsay will get us binned off the internet for copyright, but...
I guess. Jen is doing all she can to keep her appetizer station afloat.
Let me show the risotto.
Please, God, let the risotto be good. Please, God.
Very nice, the risotto. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Chef Ramsay.
Appetizers out to their...
The menu. 5 appetizers.
And cheered,
side out, eat, drink.
I'm not the type of guy that be like, oh my God, I'm a bad chef now.
Close the door, please. Out.
I'm leaving, Chef.
Good, thank you. What is this? A fucking... What is this? A pair of balls?
I'm not the type of guy that be like...
I didn't taste it yet. Fucking up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bland. It looks terrible.
Come here. Taste that. All of you! Run, Dominic! You lazy fucker. And you put your fingers in there. Oh, my God. Look. Snot. Fuck off. Useless fucking pieces of shit.
Right, he's really angry.
You know it's crap. Not one of you got the balls to do anything about it.
You all know it's crap, not one of you's got the balls to do anything about it.
I didn't taste it yet.
But what did he do with it? He fucking threw it away, didn't he? Like, I'm not going to keep playing it until he finds the overcooked chicken. But, you know, you've got to be like that sometimes. You've got to be straight. Like, I know that it's rude and it's, you know, confrontational for the telly, isn't it? But in a real kitchen situation, nobody pulls any punches. Like, in a real hairdressing situation, in a real war situation, in a real human situation, it's no time for pulling punches. This is bull crap. I don't want to hear it. These are the real facts on the table. If it needs to go in the bin, it needs to go in the bin. If your relationship is not... Everyone needs to hear this who needs to hear this. You know, victim or bully or whatever. Like, I'm not saying... You know, I'm not going into that realm of domestic violence. I don't think this is in that realm of serious domestic violence where I can't just say, like, oh, just get away from them, just leave them. That's the real coercion and, you know, problems. You can't just leave, can you? So I'm not being flippant about that. That's a different thing, and we're not talking about that now. I'm talking about this situation. If your relationship is a, you know, toxic relationship, we'll just say that. Like, you know, if you're a modern person and you're having a relationship and it's not going particularly well and no one's hit each other, but you're yelling at each other and you're having rows and this one wants half of that and they're already talking about, you know, if we split up, who's having the dogs? Like, just fucking grow the fuck up, throw it in the bin and move on.
Like, two-factor under his number and all the... He has all, like, the login information of things, you know? It's like the... Keeps you there with the fear and the threats. You fear that he's going to do something to your animals.
I think that's ridiculous. You fear he's going to do something to your animals. If that's honestly the truth, get out of there then. Because that's a very harsh thing to say to somebody. If I was your boyfriend and you were saying to people that you thought I was going to kill your dog, I'd be so angry. Because it's ridiculous. Or maybe he is that fucking psychotic that he would kill your dog. In which case, what the fuck are you doing? Sat in the house? Get out of there. I think he was probably bringing up the pets as in, like, you know, we can't have half each, can we? So what are we going to do? Cut them in half? And she's like, you said you're going to cut them in half. No, I don't know if he's, you know, legit said that he's going to kill the dog yet. That hasn't been... She's saying it. She keeps saying it, this dog murderer. Dog murdering bastard. But, like, she's on a stream. She's done all her makeup. She's doing a media product. And if it's that bad, just fucking walk. He's got all the login details. Just, are you on about? Change your email address. If he won't give you the login details, walk without the login details. Start a new channel up. Start a new account. The end. If you have to do that, in 10 years' time, who's going to be like, oh, like, do you remember 10 years ago when I had to change the account and that was the end of my career? Or are you going to just be like, 10 years ago I changed my account and it didn't really make a big shit of a difference. Everyone was so interested in the drama of my old account shutting down that they all followed me over to the new one anyway. It created more drama. You just, you know, you get your login details. Surely she's big enough on Twitch that she can say, someone else has got my login details. I want to be reset and I want to be in charge of the account. Surely she's big enough on that. She's fucking... Am I stupid or what? This woman is being held hostage because the man has her Facebook password.
And then he's nice again. And says everything's gonna be okay.
So, from the sound of everything being said here, like, this is obviously an abusive situation, right? Like,
oh, everyone's rallying around. Yeah, everyone's totally like she's being abused. But it's two-way street, isn't it? Let's see the texts.
all 34,000 gone, gonna donate 250K to...
Like, it is a bit of a two-way street in what she was telling me before. I'm just
basically
being real.
be in control. It's kind of crazy. So, lag is...
If what she's telling us is the truth, though, then that is crazy and controlling, and it's all bad. I've said that. I've made it clear. You know, I'm on the side of the people that are being the victims in the situation, assuming we are in a situation where we're assuming correctly that she's the victim. But up to now, it's hard to know, isn't it? And she's creating a media product, so I'm judging it on these levels. Lag is terrible in this stream. Lag is terrible. This stream is garbage. Is this incoming or outgoing? Is this incoming or outgoing? Can you tell me, is this what he said or what she said? I don't know how it looks on a phone. Am I revealing myself to be that ignorant and old? Is that what comes in or what goes out? Anyway, I'll read it. Lag is terrible. Lag is terrible. This stream is garbage. I'm about to delete Twitter in 30 seconds. Do you even know if it's out of anger? Is he joking? Well, I don't know. We're going to read it what it says. I'm about to delete Twitter in 30 seconds if no call. 4,000 gone. Gonna donate 250k to Palomacy in the next 2 minutes. 250k gone. I will donate 500k in 3 minutes. If no call in 1 minute, I'll absolutely make sure Kyrian goes to meet Pax King House. 20 seconds. Time's up. So, okay, so I'm to assume here what's happening is that he's texting her. I don't know if it's him because I can't see on the screen, can I? I can just see that somebody has done the text. And I'm not saying she's faking this. I'll assume that he's telling the truth. He's texting her because he's in a rage because she won't reply to him. She's not answering her phone. So that's one of those jealous rage things, isn't it? I don't think this is him being funny, to be honest. Like, I think the threat is here that... Who is Palomesi? I don't even want to type it in. Is it going to be another... Oh, it's... a charity? A pigeon charity? What? It's weird. So, if she doesn't answer her phone, I'm assuming this is... Lag is terrible, this stream is garbage. I'm about to delete Twitter in 30 seconds. If no call. Like, what I'm getting here is jealous and possessive, probably drunk or high. On one. Fucking on one. Lag is terrible, this stream is garbage. Probably means they've been trying to talk to each other, but there's a problem with the lag and the connection. He wants to be called up, and because he's not getting called up, he's threatening her. I'm going to delete your Twitter in 30 seconds if you don't call me. And she's got to be like, oh, quick, I better call him. I don't want him to delete my Twitter. But she hasn't called him. 34,000 gone. I'm assuming that's Twitter subscribers or Twitter viewers or whatever. Going to donate 250k to Palomesi, the charity, in the next 2 minutes. No call. 250k gone. I'll donate 500k in 3 minutes. So it's threatening her with coercive behaviour to get her to call him. That's bad. That's well bad. Like, that's 100% bad, isn't it? Bad chuffer. Can't be doing that. If no call in 1 minute, I'll absolutely make sure Kieran goes to the meatpacking house. Like, that's a threat on the dog. Has he followed through with these threats? I don't know. Obviously, he's not killed the dog. I don't know if he's actually sent the money to the charity. 750k gone. We now cannot go down payment for call house. Another 250k in 5 minutes. So he's sort of threatening to throw all the money away on charity if she doesn't. Like, he's like, call me or I'll spend all your money. So that's a fuck up. Like, he's a fucking chuffer. Assuming this is true, and he's done that. I mean, I don't know how I can verify the validity. I'm just going on what she's showing me on her phone on the internet. But if he's done that, that's awful bad. And then don't talk to the chuffer anymore. Get your keys separate. Get your, go to your bank. Tell them that we're separate accounts now. Thank you. Don't want him having any. I'm going through this situation. I'm sure they must have a system for this sort of situation, where you used to have a joint account, but you've fallen out and you don't want one anymore. Assuming he hasn't followed through with anything violent, threats like this are bad. Like, that's coercive threats. Like, that's a point where they can walk away. I'm going to call him a bad chuffer, but assuming he hasn't done anything physically violent or... you don't just have to be violent physically to people. Do you know what I mean? Like, blocking doorways, being a bad chuffer. Assuming he's just... Because she's not answering, he's being a chuffer. I'd need to completely write the fucker off as a bad fucker completely. Like, he might not be a bad egg, he might just be, again, really wound up. Like, maybe she's good at really fucking winding him up. I don't know. I don't know what he said on that terrible stream when they were talking. But, this is bad stuff. And it's indefensible. I'm not defending him for being wound up. I'm saying that if you're doing this sort of stuff, I'm assuming you're not just like waking up one day and saying, oh, life is good. I might have some cereal for breakfast. And I'm going to start threatening my my significant other. I'm going to start threatening them now because I'm having such a nice day. Now, I'm assuming that you're wound up at this point. That's why you're doing these big threats, because they're out there, aren't they? Loopy sort of, I'm going to fucking kill the dog. Like, you don't just say, oh, I'm going to kill the dog. Like, so I'm assuming that they're in the middle of some big fucking row here, and that I'm just seeing one part of it.
It's terrible.
Because, like, she scrolled down. You can see the scroll thing here, I think. So there's like lots more that I'm not seeing, but yeah.
This stream's garbage. I'm about to delete Twitter in 30 seconds, if no call. 34,000 gone. Gonna donate 250k to Palamacy in the next 2 minutes. 250k gone. I'll meat packing. Time's up. Ain't Foxy, bro. Like, argue.
That's bad. Totally think that's bad. Think she shouldn't. Like, he's a bad chuffer. Disgraced himself there. Bad things to do. Bit surprised that she's even talking about it on the internet. Bit surprised that she even wants to talk to him. You had your angry chuffer grab your phone and toss it in a trash bin because he was jealous. Like, these days it's different. I've not... if I felt like that these days, I like I say, I think it's something that's a fault within me, so I'm not acted upon those impulses of many a year. But when I was at university, like I said, when I was a teenager, I threatened to throw a girl's shoes out the window because I was angry, and she grabbed the shoe and hit me in the head with it, and all the blood spurted out of my head like that. And she immediately stopped and went, "Ooh!" I was like, "Fucking hell!" And like since then, I really haven't threatened to throw anyone's stuff anywhere. I don't think. I know what I can see. The idea with the phone though as well is that it wasn't your boyfriend just today. Well, that's fucking mental. Then that's mental. Like we'd been together for like a good, you know, solid few years at that point, and we were having a proper fat row. I see the thing with the phone is that I see it as the source of. I don't know how people live really, because like I said, I didn't even know if those messages were. But I see it as the source of. Like, if you're jealous about things, and she's always on her phone and tweeting pictures, and you know, it's like the phone is like a focal source of where your jealousies are. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like I could see why people would want to break that connection with the out. No, it's not a connection with the outside world necessarily, but it's more than that, isn't it? Because you're on Facebook and you know, what's the other one? Tinder, and you know what I mean. Like it's a connection with a. It's not just like you're walking in the street. Like you know, most jealous people will have their spouses acceptably walking in the street, but like being on your phone could sometimes be like you're at the bar and people are in chat. Do you know what I mean? It can be a bit more. Maybe I'm wrong in that aspect, but I see why people who are jealous focus on the phone, because they don't want you on the phone talking to those other boys. They want your attention. So I could see why, but I'm not. After everything I said about her and making it into an act and all that, yeah.
I mean,
I don't know why they didn't. I don't know why they didn't just lead with the texts. But it is in context, right? Fucking adverts. It is in context with the fact that she just said, why, you know, he said, why don't you say what you said? I've not seen the other texts that she sent to him. I didn't know if on those texts, just a bit before that, she said, I'm not calling you and you can fucking send the dog to the meatpacking house. You know, I don't know if she said that and then he's replying with, I will send him to the meatpacking house then. Or if he's invented it, or I don't know what she said to make him feel like that to reply in those ways, or if it's just the ignoring him. I don't know how long she's ignored him for. Like if it was just, I called you earlier and it's like, what, 6 p.m. Like in my life here now, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. But let's say I called you and it's 6 p.m. and you didn't call me back and it's 9 p.m. I've got no right to be angry, have I? I've got no right to be angry. It's just silly. But if I called you at 6 p.m. and it's like 6 a.m. the next day and you still haven't got back to me and you're married to me and you're supposed to be home and where are you? Like, I've got every right to be worried and therefore angry, because like if we're married and you're ignoring me and like you know that I want to speak to you, that's kind of rude. Like if we've had a row and you need space and you've told me, then it's rude of me. So do you see what I'm saying? It's all about context. So I can't judge that context, but I can say that those threats that he made to her were wrong and he shouldn't be doing that. And if you're with someone that's making threats to you like that, then you should question where you're at. Again, I would throw it in the bin before we get to that maybe, but if you've got to that, it's time to just throw it in the bin. If you're making threats to your significant other, then you're threatening it's fucked. It's a goopy sauce. It's a snotty sauce. Throw it in the bin. Just bin it off. Don't talk to each other again. And if you're being threatened, definitely don't, you know, definitely walk away from that one. And it's like you're lucky if you can catch it at that level and never go any further with it. Both of you will have learned something. Hopefully the boy will think, I'm not doing that again. And hopefully she'll think, you know, I'm not going there again. Not that she's at fault. That's not what I'm saying. But the previous arguments that have led up to this, whatever disputes, you know, when I say not going there again, teaming up with your manager and having them be your boyfriend at the same, you know, mixing business with pleasure like that, in the same situation. I won't walk down that road again. I have my eyes open to these flags now. Not that it's her fault. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm not saying that she walked down the wrong road and it's her fault. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that she won't do that again, or she won't want to. It's tough. I can see why everyone would just jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, she's being abused and it's fucking awful and you should never abuse a woman and, you know, that's fucking awful. And of course, you know, jealous, possessive, domestic violence, all of that goes right in the bin. Fuck that off. It's horrible. But for me to initially just completely, I did say, I'm going to take it for granted that I believe her and then I'm going to judge her on what evidence is shown. She showed me some evidence that I had to question. And then we got to some evidence that was very straightforward, just taken as a snapshot out of a tweet thing. You know, I wonder if the worst things I've ever said to somebody were snapshotted without the rest of the context, whether I would sound like a bit of a chuffer. I probably would. So I want to be careful as well not to write this other person, whether it's a boy or a girl, in whichever case of a relationship. I'm pretty sure they didn't get to the point of being married with being horrible, nasty, evil chuffers. And sometimes human beings get really angry and it's their emotions and it's their loved ones and their emotions and it gets heated and, you know, you take them apart and you calm them down and maybe they, you know, are not such bad chuffers. So I think it's a bit harsh to hang someone on the internet. Let's all get the pitchforks out and burn a witch because someone was really angry. You know, I think that's harsh. But they definitely overstepped the mark with the threats. So yeah, now that I've, you know, now we're up to like a 6-hour stream and it's like nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. And let's be fair, I'm hopefully doing the podcast tomorrow. And this is supposed to be Genshin Impact. But I will be able to cut this and upload it and get my fair share of the views for Amaranth's Cry for Help. On reflection, when I rewatch it, I probably won't like the things I say at the start of the video. So I'll say this now so I can edit it in. I'm going to just react to this raw, and some of the things I might be wrong, and then by the end of the video I'll have a much more rounded view on it. So stick to the end of the video and don't write me off. I'm just going to talk around. Don't hate me. I'm going to talk around the subject, and at the end I think I'm on the side of they should just not be with each other, and that's fine. Some people will hate me. It doesn't matter what I say, does it? Some people will hate me, but I know that I should have, to be politically correct, I should have just jumped right on the side of her and protect her at all costs. And you're safe in that box. You are safe. No one's going to go on the internet and say, you fucking bad chuffer. I'm not defending the bad chuffers. I'm not saying that women are victims and then bringing it on themselves. I'm not saying that. So don't say I say that, because I'm not saying that. You know me, same old G. Just question everything. Question the narrative. Question what you know, I question this. I'm not a big fan of that. ASMR. Ruined. That's not... It's a ruined... I used to do ASMR. I don't know what this is. It's not that. Just don't start going on at me, you chuffers. But they're all on it, aren't they? They're all on it. Bandwagon it. Bandwagon. Everyone's on it. Everyone's on it. So I might as well be on it as well. I wonder how many people have been on it with Amaranth. Anyway, look, you be good, my little pukosh, you be good. And if you can't be good, then you're naughty.